Chapter 1. The Whole Time. Prochor and I were talking business. Ignatius patiently waited for us in the Chimera mobile. He carried himself better than most professional drivers. He took the long wait as being par for the course, and not one of his gestures or glances betrayed any impatience or displeasure. So far, I was very happy with him. Servants like him are worth their weight in gold. When we got home, the women had already finished their work at the clinic. Olga was waiting for me at the door, clearly concerned. She and Alina had been pacing to and fro near the house, supposedly walking Archie, but in actual fact, my granddaughter was anxiously looking out for my Chimera mobile. Max, she cut right to the chase when we stopped and got out of the car. You know the neighboring land doesn't belong to us, don't you? I do, I confirmed. Then why are your wraiths working on it? To save time, of course. How did she not know that herself? Soon, that land and the whole neighborhood would return to its proper owners, us. What if we get in trouble? What if the owner of the land shows up before you expect him? We'll have to go to court and possibly pay fines. You're not planning on, she lowered her voice, killing him if he shows up at the wrong time, are you? I laughed. She had a funny idea of what I was all about. It seemed my granddaughter thought I only had one problem-solving method at my disposal. I suppose, after everything she had seen, it was hard to blame her. I hurried to disabuse her of that idea. Don't worry, I said. I know how to negotiate too. It's just that some people aren't worth the trouble. While we were talking, Ignatius had stood near us silently, but now he spoke up. Mr. Richter, may I speak? Of course, I said. I think, even if the owner notices there's some work happening on their property, they won't even realize anything is amiss. There's often 2 or even 3 layers or middlemen between the vendor and the landowner. They most likely don't even know what's happening on their land. Besides, they've shown no interest in it for years. But won't it attract attention that the work has suddenly resumed? Olga asked. Unlikely, he shook his head. What's strange about a long-ago planned construction project being resumed? On the contrary, what's weird is when construction starts and then is abandoned and sits idle for so long. But the wraiths, they don't look like construction workers at all, Olga persisted. They're very conspicuous. Ignatius thought for a moment. Can we go to the construction site? I want to take a look. I wasn't planning on stopping construction either way, but I was curious to see how the dispute between my granddaughter and my new servant would end, so I went with them to the neighboring plot of land. There were 5 wraiths working on it. I had purposely selected the freshest ones, but a couple of the thugs also got in there. To be honest, Ignatius said, walking around the site with his hands behind his back, inspecting the wraiths as they carried construction waste. I've seen all kinds of laborers, and these don't look half as bad or as suspicious as many of them do. But, he raised his index finger, their clothing is a bit unusual. It might be a good idea to buy some jumpsuits. I was fascinated with Ignatius. Not only was he totally unfazed by the zombies, but he behaved as though he had worked in construction at least half his life. He was totally in his element. He approached one of the wraiths and took a huge spool of cable out of its hands. We should save this. I'm surprised it hasn't been stolen yet. Usually, abandoned construction sites are robbed clean within a couple of months at most. You worked on a construction site? I asked him. Ignatius was embarrassed. No, but I often had to deal with builders at the factory when they would do renovations or erect new structures. That was part of my responsibilities, he explained. Also, I built a country house. As long as I remember, Alina spoke up, everyone else had lawns and picnics at their country house, but we had planks and bricks everywhere. Because of her youth and natural openness, she was behaving pretty freely. Ignatius, on the contrary, strictly adhered to the boss-employer relationship, which earned him points in my book. Construction takes time, he shrugged, and money. I clapped him on the shoulder. In that case, I give you carte blanche. The construction site is yours to run. Just don't forget to report to me on your progress. As you wish, Mr. Richter, he easily agreed. When we finish the cleanup here, I'll come report to you. By then, I'll also have several variations of what we can build here, and some rough drafts of designs. I definitely liked Ignatius. He didn't ask any stupid questions, like what about his previous role of driver. He didn't question his new boss. He just immediately dove into his new assignment. Nor did I need to go into a long-winded explanation of the task. He knew what to do. All I had to add was, feel free to take money for expenses out of the clan treasury. Just keep a record of your spending. It's good to keep track of your money. Naturally, Ignatius nodded seriously. Only, where is the clan treasury? In the dresser drawer, I said, undaunted. In the living room. Leaving Ignatius at the construction site, the girls and I went back to the stable. Prochor was going to pick me up in a couple of hours, and I needed to prepare. I could use a hand, and besides, this was a good opportunity to conduct a master class for my students. Also, I wanted to see Alina at work. I had no doubt that I would be able to raise Olga into a good necromancer, but Alina was an as-yet unknown variable. I had noticed how frightened she had been of the wraiths on the construction site, while her father felt right at home. It seemed like Olga had noticed too. When we began descending into the basement, she comforted her. Don't worry, Max does everything very cleanly. It's sterile. Believe me, when we had to attend autopsies in medical school, that was a lot less aesthetically pleasing than this. I was surprised she had used that word. It made me feel like my granddaughter was beginning to understand our art, which was nice to see. But there's something not right about using the bodies of dead people, Alina shyly protested. Oh, please, Olga dismissed her. They wanted to take your organs and sell them, and mine too. I think it's only fair that now that's what we're doing to them. We'll take them apart and glue them back together however we see fit. Olga gave a sly smile and looked at me. Right, Max? Absolutely, I patted her on the head. She turned out to be a real predator in the making. I approved. Alina thought seriously. It seemed Olga's arguments resonated with her. To tell you the truth, I hadn't thought about it from that angle, she said. See? Olga glowed. You just need to realize that Max is firm, but very fair. I haven't seen anyone innocent suffer at his hands yet. She stopped talking for a second, as if to check in with herself about whether she really was telling the truth, and decided to add, or who wasn't aggressive with us first. Okay, I'll do my best, Alina said conclusively. I took her right to the laboratory. Even Olga was seeing 2 of the 3 rooms in the cellar for the first time. Wow, she commented as she studied one of the saws. Now I understand how you made those reapers. All these tools do is make the work easier and save energy, I explained. Everything can be done without them, using only spells. And you'll show us some of those today? Olga replied enthusiastically. She was a lot more upbeat today than usual. Her energy was positively bubbling, which was not the least bit surprising. The first successful attempts in a new venture often give students and apprentices wings. The important thing is to maintain that enthusiasm and not let it crash against the first setback they inevitably encounter. I remembered how, when I was 6 and learning to explode bombs, I had accidentally blown up my cousin's favorite gazebo. She was all worked up until I built her a little fish pond in the crater where it had been. But then, she accidentally stepped into the water and discovered the fish were piranhas. She screamed bloody murder. They were also wraiths, and I had tasked them with driving her out of her wits. We often used to pass the time this way. Our parents believed this style of play gave us survival skills and trained us to be competitive. They were right, I survived. I didn't know what had become of my cousin or any of the other Richters. I would find out in time. Hold your horses, I smiled at my granddaughter. You're not going to learn all the spells all at once, but I will teach you something. Fred had come down to the cellar too and was now busy sawing bones. I had preliminarily cleaned the flesh off of a couple of bodies the night before, as if knowing they would come in handy. The shadow scalpel, right? Olga's eyes flashed. No, that's not the simplest tool. For now, you'll have to learn to use the suturer. I held a very thin disc, the size of the palm of my hand. Hardly anyone would be able to guess what it was for just from the look of it. To show what it could do, I squeezed it in my hand several times, and every time it changed shape like plasticine. Then I demonstrated that it could also change size. The women watched with curiosity, but I could see that they didn't understand what it was for. When you said suturer, I expected to see a sewing kit, a needle and thread, Olga said, confused. That would be impractical. At the dawn of necromancy, however, those devices were used too, but then they became obsolete, and the universal suturer came to look like this. Fred had finished sharpening a few bones, and I placed a couple of them on the table in front of me. Watch, I said to the young women, and began working. You have to insert the suturer between the two parts, press them together firmly, and put a little of your own energy into the tool. This will make the parts more pliable and adhesive without damaging them. Then, all you have to do is take the suturer out and press the bones together again. It's a little like metallurgy, Alina commented. While the metal is soft and hot, it can be shaped into many different forms. You could say that, but don't forget, that's a completely different process. The similarity between the two things is purely superficial. Ready to try it? The girls nodded as Archie ran over to the cellar entrance and started barking loudly. Olga had left him upstairs, but now asked, "Can I bring him down here? The stairs are too steep. He won't be able to get down by himself. Maybe he shouldn't be down here." "He won't be in our way," I answered. "In fact, you should spend as much time with him as possible. That way, your connection will grow stronger, and your energy exchange will get easier. And he'll respond more readily to your commands, too." I didn't have to tell her twice. Olga immediately brought her revenant downstairs. "He's going to help us in one other way, too," I snickered. "You'll see in a moment what I mean." The first chimera of the new type was ready. I examined our creation, satisfied. At first, the girls had been a little shy, but then they had gotten into it, and the longer we were at it, the more willing they were to stray from our original model, Archie. We were making bone hounds, and the revenant was good for helping the apprentices understand how dogs are built and how they move. Any person who has ever seen a dog knows these things, of course, but try to put one together from bones without a reference, especially when you're making it from human bones. That was what surprised them the most. Of course, I would be lying if I said there was no difference. The bones of animals or monsters can be stronger and more durable by default, and would have suited our task better. But beggars can't be choosers, so we used human bones for now. There was only one thing left to do. I touched the monster assembled from numerous parts, putting my energy into it. The hound got up and the girls gasped. While it just lay there, its size didn't really seem out of the ordinary. Now, they saw the chimera was as big as a horse. As the life force entered it, its bones became thicker and more durable, and its skeleton with the muscles, which until now had looked more like an anatomical model, took on a horrific kind of beauty. Especially its jaws had changed. Its teeth were this chimera's main weapon. Its fangs were sharp and as long as the palm of my hand. The other teeth weren't much smaller either. Frightening bone protrusions covered its whole body, and a long, sharp horn grew from its forehead. And the cherry on the cake, the chimera's eyes flashed greenish fire. It was not at all a necessary upgrade, but it looked great. Archie seemed to think so too, because he was clearly frightened. But rather than run away, the dog took a step forward, shielding Olga with his body, and growled as viciously as he could, given his size. The chimera bent down over the brave little protector and carefully bapped it with its nose, as if to say, "Don't worry, we're all friends here." Then it stepped back as if nothing had happened. Olga exhaled in relief, and Archie calmed down too. The work continued. The second hound took much less time. My apprentices were fast learners. We finished just in time for Prochor's arrival. As I had requested, he had arrived in the bison. He had brought Alan with him, while Brandon and Constantine had gone directly to the focus in the Jeep with all the cleansing equipment. We didn't need a crowd here. The main task was to find space for the chimeras. We began the load-in by putting the Reapers in the vehicle. They were the simplest to seat. Prochor watched with curiosity as they matter-of-factly filed onto the bus and took their seats, without so much as scratching the upholstery with their sides. The more time passed, the more skillful the Reapers became. They were becoming not only more maneuverable, but reacted to commands faster and followed orders more thoroughly. Prochor and Alan had already seen the Reapers. Alan was now desperately showing off in front of the girls, especially interested in impressing Alina. Seeing a new face, he really hammed it up with the hero act. He tried to engage her in conversation several times, and even clapped a Reaper on the shoulder as he passed, which the Reaper ignored completely. When the hounds started coming, his reaction was different. Dogs are dogs. When one of them came up to Alina and stuck out its bony forehead with the horn for her to scratch it, Alan, who was standing nearby, almost fainted. The hound also sniffed at him, as if to say, "Let's see if you have the right to even be standing next to this young woman." But I didn't want to torture him for long. It was time to go. I ordered the bone dogs on the bus. Gustavo and Vito Velasco were not in a hurry to break into the house they had discovered while investigating the mysterious disappearance, first of Hugo Velasco, and then of Mario and Jorge, who had been sent to find Hugo. Gustavo and Vito were also enforcers, like the other two, but considered themselves much more competent and careful than them. That's why, rather than break into the house of Olga Richter, a simple healer as far as they knew, they decided to stake it out instead. And this plan yielded results on the very first day. A whole army bus drove up to the house. It blocked their entire view, and what the commotion happening on the other side of it was all about was unclear. Some people were getting off, and some others were getting on the bus. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Vito asked his partner. Gustavo nodded. "Looks like the little bitch hired bodyguards, so she's definitely involved. I don't know about you, but I don't really feel like rushing in there and risking my life," Vito guffawed. "You think I'm interested in playing the hero? Nah, let's call the clan soldiers. Let them sort it out." Chapter 2. Since she was a child, Charlotte Becker had always been an energetic and extremely curious young lady. Now that she was 32, she had retained those traits, as well as gained an enormous amount of free time. She didn't have kids yet, and was married to an old-fashioned man who earned enough. He believed a woman should be at home, not in the office. As far as Charlotte was concerned, he was worth his weight in gold. The only problem was, he was frugal. They still lived in a rental, in a so-so part of town. Her husband simply didn't want to spend a lot, and he wasn't interested in getting a mortgage. He wanted to pay cash for an apartment, all at once, and not pay any interest. Charlotte didn't mind. She had turned their small apartment into a cozy home, and her husband transferred a sufficient allowance to her sphere every month for her to afford good makeup, new clothes, and hair salons. In this, too, he was motivated by rational financial planning. By investing in her now, he expected to avoid expensive plastic surgery later. Charlotte rarely had anything to complain about except boredom. As they'd gotten older, all her friends had become perpetually busy. Sometimes, after she was done with her errands, she would just wander the streets aimlessly. Most often, she would go by bike, but sometimes on foot, with her little Pomeranian, Prince. Today was an on-foot day. As she passed the office of a local healer, Charlotte clicked her tongue as always, disapproving of the rude sign. She had seen the bimbo who owned the place many times and thought she had probably emphasized the word suck on purpose. Disgusting. In general, Charlotte disliked beautiful, independent women, and this one was evidently experiencing a boon of clients or suitors, whatever they were. Cars were forever stopping in front of her home office, and one young man had started frequently driving her around in a fancy car. He was good-looking too. Lucky bitch, Charlotte thought to herself. It wasn't that Charlotte was unhappy with her husband, but that didn't mean she wanted some gold-digging slut to have the same luck. Her 40-year-old neighbor Amelia didn't like Olga either. Part of the reason Charlotte walked past her house was to suss out some new tidbit that she could then gossip about with Amelia over tea that evening. Today, she had already seen something interesting, an army truck departing right from that house. Unfortunately, she hadn't had a chance to get a good look at whoever was in it. Maybe they would come back. They hadn't yet, but Charlotte had a weird feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. It felt as if she wasn't the one observing the street, but someone else was watching her. She had always been proud of her intuition and situational awareness, and she determined to find the source of this sensation. After walking up and down the street several more times, she finally realized what was off. The street was lined with trees, and some of them had birds sitting in them. That was nothing unusual. But normally, birds are constantly milling around from one branch to another, flying off somewhere and coming back, and making a lot of commotion. But Charlotte had identified 5 that remained motionless every time Charlotte looked at them. They might occasionally scratch themselves, move their heads, or clean their wings, but they never budged from place. She and Prince had been walking here for over an hour already. Charlotte was not insane and wasn't about to make a big commotion on the basis of 1 hour of observations. She returned home and went out again on another walk a few hours later. This time, it was impossible to deny the evidence. As an experiment, Charlotte even tried to shoo one of the birds by throwing a small pebble in the bird's direction so no one would notice, of course. The bird gave her a dirty look, but made no attempt to move. Charlotte made a second attempt, hitting the bird this time. She didn't expect to, but she did. Any other bird would be long gone, but this one stayed put, with the same unchanging, cold, indifferent look in its eyes, and no reaction. Confused, Charlotte returned home. She spent a lot of time thinking and doing research on the internet, but she couldn't find any coherent explanation. Finally, she resolved to tell her husband everything when he got back from work. As he scarfed down his baked potatoes and Cobb salad, her husband Jurgen, a rationalist through and through, gave her a very strange look. He then said with some impatience, "Charlotte, if you're so bored, maybe it's time to get a hobby." "But I'm telling the truth," she flared up, upset at not being taken seriously. "Of course," Jurgen said calmly, "but the fact that you're watching birds so intently, you've never been into ornithology before. Anyway, I think idleness is not good for you," he concluded. "Maybe you could knit me a vest. All the guys at work have knitted vests." Charlotte didn't say anything, not wanting to fight with him over such a small thing. But her feelings were hurt, and, naturally, she resolved to continue her investigation. Initially, Alan was supposed to drive the bus with the chimeras in it. But while he could handle the Reapers, the horror I saw in his eyes when he saw the hounds spoke volumes. If I let him drive, a catastrophe was inevitable. Prochor called him a good and dependable warrior, but when it came to interacting with my dead servants, his bravery took a major dip. He didn't refuse to drive, but I knew myself that with him trembling at every slight noise in the car, he wasn't going to be of any use. What if he panicked and ran someone over, or crashed into another car? We didn't need those headaches. So, Prochor drove the bison, and Alan rode with me in the Chimera mobile. Ignatius was busy at the construction site, so I didn't want to bother him, and there was no point taking Olga with us on this outing either. So as to avoid wasting time on traffic police, I still preferred to let others drive. But I planned to eradicate this problem in the near future. I needed to memorize the rules of the road and submit all the necessary paperwork for the Chimera mobile. Now that I had my own papers sorted out, the road was clear to getting myself on the books as a driver. Alan had readily agreed to trade places with Prochor, but he didn't feel all that comfortable with me either. All his bravado was gone, and he just drove silently. That is, he clenched the steering wheel tensely and acted like he was driving. I decided to make the most of this time and questioned him in detail about the focus. When I first spoke, he started in surprise, as if he'd counted on us spending the whole time in silence. Then, he gingerly started to answer. Honestly, we hoped it would be a newly appeared gamma, closer in strength to a beta. There was every reason to think that, because the power of a focus is calculated not only based on the monsters inside, but some other factors as well. Location, for example. This one is in a large cave far outside of town. He rubbed the bridge of his nose pensively, then continued. Caves are considered the least lucrative in terms of catch. They have fewer mutant plants, and the ones there are a lot nastier than the plants in the woods. But for a small company like Purgatory, even a gamma focus like this one is a lucky catch. But there's a catch to the catch. For example, we had to leave the Manticore, our stationary machine gun, back at the warehouse because it's too big to swing around in the cave. How did the hunting go? I asked. Procore hadn't had a chance to tell me all the details, and I was curious to find out what had caused them these problems. Alan cringed. I'd touched a nerve. We planned to very methodically clear each passage and each chamber of the cave. For a while, it was working out fine, but we had underestimated the number of monsters, and when we realized how many there were, it was extremely sudden. We made relatively short work of the gaggle of regular jumpers in one chamber, but then in the next one, not only were there 3 times as many of them, but also the flyers. Alan fell silent. I didn't need any further explanation, having guessed flyers were those creatures I had seen that looked like bats. They could really cause a lot of problems for the ungifted or weak magician. They always attacked in gaggles that were much bigger than the groups of jumpers were, and they were small and very fast, which made them really difficult targets to hit. The flyer's favorite tactic was to perch somewhere up high, in a tree or under the ceiling, and swoop down on you when you were underneath. Up close, they didn't look like bats at all. They punctured your skull with a long thorn that shot out of the middle of their belly. And just bombarding the whole gaggle with mass spells was a bad idea. They're very sensitive to magic energy, and not only dodge it very well, but also unmistakably trace its origin. Once that's happened, the badly prepared hunter becomes the hunted. Flyers are like hungry griffins. They start to circle over the magician, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. If they succeed in killing him, it's probably one of the most horrible deaths possible. They try to eat out their opponent's brains with their beaks, while also influencing them to feel excruciating physical and mental pain. The victims lose their minds in a most torturous way, turning on their friends and comrades. If these friends are not decisive enough to finish them off, they are very likely to die themselves. Naturally, Procore and Alan didn't want to think about this too much, or about the fact that many of their soldiers had quit Purgatory. I wouldn't be surprised if they had switched careers altogether. The information Alan gave me was valuable. Since there were flyers in the focus, I would have to be a lot more vigilant about the safety of my living servants. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain, I saw the cave right away. The abyss was very wide, despite being covered by mutant ivy. Procore shook his head. We uprooted all the plants near the entrance, and here they are again, he said. So what's wrong with that? I said. The more mutants, the more harvest. You need more time, too. What if we don't make it? Alan worried. I just snickered and sent my reapers in. They were impervious to poison and most of the dirty tricks of the local plant life. It took them only a few seconds to shred the mutant plants into little strips, and then they went deeper into the cave. Procore gave a whistle. That was fast, he said. It'll be even faster if Brandon and Constantine follow us with all the equipment, but stay at a safe distance. Their task is to harvest the catch. Alan and Procore, you guys come with me and the Reapers because you're the best shooters at Purgatory. The Reapers will cover you, and you shoot the monsters. We prioritize the flyers, obviously. Got it? Yes, sir, both of them replied, and immediately got ready for battle. It was nice to see they didn't need to be taught military discipline. Before going in ourselves, I sent in the Reapers and the Hounds. The Bone Dogs raced into the cave like happy puppies who had been let out to play for the first time and disappeared in the darkness of its passages. The Reapers lined up in front of us and got into battle position. If all went according to plan, not one focused creature would break through their line and get to us. And if they did, I knew what to do with them. Even though they were nothing more than bunches of bonded bones, Phobos and Deimos, the names their owner had given the hounds, were lucky enough to have a little bit of free will. The mastery of the necromancer who had created them far exceeded the usual practices. They could follow a sequence of simple actions, and also had some other character traits, For example, they really felt like dogs, were loyal, playful, and very strong. And they had no need of specific commands when they went to hunt. They just saw their targets and did not see any barriers to hitting them. They playfully tore to pieces several jumpers that had come across their path, without even slowing down their run. The hounds weren't that interested in these targets because they were too small. They were looking for a more serious adversary. When they finally came across a big fatty who looked like a pretty mangy, thorny mole, they attacked it without hesitation. The mole tried to dig itself into the ground, but was unable to. Phobos literally took it out of the already dug tunnel by its rear extremities, tossed it up in the air, and Deimos caught it. For a while, the dogs kept growling and playing with the fatty like it was a stuffed animal, fighting over it like in a tug of war. When they were tired of that game, they chomped down on it a couple of times with their teeth, and it was all over for the fatty. The dogs ran into the next passage and saw two fatties fighting each other. This was rarely seen in a focus, but facts were facts. A mole and a chipmunk were going at it, and all you could hear were chewing and lip-smacking noises. The monsters resembled real animals, but big, fat, ugly ones. They were fighting each other to the death. No one knows which one would have won. The only victory in this battle belonged to Phobos and Deimos. The clearing went well, almost uneventfully. One time, the monsters broke through the ranks of the Reapers, but I quickly covered myself and my people with the Shadow Dome. When the danger had passed, I just as quickly removed it because maintaining it all the time was a waste of energy that I needed for other things. The Reapers had to be recharged, as they were taking the brunt for all of us, which meant their bodies fell apart fairly quickly, and I frequently used energy-expensive spells to bond their flesh and bones back together again. I also had to spend my energy on fighting the Flyers. Even though Prochor and Alan were shooting them up pretty good from under the cover provided by the Reapers, this was clearly not enough to fight off the huge crowds of monsters constantly besetting us for very long. I resurrected some of the killed creatures and sicked them on their mutant compatriots. You could say I was using their own tactics against them, and you'd be right. But also I was just saving energy. Usually, in high-class foci, you'll likely meet one monster that's much bigger and stronger than all the other ones. And, while this focus was still in the process of transitioning, it might have already had an elite guard of that kind. If so, I would have to be ready to match it in battle. For now, everything went as usual. The hounds, which had run ahead a short distance, were destroying all the fatties they saw, ridding us of any unpleasant surprises. As for the jumpers, my Reapers were literally making mincemeat of them. At that point, taking care of the Flyers was only a question of technique. Even the poisonous, mutant mushrooms that cropped up here and there were no big problem for us. If their toxic fumes reached any of us, I would just clear them out of all our respiratory and circulatory pathways. We had cleared probably half of the underground focus when we heard a wild howl, amplified by the cave's echo. "What the hell was that?" Prochor and Alan said at the same time. "My hounds," I answered, unperturbed. "Don't lose focus," I added, as I swiped my shadow blade at another flyer that had managed to get past the Reapers. "But how?" Prochor was unable to contain his surprise. "They're just bones?" I snorted proudly. An insufficiently skilled necromancer may have made silent chimeras and not bothered to give them the ability to make sounds, which required lungs and vocal cords, but I never skimped on special effects like that. My hound's eyes always shone, and their howl inspired terror for miles around. That was the very thing that often saved me a lot of time in negotiations. The effectiveness of little things like that cannot be overestimated. "I can give you a lesson on chimera construction later," I said. "Right now, what matters is that the hounds are on the scent. Let's hurry, or we'll miss all the fun." Chapter 3. Phobos and Deimos. wouldn't have howled out loud like that for just any old monsters. They had definitely found the scent of the focus boss. The boss is what they call the biggest and most dangerous monster in the focus, usually the one that protects the nucleus. There isn't always one. They start appearing at around delta level. But this focus was special and was protecting itself by creating chimera hounds, which hunted monsters with relish and were impossible to hide from. Knowing that, I was smiling smugly as we progressed deeper into the cave. Prochor and Alan glanced at me periodically with suspicion and concern. "What is it?" I asked them. Prochor was the one who spoke up. "I don't see what there is to be so happy about. Isn't this too dangerous? I know you're strong, but if this really is the boss of the focus, shouldn't we run? I have heard about those things. Even the strong clans don't go to battle with them without at least 5 battle magicians." "That many?" I asked, surprised. "I guess modern magicians are real shrinking violets. Or maybe it's that the monsters really are too powerful," Alan answered darkly. "Even executors die fighting them sometimes." I snorted. "Are you sure you're talking about Delta-level foci?" I asked. "Naturally," he shot back. "We don't even know anything about foci higher than Delta level. The clans keep that information classified." Prochor added gruffly, "Most of the clans are so greedy that they don't even disclose information about monsters that you might encounter in a high-level focus. Never mind the methods of combating them." What happened to humaneness, mutual aid, and cooperation against the common enemy? And why was I not surprised? 1,000 years hence, the gifted were still mired in inter-clan wars. Some things never change. Though, truth be told, I would be disappointed too if my old adversaries had become totally toothless. A world where everyone is friends with each other is a frightening and unnatural place. Meanwhile, we crossed a few more passages chock full of jumpers and flyers. As I silently destroyed monsters, my compatriots tried to talk me out of it again. "Maybe we shouldn't tempt fate after all?" Alan asked nervously. I sighed. "Just this time, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. But I don't recommend getting between me and my catch ever again. How does it even cross your mind to turn down the opportunity to kill a boss? Are you trying to tell me that you alone are as strong as 5 battle magicians?" Alan failed to contain himself. "Sure, you're doing great right now. I'm impressed and all that. But a boss is a whole different level. And there's no need to kill it. Just the harvest from the normal monsters is more than enough." "If you're a coward, become a garbage man," I snapped at him. "I have no use for soldiers who panic at the first hint of danger and become insubordinate. This isn't a democracy. My decisions are not up for discussion." Unlike Prochor, who knew when he was crossing a line and it was time to shut up, Alan really was both stupid and a coward. Still, I saw in him the potential to become a good soldier, so for now all I wanted was to shake him up. "No," he exclaimed. "I'm not afraid, but I don't want to risk my life for nothing. And I won't be a garbage man," he added stubbornly. "You will if I tell you to," I cut him off. Maybe it was a good idea to demote him to garbage man temporarily so he could learn some discipline. At this point, Prochor spoke up. Despite just a minute ago not being sure we were making the right move either, he now took a totally different position. "Alan, cut it out. If Max says he can handle the boss, then he can. You're not the one who decides which battles to fight here." "Got it," Alan grumbled. "I'll just keep my mouth shut." "Relax, you two," I encouraged them. "You won't have to fight directly anyway. The most you may be called on to do is shoot from a distance. I didn't see any point in risking the lives of regular soldiers, or even reapers for that matter. I was just going to leave the guys to stand watch and make sure jumpers and flyers didn't interfere with my fighting the boss." A couple more passages later, we were almost at the nucleus. Even Alan's whining hadn't ruined my fighting mood. I couldn't wait to see what kind of boss awaited us. Like regular monsters, which can take any number of shapes, bosses were different from one focus to another. Sometimes they had nothing in common with each other at all. Finally, the boss made itself known. The ground beneath our feet quaked so hard that Prochor and Alan were barely able to keep their balance. The only thing that kept them from falling was that they both grabbed onto the Reapers walking in front of them. A second later, when Alan realized what he had done, he recoiled in horror and almost fell as the earth shook again. Whatever awaited us up ahead was letting us know it was ready for us. At last, we reached a giant cave chamber. It was the size of a hall and totally empty except for Phobos and Deimos, who were circling the center of the chamber, impatiently sniffing the floor. "Where's the boss? Did it run away?" Alan asked hopefully. I smiled. "It's here. You guys should put yourselves at a distance. Go back into the tunnel we came through." They didn't need to be told twice. As for me, I walked to the center of the hall and stood right next to the hounds. I now knew what kind of boss this cave had. It was a very cautious and at the same time a very malignant creature, and it wouldn't come out unless it was sure it was at an advantage. The best thing to do was just to stand here and not try to hide or do any magic. Just wait. After a while, the earth shook again, and the monstrous creature emerged from below the ground, right behind our backs. I had expected this, so I immediately stepped sideways into the shadow, just in time to see the gigantic maw of a gargantuan studded earthworm clench its jaws right in the place where my head had just been a moment ago. Phobos and Deimos immediately jumped on it, trying to hold it down and chew through its side. They were even able to injure the creature. A piece of its scaly armor crumbled and shed to the ground. No living predator could have accomplished this without hurting itself, but the bonehounds made easy work of it. The worm appreciated this too, so it shook off the hounds and dove underground again, covering the crater after itself as if nothing had happened. That was an interesting ability. Another tremor shook the ground beneath my feet. The monster had correctly identified whom to kill first, and I was now its primary target. Luckily, the monster was so full of abomination that it radiated even from underground, so that if I concentrated, I could identify exactly where it was. The boss monster opened its maw right under me, hoping to catch me unawares and swallow me whole. It was so big it could have done this easily. But I had other plans. When the ground shook beneath me again, I jumped to a safer spot. The worm's maw appeared above ground, and the creature started turning its head to and fro, realizing something had gone wrong. That's when I gave it a good slice with my blade. Unfortunately, my blade was even worse at piercing the monster's armor than the hound's teeth were. They were all over it again now, but weren't able to do much damage. I reevaluated. Of course, we could slowly chew it to death, but what was to stop the monster from just escaping underground altogether while we tried? I wasn't about to dig for it, and I also didn't feel like spending hours on just it alone. While I was lost in thought, the monster made another attempt to get me. I dodged the attack automatically as I continued to consider my new plan. The idea I was looking for came quickly. I just hoped we hadn't destroyed all the small creatures in this underground cavern yet. "Prochor!" I called to my helper. "Bring a gaggle of flyers here." "What?" Prochor couldn't believe his ears. "A gaggle of flyers! Here! Now!" I commanded. That Prochor and Alan had not been expecting this turn of events would be an epic understatement. Worst of all, Max wasn't joking. As they shot their way through monsters under cover of the Reapers, they both wondered how the hell he imagined them doing what he asked. The Reapers were the only thing keeping them alive. Alan had the urge to ask Max why not send the Reapers to gather the monsters, but the threat to demote him to garbage man still stung, and he had his tail between his legs. He wasn't going to repeat the mistake that had led to that. As usual, he completely lost his shit. He was so afraid of looking weak or scared that under pressure he was capable of the most insane maneuvers. "Prochor, cover me!" he yelled to his friend as he broke through the safe line, out of the protection of the chimeras. "What the hell are you doing?" Prochor yelled. "Just make sure they don't get me," Alan yelled as one of the jumpers bit his leg. "Damn it!" In spite of the jumpers, Alan was running straight for the flyers. While the three cleansers had been moving toward the boss, They had circumvented one gaggle, and now he was going to provoke it. His heart was beating like crazy. Adrenaline was pulsing in his ears. He was no longer thinking about why he had thrown himself into this danger. It was too late to turn back. He had at least 10 jumpers on his tail, and was only about 3 feet away from the flyers. The first flyer noticed him and swooped down on him, followed by a bombardment of other creatures. Now it was do or die. Alan gathered all of his internal resources and sprinted back at breakneck speed. Bullets whizzed by over his head as Prochor shot flyers that got too close. That was pretty invigorating. If not for Prochor, this escapade would definitely have ended tragically for Alan. Prochor was a first-rate marksman and saved his friend from a certain and terrible death several times. And now, here came the Reaper Rescue Brigade.
Sort of understanding what was up, the chimeras parted and let Alan pass. He ran past them at full speed and kept running toward where the ground was shaking and Max and the hounds were battling the giant worm. The gaggle of flyers pursued close on his heels. Wow, I hadn't expected that from Alan. He had proven his worth as a warrior. For now. Now the main thing was to make sure the boss didn't devour him. I could already feel that the worm had taken aim at Alan and was speeding toward him underground, shaking the earth above and around it. I didn't have time to get to him, so it fell to Phobos to save Alan. On my signal, the bonehound jumped on my servant, literally knocking him from his place as the gaping maw of the boss appeared above the spot where he had just stood. Both Alan and the chimera were unharmed. The jaws of the worm had closed on the rear extremities of Phobos, but immediately released its bite because the hound kicked the monster so hard that he knocked out one of its fangs. Alan jumped up, just barely dodging being bitten by one flyer, and then immediately a second one. Prochor skillfully shot both of them, but there were still at least 10 more in the air above Alan. Screaming obscenities, he ran circles around the cave with all the strength he had left. Meanwhile, the flyers were fixated on Alan and had no apparent intention of switching to anyone else. That made it easier for me. I started to kill them 2 at a time. I could have done it faster, but that would mutilate their bodies, and I needed them whole. Running around the cave and chasing Alan's chaotic movements didn't seem like a smart idea, so I looked for a good moment to use the shadow teleporter. The worm, too, had gotten all twisted up from chasing Alan around underground. It kept darting to and fro, never knowing when to lunge back out again. After about 5 minutes, all that was left of the flyers was their carcasses. I ordered Alan to get out of here and go back to the tunnel where Prochor and the Reapers were. I wasn't worried the worm would chase him. I had realized that for some reason it was limited to just the central part of the cave. Maybe because the central gemstone of the focus was in the next passage, which meant the boss was the last line of defense and couldn't leave a certain radius around the crystal. This handicap of the monster was handy to me. Now that Alan was safe again, I could move on to the final stage of my plan. The dead flyers rose again, soaring into the air, now under my complete control. I stood in the center of the great chamber with the hound and waited for the worm to simmer down. It continued to act turbulently, trying to leave its area, then rushing toward me, darting around but never going above ground. I had begun to worry that we had broken the boss and would have to dig it out ourselves after all. Luckily, that didn't happen. It took aim at me again, and this time it meant business. Dodging its attack again, I stepped to the side and the boss took a big bite of nothing again. Its mouth was gaping open, and the gaggle of undead flyers circled above it. Without further ado, they swooped right down into its throat, squeezing themselves one after the other as deeply as possible into the innards of the monster. That's when I started exploding them. Bam! 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 The squirrels were exploding inside the boss, where its armor provided no protection to its soft tissues. The monster gave a desperate wheeze and went underground again, even managing to dig itself in one more time. But it was too late. The creature stopped moving, having progressed only about 6 feet as my flyer bombs continued exploding in its stomach. Of course, it would have been more convenient if it had given up the ghost on the surface, but it hadn't had a chance to get too deep underground. I signaled to the hounds, and they started digging the ground very fast, like they were looking for a buried bone. It only took them a minute to get the worm out. I made sure the boss monster was dead. Now, I had to find out if the next passage in the cave really did contain the central crystal of the focus. After that, I would just call the garbage men and have them gather that up, along with the rest of the small stuff. Ignatius was returning to the construction site from the shopping center in a great mood. He was humming. He hadn't expected switching jobs to make him so happy. Before, he had never asked himself whether he liked being a garbage man or not. He just did it because he had to, and that was it. Same as how he hadn't asked any questions when Max had appointed him the chauffeur. But now that he had suddenly become the head of a construction site, Ignatius felt happy about his life for the first time ever. Okay, so the workers he managed were dead. That made it even better. No complaints, no drunken parties, and no laziness. They were model construction workers. Ignatius felt inspired. He had never yet had a chance to truly shine. At the factory, he had only supervised the work being done based on other people's designs, and he never had the time or money to spend on his own country house. Now, he finally had the chance to actually build something. Of course, he would have to get all his plans approved by Max, but still, he had never had so much freedom in his entire life. Once he reached the site, he laid out 8 sets of construction clothes on one of the boards: hard hats, protective goggles, boots, and ventilator masks. Then, he commanded his workers to change into those items. Somehow, Max had made it so the wraiths now listened to Ignatius too. When they were done changing, Ignatius examined them proudly. They looked just like living world-class laborers. He had also procured tools. The wraiths could build without them, but with crowbars and sledgehammers, the project would certainly go more quickly and smoothly. Within minutes, the site was active again, with a whole new dynamism. Ignatius closely inspected the site, just in case there were any more useful materials there that could be used. As he was doing this, a large van with tinted windows appeared on the street, catching his attention. The van bore the logo of some company on the side. It was dusk, and he wasn't able to make out what company. The van stopped right in front of the Richter house. Ignatius scratched the back of his head. Had the owners of the construction site reacted already and come to see what was up on their property? The new head of site made a beeline right for them, thinking as he went what he was going to say. Chapter 4. Now I could help the rest of the team finish off what remained of the small monsters. Prochor, Alan, and the Reapers, especially the Reapers, were doing pretty well on their own. But because they bore the brunt of the constantly exploding jumpers, the chimeras were already worse for wear and in need of repairs. I had to put some of my own energy into them again to heal the gashes in their skin and the fractures in their bones. After that, all we had to do was systematically and safely clear the rest of the mutants. The bone hounds made quick work of a few more fatties. Then they got bored and started chasing real small stuff around. The rest of the focus took us less than 2 hours. Finally, we all gathered in the boss's cave. This time, there were 5 of us. Brandon and Constantine, who had missed all the fun, were very surprised to learn about the boss as they gathered the harvest. "Holy shit!" they exclaimed. "Who knows how to carve it up? We've never seen anything like this before." "Don't worry about that," I said. "Just load it in as is. I'll take the cadaver for myself and compensate you for it with more of the other harvest." Prochor shook his head. "I don't think we have any claim on an equal cut. We only did about 20% of the work clearing this focus." Even Alan didn't object to that. After his escapade in the cave, he had suddenly become very quiet. Maybe he'd spent all his emotions for the day. But I had no intention of keeping the lion's share of the harvest for myself. I said, "You have pledged your allegiance to me, and you know that I will soon start my own clan. When that happens, Purgatory will become a clan organization." All 4 of the warriors looked up at me and listened intently. I continued, "Of course, your company will lose some of its independence, but in exchange, it will acquire privileges you did not have before. Together, we'll be able to access higher-ranking foci, and naturally, as head of the clan, I will invest in Purgatory's development. Who will be in charge? Brandon furrowed his brow. Prochor, of course. I see no reason to remove him from that position. All the financing will go through him as well. Salaries, shares of catches, and so on. However, I propose that we work out those details later. Right now, let's hurry to gather everything we can possibly carry out of here. The soldiers whooped and hollered when they heard the last part. They evidently liked what they heard about developing Purgatory as a clan organization, too. Their eyes lit up when I mentioned the higher-level foci. I think even the most skeptical of them were now convinced I could handle ones even more serious than today's. However, I would also like Purgatory itself to be a force to reckon with. I needed them to be able to clear most of the foci without relying solely on me. I was sure we would achieve this with more training and improved equipment. Besides, Prochor and Alan were both obviously predisposed to necromancy. If they could rise to at least apprentice level, maybe they wouldn't be able to create their own chimeras, but they could definitely control existing ones. That would be a major help. Once I was sure not a single monster was left in the focus, I sent my chimeras to load themselves back onto the bus. Prochor called his team of garbage men and had them start sorting the catch. I still didn't see the point of exposing my undead servants to people who didn't need to know. The fewer people knew about them, the more advantage I had over everyone else. Just as the garbage men showed up, I saw the very thing I had been hoping would not happen. Naturally, when we had left for the focus, I could not leave our residence unguarded, considering how often we had unwanted visitors. I had set up my own surveillance system. I loved the idea of video cameras. They were one way the Descendants had done well. Of course, I had my lizard, my Shadow Scout, and could easily make as many of these cameras as I wanted. But the Shadow Scout had one considerable flaw. There was a limit to the distance at which it could communicate with me. The farther I was, the more energy the lizard had to spend to send me thought images. A millennium ago, I wouldn't have minded because I was literally swimming in energy all the time. Now, however, I could not afford to waste any on things that were not top priority. Until I restored my life force fully, I would have to content myself with simpler methods, though no less effective. I'd spent all night laboring over that very task. There are birds everywhere, and they are rarely noticed. They make great shadow scouts. No enemy will feel threatened by a regular pigeon or crow sitting in a tree, and it's highly unlikely that they would watch the birds for long enough to notice that they don't fly. I had done a job to make them look like living birds at first glance. They could turn their heads, clean their feathers, and even hop up and down on their perch, but they could not fly. At first, I'd wanted to teach them to patrol the streets, but I quickly realized this would make them more like shadow scouts, so I thought better of it. Experience has shown that one well-developed shadow scout takes 5 times as much energy as 5 stationary observers. A shadow scout had to memorize whatever information I had requested and transmit it to me in real time, whereas observers just watched passively most of the time, and, unless they noticed certain conditions in what they were observing, immediately forgot it. In other words, they worked more like an alarm than as a video camera, sending an emergency signal if anything went wrong. I had taken care to program them with a good notification system. When I got a ping from one of the birds, I knew there was trouble at the house. "Call Olga," I called out to Prochor. "Right now." He was taken aback, but dialed her without arguing. "She's not answering," he said, concerned. "What happened?" "We're going to find out," I said, motioning to the bus while rushing to the Chimera Mobile. "Follow me." This definitely wasn't the time to let the overly cautious Alan drive, and besides, we needed the extra space. "If you scratch the upholstery, I'll unresurrect you," I informed Phobos as he jumped into the back seat as I had telepathically ordered him. The Chimera Hound looked down guiltily. If he knew how to hide his claws like a cat, he probably would have. Before leaving for the focus, I had instructed Olga in detail on what to do if anything unexpected happened. Also, Fred was with her. Still, the sooner I could get home, the better. The Chimera mobile peeled out and rushed off down the forest road, accelerating. Unusually, Police Officer Dave Fast was on duty with a partner today. It was easier catching speeders together than alone. One of you holds the radar, the other flags down the violator. No need to rush. Luckily, Dave's partner Andre was a pretty nice guy. They even hung out outside of work and enjoyed knocking back a couple beers after work at a local pub. Their shift was drawing to a close, and they were already planning how they would unwind that evening. It had been a really slow day. This spot, which was right where you exited the city and could finally open it up on the open road after being stuck in traffic for a while, normally yielded a great catch. But today there had been almost no speeders. Wait a second. What were those clouds of dust up ahead? Andre gleefully aimed the radar, while Dave squinted, trying to see the speed racer better. Neither of them had ever seen anyone drive that fast before in their lives. The low-riding sports car was maneuvering through pretty tight traffic like a snake slithering through the tiniest openings between cars. It circumvented them as if they were parked, and twice they saw it enter the oncoming traffic lane, only to switch back again with incredible speed and grace. It all happened so fast, the other drivers didn't even have a chance to react, and yet there wasn't one dangerous moment in the whole thing. 260 miles per hour, Andre exclaimed emotionally. We have to stop him immediately. What are you waiting for? But Dave had recognized the memorable ivory-colored Lamborghini. He softly lowered his partner's hand, which was reaching for the siren. Wait, he told Andre. I've seen this car before. Its owners are pretty out there. It's best not to get in their way. Are you serious? Dave's partner was outraged. Take my word for it, Dave sighed. The man's in a hurry. Let him be. Dave was concerned that Andre was going to start arguing, but the Lamborghini flew past them so fast that any argument would have been moot within seconds. After work, having tippled not their usual 2 beers, but 5 shots of hard drink, Dave had a flashback to the moment the car had sped past them, and he realized that he had seen another strange detail which had not registered until this moment. There was a happy dog's face sticking out of the window of the speeding car. This dog's eyes were afire with an otherworldly green, and its head was the size of a horse's. As he walked to the van, Ignatius came up with several stories. He was trying to decide which one was the most believable. But as people started piling out of the vehicle, he realized something was wrong. There was no point bringing 8 people to see the sight. You only need that kind of entourage at a negotiation if you have no intention of negotiating, but plan to go straight to fighting. Ignatius stopped walking and studied the uninvited guests from a distance. As a garbage man, he had often worked with the gifted, so he could tell them from regular people very easily. He couldn't quite tell just what level they were, but they looked like experienced battle magicians and acted likewise, confidently and smoothly, like a well-oiled machine. They headed straight for the house where Ignatius's daughter was. They didn't all go inside, but spread out and took observation and defense positions around the house. Ignatius knew that if he kept staring at them, they could easily kill him. For no reason, just in case. It's not that he was scared, but he knew that such a pointless death would do nothing to help the cause. However, he couldn't just stand idly by and let them do whatever they were doing either. He quickly returned to the construction site and ordered the wraiths to take down the magician that stood nearest by. The wraiths were armed with crowbars and sledgehammers. When he saw the crowd of construction workers walking toward him, the magician didn't even understand what he was seeing at first. "What's up, fellas?" he asked them in an almost friendly tone. "Don't stick your noses in other people's business. Go back to where you came from." By way of a reply, one of the construction workers hit him with a sledgehammer. That is, it hit his magic shield. "What the hell?" yelled the gifted. "Are you looking for trouble?" Then he materialized a greenish sword in his hand and attacked. It was that color because of the poison that the Velascos traditionally used in battle. The magician took a step away from the crowd of insane construction workers, slipping out of the tightening circle they were forming around him. His fencing skills enabled him to dodge their clumsy blows easily, as well as hit them himself. Only, he had already stabbed several of them with his sword, and none of them had had any reaction to this. The workers continued to charge as if they could feel neither pain nor poisoning. This was concerning. The magician doubled down on his defenses. He put even more energy, poison, and additional spells into his sword. He even chopped the arm of one of the attackers off, but they continued to charge him like nothing had happened. The magician was surprised to find that he was getting out of breath. Every time his assailants hit his shield, they were slowly but surely draining it, so he had to keep putting more energy into it so he wouldn't lose his protection altogether. The spells, too, were energy expensive, which he was using to constantly upgrade his sword. In his mind, he was freaking out. How was this possible? They weren't even gifted. What was the matter with them? Why weren't their wounds hurting them? Furthermore, he was the only one on this side of the building, and his comrades weren't aware of what was happening. And he wasn't in a hurry to call them either. They would laugh him off the job if he called for help against a group of common day laborers. They weren't so common, in fact, but how was he supposed to explain that to his co-workers? This was up to him alone. He made attack after attack, but all his elegant fencing was no match for the crowd of invincible workers wielding massive metal implements. Once he could no longer maintain his shield against the demonic blows it was constantly receiving, he finally cried out. Another magician appeared from behind the corner, wearing a cape and a fancy bandana. "What are you yelling for?" he asked, running over to the desperate magician. "And who are these hobos?" But he received no response, as just then a sledgehammer of one of the killer builders came down on the cranium of his comrade, and he collapsed to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Then, the killers switched their attention to him. Ever since Olga had started learning to receive thought images from the Shadow Scout, Max would often leave the lizard near her. This time, too, he had not taken the Shadow Scout along. It wouldn't be that helpful in the focus. The Bonehounds were much better at battle scouting. The avian surveillance cameras were working in test mode for now, so Olga wasn't receiving anything from them yet. The lizard was darting around somewhere nearby. Olga was practicing reading what it was sending her faster. That's how she knew a van had pulled up in front of her house. It didn't belong to Purgatory, so the young woman immediately became alert and tense. People didn't usually visit her with good intentions these days. Even her regular clients, who used to come to her office, had gone MIA, as if they'd intuited something was wrong. Olga remembered Max's instructions and immediately signaled Fred. The Wraith instantly blocked the way from the vestibule into the dining room with a wardrobe and stood at the ready. In accordance with Max's instructions, Olga picked up Archie and grabbed Alina by the hand, dragging them downstairs to the cellar.
"What's the matter?"
Alina asked, following obediently. "I don't know, but better safe than sorry." Bam! They were already on their way out the back door when they heard the crash of the front door flying off its hinges. Again! What was the point of even having a door? The uninvited guests entered the house, where they were met by Fred and his new friend, the Griffin handheld machine gun. Max had felt this gun would be perfect for the Wraith, and had borrowed it from Purgatory before he left. The whole house shook from the sound of the rounds shooting off, and right after, frightened screams were heard. Olga didn't know this, but the rounds of this machine gun, when fired point blank, immediately overloaded and pierced the shield of any magician up to and including Magister level. After that, they entered the body, causing a lot of unpleasantness. Olga wasn't frightened of the sound. On the contrary, it made her feel satisfied. The people who kept breaking down the door of her house were getting what they deserved. Hearing the sounds of shooting, the girls sped up and literally flew down the stairs into the cellar. She was a little concerned for Fred, who had remained upstairs, but Max's instructions had been unequivocal. If the situation is critical, do not save the Wraith. It knows how to take care of itself. "What about my father?" Alina remembered, scared. "He's at the construction site. I doubt anyone knows he's connected with us in any way. They won't touch him. Olga comforted her friend, even though she herself was not totally sure what she was saying was true. In any case, the neighboring plot might be safer than this cellar. Can you check? With the lizard? Alina asked, nervously playing with her hair. Olga felt like facepalming herself. Of course, she said. This was the first time she had been in danger without the senior Richter being around, so she was nervous and forgot everything, including the Shadow Scout, which had warned her of the new visitor's arrival in the first place. This was wrong. She needed to learn to be collected and level-headed like Max. She concentrated on the lizard's thought images. The first thing she noticed was the Velasco crest on their van, which she had not seen right away. Of course, who else? Then, she made sure Ignatius was not in danger, and discovered that furthermore, the brigade of builders was on its way to help them. She told Alina all of this. It was too bad Olga couldn't maintain contact with the Shadow Scout for long. She had to take a 1 to 2 minute break. What could happen in such a short time? That very moment, as if to mock her, the hatch to the cellar suddenly flew open. The seal! Olga remembered that she hadn't activated the seal that would have closed the lid shut. What an idiot! She had forgotten from all the nerves. Light flooded into the cellar, but they hid behind a dresser in one of the rooms and did not light the magic lamps so the enemy would maybe not think to look there. But that wasn't to be. A brazen man's voice said, "I know you're in here, and I have a whole lot of questions for you. If you want to live, stop hiding like rats and come out, or else I'll come and get you." The two girls were silent. Alina pressed herself to Olga like a wet leaf. "Don't say I didn't warn you," the enemy yelled threateningly and took a step down the stairs. The girls still didn't make a peep, hoping that he wouldn't find them, but Archie couldn't contain himself. Barking loudly, he ran right for the stairs to defend his mistress to the last. Seeing the small dog downstairs, the enemy snickered. But then he heard a deep, vibrating growl behind him. Phobos was here to help out his little buddy. Chapter 5. No sooner had the Chimera mobile come to a stop than Phobos leapt out. I didn't even have to give him any commands. He automatically knew the house was under threat. That had triggered the Chimera to feel an acute urge to defend it and the friends inside. Having impeccably assessed that they were in the cellar, the undead canine didn't even bother trying to get inside the house. He made straight for the patio out back, where the hatch to the cellar was. He was just in time. Some intruder was just about to go down there. Olga really needed to train more, so she could develop better behavior in battle. It was too bad she hadn't remembered everything I'd taught her. I had shown her how to activate the seal on the hatch. She should have had this imprinted on the inside of her skull by now. Anyway, this time we made it. Roaring loudly and deeply, Phobos attacked the asshole trying to break into the cellar. A minute later, all that was left of him was a few scattered chunks of flesh. He never had a chance. Like all Velascos, he tried to defend himself with poison spells. But what could be dumber than using poison against the undead? It would have been more effective if he'd thrown rocks at Phobos, or swung a stick at him. My granddaughter was no longer in imminent danger, but I thought the Bonehound's methods were a little bit of overkill. I preferred to work with whole corpses, and didn't want to have to gather chunks of gore all over the yard. Furthermore, I resolved that it was time to do something about this constant onslaught of Velascos. Not that I was against being at war with another clan, but if a thing is worth doing, it's worth doing right. These small-time cat-and-mouse games were only damaging the house and whetting my appetite for battle. Nor would today be any different. I had already heard the shooting inside. Fred was having a field day. It was time to join in the fun. I left Phobos to guard the cellar in case someone else decided to try to go down there, and went into the house through the back door. I had already received information on the situation inside from the lizard, and I knew there were at most 5 enemies still living. Phobos had just torn one to pieces, and, to my surprise, 2 more had been whacked by the construction workers. Ignatius had already earned a prize on his first day on the job. In the house, a new surprise awaited me. Fred had shot another one of the magicians with the griffin and had now taken a defensive position on the second floor, by the stairs. The enemies were huddled together, working out a plan for how to break through with the least possible losses. They hadn't noticed me yet, and I was in no hurry to draw their attention. It seemed the Velascos still didn't take us seriously. It would have seemed otherwise at first glance. After all, they did send a big group of battle magicians. But only one of them was an executor, and the rest were only magisters. What kind of people were these? Instead of informing us in advance that they were going to visit, then sitting down and discussing everything in a civilized way, they had forced me now to be thinking about where to fit the better part of another 10 of their corpses. Unfortunately, not being a magician, Ignatius had not built me a new laboratory in one day's time. It made sense to take one of them alive, but this made things a lot more difficult. I've always hated holding myself back. It ruins all the fun. Truth be told, though, the Velascos weren't that much fun anyway. All their capabilities were based around poison, so they were a piece of cake for a necromancer. Even their elders, as I remembered, had at most been able to turn into wyverns. Finally, they stormed the stairs. The executor naturally ran in front, turning into a reptile walking on hind legs with huge teeth and claws. Their plan was simple. The leader's shield would be able to withstand a barrage of rounds from the machine gun. The possibilities of regular weapons were quite limited after all, or else vindictive ungifted would have already wiped out all the magicians. The executor covered the others, and they clearly believed that the 4 of them would be able to take the shooter down once they got to him. But they still hadn't noticed me. They were counting on their comrades stationed outside to guard the house and signal them if there was any trouble. The guy Phobos had ripped to shreds had simply not had a chance to sound any kind of alarm, and for some reason, the other 2, the ones the builders had finished off, also hadn't warned their friends inside of danger. These fools had nobody to blame but themselves for what happened next. I quickly made my way to the stairs too, and did the same thing my Reaper had recently done. While the warriors were on the stairs, I instantly shredded the staircase's supports into sawdust, and the whole thing collapsed from under them. They all fell in a hapless heap, swearing up a storm. The only one who had been able to escape the collapsing stairs was the executor. Sensing something was amiss, he had leapt up to the second floor. Once there, he froze, not knowing whether to help his friends or attend to Fred, who all the while continued shooting at him. I was already busy pumping the life force out of the others, so if I were him, I would have focused on Fred. This type of mishap is very common, and for some reason it never fails to knock even the most experienced magicians totally off balance. I have never understood that. How can you have so little situational awareness? There is absolutely no guarantee that the earth won't fall out from under your feet, that the house won't collapse on top of you, or that a meteorite won't come down on your head. In my life, I have personally experienced all of the above and more. These events can be caused by forces of nature or by adversarial magicians. I have never taken the ground beneath my feet for granted. Our guests were just a pack of silly idiots. To charge all at once like that, without leaving someone behind to cover them from the rear. I set about collecting my energy tax from them. I was able to get all of them at once by placing each hand on a different one and one foot on a third's head. The executor decided to ignore Fred and attack me. He jumped down from the second floor, aiming to come down right on top of me and knock me off my feet. I had to let go of my victims to dodge his fall, not having taken all of their life force yet. 2 of them were almost comatose, but one was able to get up and was now feverishly trying to make a magic spell of some kind. The executor jumped on me again. Bad idea. I stepped into the shadow and reappeared right behind him, shadow blade in hand. But my blow was deflected by his shield. This guy had a lot of strength, and was able to restore his spells quickly. He also turned out to be very skilled. He instantly turned around and swiped at me with his scaly, clawed hand. I deflected his blow with my protective dome, but he even managed to crack it. This was one physically powerful reptile. He launched another vicious attack, and the other magician, who turned out to be a support warrior, managed to weave together a spell. The reptile now moved even faster, and shadow spectacles appeared on both of their faces. I was familiar with that spell and knew right away what was about to happen. Within 1 second, an opaque and toxic cloud filled the whole room. The glasses enabled them to see through the fog. But unfortunately for them, as a necromancer, I could feel entities both living and dead in my vicinity. The only unpleasantness their spell caused me was that now I had to constantly clear the toxins out of my organism.
That was something I was able to do on autopilot without being distracted from battle. Thinking he now had an indisputable advantage, the executor set about attacking me like a rabid dog. He was obviously too confident in his physical strength and was accustomed to relying on it, which was no surprise. The huge lizard really was monstrously strong, even for an executor. Every time I dodged one of his attacks, he left deep grooves in the walls, furniture, and even the floor of my stable. The fact that he couldn't seem to hit me pissed him off no end. I decided to give the guy the gift of life. He would be the one I would leave alive to work for me. The other's fate was a foregone conclusion. I moved over to the support warrior, who was already moving like a half-dead fly, and knocked him out with one move. I also had a surprise for the reptile. His glasses responded to infrared light, so they only made him able to see the living. Phobos was silently creeping toward us. I purposely let the executor get closer to me. When he leapt at me, I dove right into his claws while pumping my shadow blade full of energy so I could knock through his shield. When he lunged, Phobos jumped on his back and brought him down to the floor, pinning him down on the hardwood with all his weight. I ordered him not to gnaw on the executor. He put his giant open maw around the reptile's neck, making it clear what would happen if he made a move. The poison cloud dissolved. The executor was screaming obscenities and demanding answers. I calmly walked over to him and took his energy until he lost consciousness. Then, just as methodically, I finished off the others. Ramiro Velasco was not the strongest magician in the clan, but he showed a lot of promise. His energy reserves were impressive even from the point of view of the highest order of battle magicians, the clan's eruptors. He was only a year or two, at most 3, away from being promoted to destructor level. He was doing all right, in other words. Even despite his lack of assets besides physical strength, his career was on the up and up. When he'd been sent to investigate the strange happenings at the house of the healer Richter, he hadn't taken the assignment seriously. He didn't even want to take the junior soldiers with him, his superiors insisted. What now? All his people were dead, and he himself was… Where was he anyway? And what was wrong with him? Ramiro was totally confused. He also couldn't move a muscle. He was barely able to even move his tongue. He no longer felt even a trace of his previous reserves of power. This wasn't just depletion. His strength had been severed. He tried to speak, but only a weak rasp was able to escape his chest. Someone bent down over him, and he saw the face of a young guy of about 25. The young guy smiled, and it felt as though a stranglehold was loosened from his neck. Then, he heard the young man's soft, calming, almost tender voice. "What's your name?" Not knowing why, he immediately answered truthfully, "Ramiro Velasco." "Who sent you to die here, Ramiro?" "Indeed, who?" At first, the executor had nothing but haze in his mind. But this haze started to dissipate, to be supplanted by rage. He really had almost died. How could the leadership have allowed this to happen? They should have sent eruptors here, or even archmages, the highest rank of gifted, whose members far exceeded the limits of any other class of battle magicians, or any other kind of magicians for that matter.
Santiago, Ramiro rasped, the regional head of the Velasco clan. The executor felt it was only right to give up his boss's name. Let him take responsibility for his own mistake. What were your orders? To apprehend everyone involved in the disappearance of clan members, question them, punish them, and then kill them. You fuckers will never learn, the questioner mumbled to himself. What? Ramiro hadn't quite heard.
Nothing, the young man spoke again in a gentle voice.
You've got nothing to worry about. Just deliver a message from me to your Santiago, and after that, it will be all over. Like a lot of other rich and influential clans, the Velascos owned a whole skyscraper in the center of town. The offices inside were abuzz like a beehive. The Velascos owned dozens of companies, large and small. The city was constantly developing, and these companies had plenty of business. Hundreds of people ran around the floors of the building, calculating revenues and expenses, making deals and planning meetings, and in short, doing business. It was quite natural that in all the hubbub, no one noticed yet another Velasco, even with his somewhat haggard appearance. Besides, battle magicians were always aloof. They still commanded respect, however, and had very high levels of security clearance. That's why Ramiro was able to make his way, undetected, to the highest floors of the skyscraper, where the highest ranks of the Velasco clan's city authorities were having a meeting. But once he got up there, the problems began. Ramiro did not have clearance, so he went up to the guards and started trying to talk them into letting him in. "What's wrong with you, Ramiro?" The guard named Juan asked him. "Are you high or something?" They weren't friends, but they were acquainted, and Juan had never seen Ramiro looking so lost and stupid before. "I need to speak to Santiago right away," he said flatly, ignoring Juan's friendly banter. "Everyone needs to speak to Santiago, especially today. He's not seeing anyone right now. They're having a meeting. Wait a couple hours, or until tonight. Who knows how long they'll be in there." "But I need to," Ramiro persisted. "It's very important." "I'm telling you, you're going to have to wait," Juan insisted. They continued like that for 15 minutes before a secretary who was sitting at a desk nearby intervened. "Shut up already," the buxom beauty exploded. "I'm trying to work here." "All right, wait another 5 minutes. The coffee will be here soon, and I'm going to take it into the boardroom. While I'm in there, I'll tell him you're demanding to see him." Strangely, this worked. Ramiro set about waiting patiently, no longer acknowledging Juan, who kept asking him questions. At last, the secretary returned from the boardroom. "Go ahead in, they'll see you now," she dropped as she returned to her desk. He didn't need to be told twice. A few seconds later, he was standing in the boardroom with 9 pairs of eyes fixed on him. "What's up, Ramiro?" asked Santiago, a brown-eyed man with long black hair gathered into a neat ponytail. "They told me you're all worked up and can't wait." "I must deliver a message from Max Richter." Santiago furrowed his brow. "Richter? The one who—" "Yes," said Diego, a dark-complexioned, older-looking man, the head of Velasco's armed forces in the city. "We sent Ramiro to investigate what was happening in the house of a leech named Richter. Max must be a relative of hers." "So what does that clown have to say?" Santiago guffawed. "Don't tell me he kicked your ass." Ignoring the insult, Ramiro answered gravely, "If you compensate the property losses and apologize for your people, then Maximilian Richter will have mercy on you and let you live." "What?" Santiago cracked up. The others in the room were also in paroxysms of laughter. "What's he gonna do? Give us an injection?" "What is this, a healer's uprising?" Diego asked after he finished laughing. "What if his needle is as big as your dick?" Someone attempted to joke. Another stupid rejoinder followed in response. "If it's the size of his dick, we've got nothing to worry about." And another wave of laughter filled the boardroom. "Quiet, boys. Don't forget we're aristocrats. We shouldn't be using words like that," Santiago concluded after he finished laughing. "Anyway, this idiot Richter needs to be taught a lesson. Let's bump him off, along with his whole family. I don't know what kind of dirty tricks he's using to defend himself against our people, but Ramiro interrupted loudly and flatly. Max Richter predicted you would say this. He said you were too dumb to hear the voice of reason. After saying these words, the messenger exploded into little pieces, likewise killing and tearing to bits everyone else in the office. Chapter 6. The aftermath of yesterday's carnage was even worse than I had anticipated. Ramiro had really applied himself, and the house looked like it had been visited by a dinosaur, which, given his reptilian battle form, was not so far off. One of the walls had been knocked through in several places. Shreds of the hardwood floor were scattered hither and thither. The furniture was even worse off. Even one of the window frames was broken, not to mention the stairs, which I had broken myself, so I couldn't really complain about that. When Olga emerged from the cellar and surveyed the scene, she could not speak. For several minutes, she just walked around the first floor, making strange gestures with her hands, and making like she was about to say something, but all she could do was open her mouth and close it again like a fish. Finally, she just waved her hand in a dismissive gesture and went to sleep on the only surviving piece of furniture, the couch in the living room with the broken television. Alina was much more emotional, but she was much less concerned with the condition of the house, which made sense given that she didn't live here, than with how her father was. He was fine. Ignatius had commanded his detachment of killer construction worker zombies from under cover, like a gray cardinal, while remaining invisible to the enemy. I praised him for this again, this time not only to myself silently, but out loud, to his face. Ignatius humbly said, "How could it have been any other way? Besides, Alina was inside the house." I clapped him on the shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter what motivated you. What matters is that you kept calm under critical pressure, and everything you did was for the good of the clan." Then, we discussed how big his bonus would be, and the repairs that were urgently needed in the house. He drove Alina home and came back alone, with a new window frame, some cement, boards for the stairs, and new hardwood for the floor. I wondered, where had he gotten all of this stuff at midnight? It turned out he had a good friend who owned a construction materials store. Thanks to him, Ignatius had been able to get all this stuff at such a late hour. I had a sneaking hunch that this friend of Ignatius's was soon going to get a lot richer, which was fine with me if it meant that all my wishes would be seen to quickly like this. The next thing I had to do was patch up the wraiths that had been damaged and put them to work. The construction workers went back again to the construction site, and I raised some fresh Velascos to clean up and repair the house. Let the ones who laid it to waste put it right again. There was some kind of justice in that, even though they themselves were no longer in a position to appreciate the fact. The work continued all night, and by morning the wraiths had almost returned everything to its original state. They had even filled the holes in the walls with cement and sheetrocked over them. When the stores opened in the morning, I woke up Olga and we went furniture shopping to replace the old stuff that had been broken. We also finally bought a new TV, which is what we were watching now. An attractive young lady in a business suit was talking about some boring stories from the life of the city, for some reason calling them news. Then, suddenly, she was interrupted by a breaking story from the center, where a young, curly-haired correspondent was reporting from in front of a burning skyscraper. The fire had enveloped only the lower floors of the building, however. "Criminal negligence or a terrorist act," the reporter monotoned with a comically serious facial expression. "An explosion rang out in the offices of Velasco Group Holdings half an hour ago, and the building then caught fire. The Velasco clan is conducting its own investigation. Outsiders are not allowed to take part." To be honest, the fire had not been part of my plan. The explosion in the heart of these assholes' hideout was of a somewhat different kind. It must be that someone in that office was smoking, and also the fire wasn't noticed right away. Therefore, what I was seeing on the screen delighted me no end. "It is considered likely that there are casualties," continued the correspondent. "Our colleagues have seen clan ambulances leaving the freight door of the building. It would be fun if they were on the way to see the Vallons. Afterwards, a most entertaining time could be had." The correspondent continued to drone on, but I was no longer paying attention. What mattered was that my message had been delivered. I must say, I was very proud of my new invention. It wasn't just a regular exploding corpse. For that, I would have had to put my own energy into it, and a lot, too, if I wanted to do a lot of damage. Which I did. But in this case, I was able to work so cleanly with his energy channels that the explosion was sparked and fueled by his own energy. And this Velasco had a lot of it. I knew right away that his store was much bigger than average, and he was able to replenish it very quickly. I had even considered taking him prisoner and using him as a battery. But I was already pretty good at replenishing myself as it was, and I didn't yet have a cell to keep live prisoners in. I could barely handle all the dead ones that were on my hands. Anyway, the bomb delivery strategy had been preferable for now. Olga also stopped paying attention to the news broadcast and was now looking at me pensively and with suspicion. In response, I snorted proudly, which gave me away completely. Olga's reaction surprised me. She didn't show any emotion or ask any questions. She just shrugged her shoulders and phlegmatically said, "Oh well, one Velasco more, one Velasco less." Then, having thought a little, she added, "I like this way of doing it. Let them find out what it means to have to restore your house." Olga went to practice her magic, and I went to greet Linda, who, as my shadow scout informed me, was approaching the house. "Oh, you moved the furniture around?" she said, noticing that the place was different after our renovation. I guess neither her daughter nor her husband had told her anything about yesterday's mayhem, so I didn't either. Instead, I invited her to sit at the new dining room table, and Fred made us tea. "I haven't been able to learn that much yet," she began. "But it is important information, so I decided to bring it to your attention right away." "I'm all ears." "A week ago, the land your house is on belonged to the House of Nielsen. That's what is indicated in your bill of transfer and your mortgage. But now, a different clan has bought it. Not the Velascos by any chance." I took a wild guess. "Exactly," Linda nodded. "By law, they were supposed to inform Olga of what had happened. I guess they didn't? Any idea why they bought it?" I ignored her question. "Maybe they're planning to build something here," the law clerk explained. "In addition to your land, they also bought several other plots, including the one where Ignatius is working right now." She took a sip of tea from a big green mug and added, "Unfortunately, the fact that your mortgage isn't paid in full yet practically unties their hands in a legal sense. They stand to profit from that fact. You can expect them to put pressure on you, maybe even threaten you. It's too late for that," I guffawed. Linda misunderstood my tone and started explaining compassionately. "Yes, unfortunately, that's a routine tactic of theirs in their dealings with the ungifted and people who aren't in their clan. It'll be very difficult to withstand their pressure. Don't worry about that." I rushed to put a stop to her concerns. "I'm interested in something else. I want to know who owns the other plots on this block. Also, if you can, please find out how and why they stopped belonging to the Richters. It's possible you'll have to dig through some extremely old documents, maybe even ancient ones." "Yes, of course. I'll continue my investigation today," she nodded eagerly. "And be discreet, Linda. Don't advertise your interest in the Richter's property too conspicuously. I'd hate for our enemies to become interested in you. So, if you feel anything weird at all, immediately contact me or call Olga." "I understand," she said seriously. Then we said goodbye, and she left. I really hadn't liked having a business meeting in a nightclub. There was too much noise, too much alcohol, and too many idiots there. If I took all my meetings there, the people I worked with were likely to become drunks. I preferred a different option. There was a very cozy VIP area in one of the cafes downtown. It was private, too. Prochor had paid me most of my cut for the first focus, so I wasn't in acute need of money. I decided that this VIP table should be reserved for me at all times. I wasn't accustomed to denying myself comforts, and I wasn't about to start. The same day at lunchtime, that reservation already came in handy. Olga, Prochor, Laura Allen and I sat down on little couches to talk business over a cup of coffee. Prochor and Laura both shone like polished silver. I couldn't decide which one radiated brighter. That morning, Prochor had already paid the assurance fee for the focus, So he was no longer under crushing debt, and Purgatory would live to fight another day. The other prospects we had discussed after clearing the Gamma obviously inspired him even more. Next to him on the couch, there was a large black leather bag that he kept petting lovingly. I smiled. That would prove useful to us. Lara looked very refreshed. You could even say she looked younger, even though she was quite young as it was. It seemed my treatment had not only benefited her skin, but also her head. It was obvious that she had not been drunk since our last meeting. She had also switched up the style of her clothing, which now looked less vulgar. "Cramming for exams?" I asked. She was shy. "It's all thanks to you," she said. "You can tell I'm more serious now?" she asked, smiling happily. "I decided that I have a chance to start over, and I'm going to really give it my best. I'll even be a model employee at work for my last 6 months. That way, they won't be able to complain about me. I'm going to need good references." "Atta girl," Olga said unexpectedly. "Thank you," Lara said again. "But that's not why you asked me here, is it?" "I need to register a clan," I cut to the chase. "No problem, but it's not a fast process. It takes from 1 to 6 months to process an application. And of course, you need a whole pile of money for the fee. And then all the bureaucratic audits will eat up a ton of your time. Of course, I'll put together a plan for you and explain everything." "That's not going to work," I interrupted. "I want it to be done in a week." Lara looked at me, confused. "But that's impossible. There's no way." Smiling, I pulled Procor's leather bag over to me. Then I started taking out gold and putting it on the table in front of Lara, in neat little stacks. "No," she kept protesting. "There's too much that needs to get done, too much bureaucracy. Max, stop doing that. Please!" But there were more and more piles of gold on the table, and finally, Lara inhaled hard through her nose and said, "All right, I'll try. I have to make a few calls. I'll be back soon." She ran off, and I called over the waitress. I ordered a couple of mugs of coffee and a cheesecake for Olga. She loved that dessert, but for some reason was always embarrassed to order it herself. A few minutes later, Lara returned, much more confident of her abilities. "Well, I got in touch with a couple of my colleagues. Maybe we'll be able to do it," she said. At any rate, when they heard how much it was worth, they caught the bug of my enthusiasm and will do everything they can. That's exactly what I had expected. With a lot of money, you can often accomplish a lot more even than by force. Since time is so much of the essence, Lara added, let's get a few things straightened out right away. She took a notepad out of her bag and asked me a few general questions about the status of Purgatory, about Olga, and so on. Then she asked, "What school of magic will be the basis of your clan?" "Healers," I smirked. She furrowed her brow in a comical way. "But that's insane. I'm very grateful to you, Max, so I would be remiss not to warn you. A clan with such a weak specialization immediately becomes fodder for every manner of vulture. They'll do everything they can to destroy you as quickly as possible. You'll never have a day of peace." She wanted to say something else, but I stopped her with a gesture and answered, smiling, "That's even better. The more enemies, the more catch." When I said that, Olga snickered and licked her lips bloodthirstily. I was raising a new monster within the Richter clan, and I was loving it. Lara noticed it too. It scared her, and her eyes darted away from Olga and onto me. "All right, then I'll go right now. There's a mountain of papers that needs to be prepared, and I have to meet with a bunch of people." She looked at the money, unsure. "You can take some now," I confirmed. "I know you'll need it for various negotiations and such." "Thank you," she said, and started shoving the gold into her bag. I've always been amazed how much can actually fit into those women's purses, which look so small from the outside. It was like some kind of space magic. "I'll bring the papers the moment they're ready," Lara said, and ran off. Today was not a very clear day. It was a bit overcast. But to Ignatius, the sun was shining brighter than ever. Yesterday's raid by the Velascos had not frightened him in the least. Of course he was concerned for his daughter, but all's well that ends well. As for him, He had really felt like someone for the first time. He was proud of himself, and the boss had praised him too. The head of the Astor household had lived a long time, but no one had ever really valued him, except his family. At the factory, he was just one of the garbage men. Even when they trusted him with something more, they still didn't take him seriously. And they certainly never got bonuses at the factory. The bosses knew most of them had nowhere to go, and took advantage of the fact shamelessly. Now that he was one of Richter's men, he had been rewarded with a bonus on his very first day. Plus, he just liked working here. Maybe the boss could be persuaded to raise a few more wraiths for him. Ignatius had fully come into his own with his construction workers, and felt he could take on a larger volume of work. Right now, the 5 he had weren't enough to move large and heavy steel beams, of which there were several. Ignatius didn't want to saw them into pieces and move them that way. His industrious nature balked at that kind of wastefulness. The beams were in excellent condition and would no doubt be useful when they resumed construction. But the boss was away, and it was impossible to reach out to him with a new request just now. Then Ignatius remembered Fred. He was the strongest and most advanced of Richter's wraiths, and he was never deactivated like the others. If he asked Fred for help, he would probably understand. Ignatius entered the house and found Fred almost right away. The wraith was sitting quietly on the edge of the couch near the new TV. Next to him, on a cushion, was Archie, and the 2 giants Phobos and Deimos were lazily wagging their tails on the rug at his feet. A cooking show was on, and they were all staring at the screen very intently. The shrill host was criticizing one of the untalented participants for burning the scallops again. He soon switched to yelling at another contestant who had managed to ruin a risotto. Fred was staring with his senseless gaze at the screen, and even nodded his head as though he was memorizing the recipe. This scene took Ignatius aback, and at first, he didn't know what to do. He coughed very softly. This made Fred jump up from the couch, grab the bucket and rag, and start dusting a nightstand that was nearby. Ignatius finally found the nerve to ask for a hand. Fred understood, nodded, and followed him outside. The dogs didn't budge. They really seemed enveloped in the show. That's when the program was interrupted by another breaking news flash. We have learned, the anchorwoman was practically jumping out of her blouse with excitement, that to investigate the causes of the explosion and aid in the building's restoration in person, the heiress of the Velasco clan, Countess Isabella, known also as Bella the Destroyer due to her reputation for radical measures, is coming to our city. Sources close to the mayor's office say this solution has been compared to, quote, using lighter fluid to put out a fire, close quote. The Velasco clan has been asked what their plans are so that appropriate measures may be taken. The anchorwoman went pale, but stoically continued, to declare a state of emergency and evacuate the citizens. Chapter 7. Bro, is it just me, or is someone trying to make us look like fools? Phil said dubiously. Simmer down. I'm sure it's not their first day on the job, Hans disagreed. I've heard they used to put green lipstick on actresses back in the days of black and white TV. Apparently it looked better that way. Yeah, that's probably it, Phil tried to pacify himself. The 2 warriors for the future of humanity were sitting in the green room of the television studio, waiting to be called to appear on the air, and they were horribly nervous. They had not expected to be invited here. Hans wasn't really sure their warnings would be taken seriously by anyone at all, but Phil did not lose hope. He still remembered the journalist who had promised to publish their materials about the zombie invasion, and now that day had come. But when they read the article, the 2 pals felt deflated. Why did he have to put that in at the end? Hans raged. It was fine without that. 'Cause he's a dumbass, Phil agreed once he reached the end of the article. The article started out in a foreboding style that set the right atmosphere. It seemed like the journalist really believed in the danger the boys had warned of. But then, at the end, he made it known in no uncertain terms that Phil and Hans frequented bars and liked to drink hard beverages. By doing that, he was clearly divesting himself of any liability for potentially false information, as if to say, it's not clear whether there really is a zombie invasion, or if his sources simply hallucinated it in a drunken stupor. You don't have to be drunk to see the truth. He'll be sorry he didn't listen. They all will. This one stumbling block did not discourage them, just the opposite. It fortified the guys in their belief in the rightness of their cause even more. That's why, when someone contacted them from a television show, they eagerly agreed to take part. The invitation was urgent. A roster that had been planned for a long time had canceled last minute, and now the managers were urgently looking for something to fill the airtime. They had decided to go with a rubric about unsolved urban mysteries. Phil and Hans were to go on last. They were hurriedly hustled into the makeup room and made up to look better, or so they thought. For some reason, once the stylists were done with them, they looked even more tired and downtrodden. But they didn't pay much mind to that. Who knows with these TV people? Finally, they were ushered into the green room to patiently wait to be called to come out. It was a long time. This was a talk show where the host sat in a comfy armchair and asked his guests about this and that. He was given to gotcha questions and was always trying to embarrass his guests somehow. But that didn't scare Phil and Hans. They were certain of themselves and their words. They laughed heartily at the first guest, who claimed he had been abducted by space aliens and that he was now pregnant with their child. If that guy is giving birth to anything, it's a keg of beer, Hans laughed. He's a schizo, just look at him. Early onset. The host was also making fun of the little guy, who just kept trying to explain himself, which became more and more awkward. In the end, it turned out he had even been to another planet, and his child was going to have the strongest magical power on this earth. Finally, that guy's time was up. He came backstage and appeared right next to the two friends waiting there. You really believe that stuff? Hans asked him. The alien abductee snorted, and all evidence of insanity disappeared from his face. Who would believe that nonsense? Aren't you two actors too? I get paid to go on different talk shows and make an idiot of myself. After he said that, he quickly left. They called the next guest to the studio. It was a woman of about 30 with brown hair and blue eyes and a conservative hairstyle. She was Phil's type, and he stared at her, which his friend noticed. Find yourself a new MILF? Hans needled him when she left the room. Phil snorted. Let's listen to what she has to say. The woman said her name was Charlotte, and that strange things had been happening in her neighborhood. She was especially astounded by some birds that weren't behaving like real birds. She started explaining the details, but even Phil was only half listening to her. What a boring role they gave her, Hans said. Definitely, his buddy agreed. When she finished, she too came backstage and walked past them on her way out. Phil called out to her, Charlotte, are you an actress too? What? No, she exclaimed, outraged. You don't believe me either, huh? Why does everyone think I'm stupid? She walked faster, but Phil caught up with her again. Stop. Hey, I believe you. It's just that space alien guy, he's an actor, so I thought... Really? Charlotte opened her eyes wide in surprise. He was so convincing. Really? So you'd better, stay. Hear our story. And then I'd like to see those birds of yours. She wasn't sure, but finally agreed. This guy didn't inspire confidence at all, but still, he was willing to look at her evidence and didn't just dismiss her like everyone else had, so she stayed. Now she sat, mouth agape, listening to his and his friends' stories about seeing zombies. She believed them. Some sixth sense was telling her these zombies and her birds were somehow connected. When the host started making fun of Phil and Hans the same way he had done with her, she came to respect them even more. They were like her. They noticed more than other people. They could see past their own noses. And Phil was so charming. much more attentive to what Charlotte had to say than even her own husband. If these guys were right and the world was in mortal danger, she too had to do everything in her power to prevent it. Now that I was officially an investor in purgatory, Prochor decided he needed to introduce me to his unhinged CFO. We had things to discuss. The fat man's name was Arnold Zeppelt. The only emotions his bloated face ever registered were displeasure, outrage, and other shades of irritation. I have no idea where Prochor had found this guy and why he was keeping him around. Working with people like him is difficult and unpleasant. Arnold didn't like anything at all. Even the news that Prochor had paid the assurance fee didn't inspire him. "It's just postponing the inevitable," he mumbled darkly. "Today we made it out somehow. But what now? Our credibility is damaged anyway, and the competition never sleeps." Prochor joyfully slapped him on the shoulder. "Cut it out, will ya? Can't you see we have a new partner and investor? Is that any way to talk to him? Have you completely lost your professionalism?" "With all due respect," Arnold dropped without a single glance at me, "I, unlike you, understand the full scope of our circumstances. You, Prochor, are relieved right now by our recent success, but you do not see how much the competition has grown. Things are not at all as simple as you think they are, and I'm afraid you're also misleading your potential partner." He pridefully tossed his hair and turned to me. "Max Richter, it is my duty to warn you that Prochor's enthusiasm notwithstanding, our company is shutting down. Investing in purgatory right now is a huge risk for you." "Man," Prochor scratched his chin. "I did not expect this from you, Arnie. I'm just practicing normal professional ethics. For me, purgatory is not just a place of work, but also an area of responsibility. I cannot risk my reputation by blatantly misleading investors. You'd better give some more serious thought to what we talked about." "That's out of the question," Prochor flared up. He clearly found this topic extremely unpleasant.
"All right, that'll be all," Arnold answered rudely. "It's my day off, especially since the vacation didn't work out."
"You'll get to your country house. We'll get through 2 tenders and you can take your vacation."
"Oh, it's real simple for you, isn't it?" the fat man harumphed. "Are you aware things need to be done on time? If you don't make it at the right time of the season, then you've got no homegrown vegetables and preserves for winter. I can't stand store-bought pickles. Everything has to be homegrown."
I would never have pinned Arnie for a lover of gardening and country life. I would have presumed he was more of a couch potato and a lover of junk food. In any case, he soon left, and, unbeknownst to him, he took my Shadow Scout with him. When the door closed behind him, Prochor sighed with relief and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Then he said, "For the life of me, I can't figure out why he's acting like that." "How did you get involved with him?" I asked. "When my father passed purgatory to me, almost his whole team retired along with him, including his CFO. I had to assemble a new team from scratch. Arnie was a different person then. He rooted for our business as much as I did. He had a ton of energy. Now it's like he's given up. He's tired of everything." Prochor sighed. "Sometimes I want to grab him by the collar and shake him. I think he sees every difficulty as the end of the world." Prochor didn't say anything else, but his words had made me think. Of course, Arnold didn't know how the guys had cleared that last focus, and that purgatory wouldn't have any more problems with that from now on. Still, for a guy who was supposed to be interested in a business he was working in, Arnie had an exceedingly strange attitude. It was as if he wasn't on Prochor's side. But then whose side was he on? In my time, there were no CFOs, so I didn't know much about them. I knew plenty about traders, however. Prochor considered Arnold a good buddy, if not a dear friend. That was seriously interfering with his ability to see things objectively. "Why don't you just fire him?" I asked directly. Prochor was taken aback. "Well, I mean, we've worked together for so many years. It wouldn't be right. Besides, he's a co-owner. His share is only about 15%, but still." Now I was even more suspicious. Why would you bury your own company with your own hands? Even if you did only own part of it, was the fat rat getting ready to jump ship? We were going to have to take a close look at his accounting once we were back from the auction, which was supposed to start in half an hour. That's where Prochor and I headed presently. I was curious to see a focus auction for myself at least once. At first, nothing interesting was happening. A bunch of people crowded together in a small auction hall, panting themselves on tight, uncomfortable chairs. All their eyes were fixed on the stage, at the back of which was a big map with places already marked on it. Evidently, these were the locations of various foci. A smiley blonde was standing next to the map, wearing a short, skin-tight red dress and holding a pointer. She looked like she was going to tell us the weather forecast. That morning, I had seen the exact same thing on TV. But no, the young woman remained silent and only pointed at various places on the map periodically. An older man stood next to her and droned on about the specifics of each focus. They started with regular alphas, which we had already agreed we wouldn't waste our time with. We wanted something tastier, at least a beta. Unfortunately, Prochor told me that deltas were almost never available for regular cleansing companies at auction. Even gammas were rare. Indeed, today the auction featured only 5 alpha foci, 1 beta, and 1 solitary gamma. What luck! Prochor started bidding on the beta, but some guy with a mustache, a tweed suit, and a beret that he for some reason never took off kept bidding higher. Prochor was disappointed. "Those dumbasses again," he fumed. I raised my eyebrow questioningly, and he explained. "The competition. That mustachioed prick is from a company called Mallet. They used to have nice guys in management. We often collaborated. But then, Claude, the former owner, went bankrupt. He couldn't pay his assurance fee, just like we almost couldn't just now. So now they're under new management. All their execs are new, and they're aggressively going after all the small companies in town. And the worst part is, it's working. Aside from us, there's only a couple other companies left that are still competing with them." I nodded understandingly and continued to watch the auction. Prochor was in another bidding war again. "Damn it!" He hit the armrest of his chair with his fist in disappointment. "There's no point going higher. It's getting to the point where we won't even break even." I could see that for myself. There was still one more focus left, the tastiest one. It was a gamma, but evidently one that had only recently attained that level. That meant there shouldn't be too much resistance from the monsters inside, but the crystal was already fully formed, green, and worth much more than the yellow betas and murky alphas. "The opening bid is 200,000 coins, the auctioneer announced. 210, Prochor immediately bid above the starting. 220, some dark-skinned guy in the other corner of the hall said. There was obviously going to be a serious fight for this lot. The bids very rapidly rose to 400,000 coins. The other bidders dropped out one by one, some of them disappointed and some angry. After 500,000, only Prochor and the guy from Mallet were left. 550, Prochor glanced over at me. That was all Purgatory could afford.
600, the mustache bid.
"Go to 7, I whispered to Prochor. His desperate eyes said, "We don't have it." I calmly nodded to him. 700, Prochor called out, drawing the surprised gazes of everyone in the hall. 800, yelled out the Mallet rep, without taking his eyes off Prochor. Prochor threw up his hands, and the auctioneer sold it to Mallet Head. "What was that?" Prochor asked me when we exited the hall. "How did you know he would beat us?" "It looks like they're willing to take a hit rather than let you have the focus," I said. Prochor shook his head. "I don't get it. How are they going to break even? Although they did take all the alpha foci too. I've heard that their owners have been doing this in all the cities. I guess they want to put all the competition out of business, and then, once they have a monopoly, they'll make all the profit in the world. All right, let's get out of here." I got up, threw one last glance at the map, and left the auction hall. Prochor followed me. When we got back to Purgatory HQ, I asked, "How often do you check the documentation Arnold keeps?" "Almost never," Prochor answered, furrowing his brow. "I'm a soldier, not an accountant. What are you getting at?" "You think your CFO went to his country house?" I dumbfounded him by asking. As soon as he left here, he ran to call your competitors. He said to them, and I quote, "Your plan with the Delta Focus didn't work. Procore climbed out of debt and even found some new investor. If you don't crush him now, later it might be too late." "Are you serious?" Procore asked, completely dumbfounded. "As you can see, their plan is to simply not let you have any foci and thereby strangle the air out of purgatory. But what's much more important is that the transitioning focus was apparently not an accident." Procore plopped into his armchair and was lost in thought. He was quiet for a long time, only occasionally furrowing his brow and making fists. "And I was so happy," he finally said. "When Mallet took all the focus that time, except one alpha and that gamma, I was very surprised they didn't fight for it at the time, but figured their idiot management put a limit on their budget. Now I can see how wrong I was. Of course. They're prepared to do anything to choke us to death. God damn it!" Procore smashed his fist down on the table. "I was such an idiot not to see it right away. But Arnie, that was my biggest mistake of all." After being quiet for a little while longer, he said, "For the first time, I not only want to kill the little bastard, but also do something pesky and gross to him. That rat loves his country house so much, I could go there right now and burn it down, along with his cellar where he keeps his goddamn pickles. They're good, too, the son of a bitch." After Procore was done venting, I said calmly, "Now listen to me." "I'm a little creeped out walking around here by myself," Alina said, looking around uneasily. "Don't worry, I'm here, and we're not alone," Olga said, nodding at Archie, who was running alongside them, happily wagging his tail. "I think he's a little small to be a guard dog." Alina looked at him dubiously. The girls had spent the whole day at the clinic, and then taken a few orders from overdosing Gifted in the evening. With every passing day, Olga was processing Abomination more and more confidently, and was now teaching Alina. Plus, working with aristocrats was still quite lucrative. Olga wasn't about to be dependent on Max, or make him solely responsible for the future well-being of the clan. No, not her. She wanted to be useful and powerful. Olga herself didn't notice how fast she was changing. She now understood how she used to be prepared to drag on at the humble existence of a lowly healer, a servant for other Gifted. She wanted Alina to understand this too. That's why she gleefully answered, "It's not the size that matters. You and I don't look dangerous, but soon we will be." Alina smiled cautiously, still not completely sure she could ever compare even with Olga. Richter had always had a real backbone, whereas Alina considered herself plain and soft, not someone who accomplishes a lot. "Hey, bitches!" An aggressive male voice was suddenly heard. Alina's heart immediately fell out of her chest, and they were almost there. They only had to walk past 2 more boarding houses. Why had Olga decided to take this shortcut? The girls turned around to see 3 guys in tracksuits emerge from an alley. One of them had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Alina started walking faster, but Olga suddenly stopped and looked at them kind of strange, like she was sizing them up. Sporting brazen grins, they came closer, and the one with the cigarette grabbed Olga by the shoulder and pulled her to him. "Hey, ho, let's get to know each other." Chapter 8. "Sure," Olga answered calmly, not even trying to get out of his grasp. "But first my dog has to like you." Archie was growling loudly and rearing to charge. He would have attacked the guy already if she hadn't been holding him back. Now that the Revenant was a level 2, Olga had a mental connection with it. For now, she could only give it the simplest commands. The dog could feel its owner was calm, and so he awaited her order. "That little mutt?" the thug with the cigarette laughed. "How about I kick it and it goes flying out of here?" The other 2 started laughing. He was obviously the leader, and the others mimicked his every move like hyenas. Weirdly, they all kind of looked like each other, like they were brothers. They were all of medium height and had the same dumb, entitled look in their eyes. 2 of them had basically the same haircut with gross bangs, like a bowl cut, so the third one, who was bald, looked good next to them. Alina overcame her fear came closer to them and asked concerned, "Excuse us, we're in a hurry." "Please don't touch my friend." The leader laughed. "Don't worry, honey. There's enough of us to go around." "Yeah, how can we ignore a pussycat like her?" The bald one giggled and took a few steps toward Alina with his hands outspread, like he was going to pet her. "You have 3 seconds to leave," Olga said severely. 1? "Hey, shorty, what's the problem? We're having a good time here," the leader said. He was still holding her elbow, and now also decided to put his arm around her. She kneed him hard in the nuts. The thug bent over in pain and howled a little, but didn't let go of her. His eyes welled up with rage, and he started pressing Olga to him with more force. "Are you fucking stupid, you fucking bitch? You don't want to be friendly, all right? Let's be unfriendly," he yelled as spit sprayed from his mouth every which way. Olga made a disgusted face, but rather than try to get out of his grasp, she put her hand on his forehead as though she was pushing away his face. But in actual fact, she was trying to do what she had so often seen Max do. If she could suck grace, that is, abomination, out of people, then why stop there? Olga hadn't told anyone, but she had already carefully tested this idea today at the clinic. Naturally, in a way that wouldn't do any harm to the patients. She was trying to figure out the best way to work with the ungifted, and she had. Now she saw these 3 losers as a way to practice without too many moral quandaries. When she felt the thin stream of foreign life force pumping flow into her, she was so elated she wanted to dance. But her concern for Alina kept her from fully focusing on the process. Luckily, Archie was with them. As her owner, Olga knew best what he was truly capable of. She was holding him back because she knew full well that the Revenant could easily maim or even kill a regular person. Just sicking him on someone uncontrolled would be unethical, even against these bastards. She didn't know how to leave behind no trace after a killing like Max did. So for now, Archie just got between the bald one and Alina. The thug was not impressed. He thought he could just kick the little dog and it would go flying, which is what he tried to do. "Get him off! Get him off of me! Someone! Ah!" The screaming echoed through the city blocks. Dwellers of the boarding house would look out the window momentarily, then disappear again in their rooms. No one was about to get involved or defend the girls. Bad luck, they thought to themselves. No one actually understood the reason for the screaming. The dog had lunged at the thug and clenched its jaws right on his junk. "It hurts!" he hollered in falsetto. Archie's bite was as strong as a bulldog's, and he had no intention of releasing his victim. The leader couldn't so much as turn his head sideways. He was like a frog, slowly boiling, not understanding what's happening to him. For some reason, he couldn't feel any pain or anything unpleasant. And yet, his strength was rapidly leaving his body. He wasn't in a hurry to call for help, as that would mean admitting he was being had by a girl. The third one rushed to help the bald one. He tried to kick the pesky dog a couple of times, but the dog kept evading his blows in such a way that each time he just ended up kicking his friend, which made his affairs even worse than they already were. The only one who remained uninvolved in this weird scene was Alina. But some switch went off inside her, and she rushed to help Olga in a fit of passion. "Stop!" Richter yelled. "Don't!" But it was too late. Alina literally tore the leader of the thugs away from Olga. He was so weak he couldn't stand, but he wasn't ready to give up. However, all he could muster was to sway over in Olga's direction and fall at her feet. "How? What did you—" Alina couldn't overcome her surprise. Now the third thug screamed bloody murder. Archie had let go of the bald one's package and had torn into this one's leg as he tried to kick him. He tore a whole chunk of meat out of that leg. The victim stared in horror at his hemorrhaging leg, then started trying to stop the blood with the palms of his hands. "Damn it!" Olga said and ran to him. She didn't want to kill the lowlifes. He was about to bleed out. Desperate, she grabbed the chunk of meat and put it back in place on his leg. She was not at all squeamish at this moment, but behaved like a consummate physician. Remembering how they had made the hounds recently, Olga called the shadow suturer and stopped the asshole's bleeding. He just kept staring at her the whole time, his eyes wide with horror and screaming, but he didn't resist. The bald one, meanwhile, was being guarded by Archie and was afraid to move a muscle. "May I go, please?" he sobbed. "I'll never hurt anyone ever again." Olga ignored him. She wanted very badly to finish her experiment with taking their energy. A couple of minutes later, two of the thugs lay nearby, unconscious. The third one sat in the middle between the other two with a totally absent look in his eyes, hugging his knees and swaying to and fro. Olga walked over to Alina, who was totally flabbergasted, and whispered in her ear, "Try to take his energy, like at the clinic." Alina returned to her usual anxious state and looked at Olga with a frightened expression, as though she was seeing her for the first time. "But go on," Olga encouraged her. Alina gingerly walked over to the bald one and carefully placed her hand on his forehead. He was so lost in his own reverie that he didn't even try to stop her. "It's working," Alina whispered after a minute. "It's working." "The main thing is to stop in time," Olga instructed. "We only need them unconscious." "Of course. I don't want to—" "Oh!" Alina yelped as it dawned on her. "We can kill like this, too." And now 3 thugs were lying on the floor, unconscious. "I feel like a vampire," Olga said, looking at them. "Next time, we'll find some good-looking victims." "What?" Alina exclaimed in fright. "Next time?" Olga laughed. "Oh, you're joking," Alina relaxed. "No, the jokes haven't started yet." Olga decisively walked over to the unconscious thugs and took one of them by the hand. She thought for a second, then turned him over on his stomach. Then, in one sudden jerk, she pulled down his pants, scrunching up her face in disgust at the sight of his pimply rear end. But she still wanted to carry out her idea. Max hadn't told her that the suturer worked great on living flesh too, but, as it turned out, it did. Each of the 3 thugs now had their right hand sutured to their ass. A good surgeon would be able to correct this easily, but they would learn not to catcall and grab women without consent. I had made sure to memorize the locations of all the foci that had been auctioned, but only one of them was suited best to my objectives. I was in the most difficult one, the Gamma. I had left the Chimera mobile closer to the highway, and the Purgatory bus that Prochor had brought my surprise in had returned to the city already. So I had to walk quite a distance. I didn't mind. It isn't every day you get an opportunity to walk in the woods. Unfortunately, as soon as you approach the focus, all the beauty goes away. I had to make an effort to make sure the cleansers who had already come to work there didn't suspect anything. I wasn't planning to genocide jumpers or any other small fauna. With an effort of will, I slowed down all the processes in my organism to the lowest maximum speed. Technically, I died. My heart wasn't pumping blood, and my lungs were not breathing air. I was kept alive only by the necrotic energy churning inside me. I had sort of turned into a revenant of the highest level. The thoughts glided through my mind with an incredible clarity and speed. No silly emotions clouded my reason, and none of the usual constraints of the human body held me back. It was nurturing, as though I was swimming in a rushing, ice-cold mountain river and didn't feel the cold. There's a name for this state. It's called being a lich, an undead magician. Some necromancers, once they become powerful enough to exercise this kind of control, they prefer not to return to their normal state, but choose to remain undead. They exchange the world of the living for power. They quickly lose interest in wealth, power, and attachments. They exist for one reason only, to grow ever more powerful. As for me, I had avoided falling into that trap before and wasn't about to now. So, I moved forward as fast as I could, so as to stay on this side of death for as little time as possible. I was only planning to stay in this state for a few hours, so I didn't really absolutely need the phylactery. It was a complex artifact I didn't have enough energy to maintain yet, and still easily relaunch the living processes in my body later. So, I had to take my chances without it and try to hurry. I walked among the predator trees and they swayed their branches over me, trying to sniff out the scent of life. I watched the jumpers wander around the fields, periodically having skirmishes with each other. Foci no longer belonged to our planet. I didn't have any proof, but all my observations pointed to the fact that the foci transformed everything in them to exist in some other conditions, in another universe. And we were losing to it. Right now, I was invisible to them, so I calmly set about effecting my plan. "Unload the manticores," commanded Cliff, the new captain of the mercenary brigade Mallet had hired. At least 25 warriors were milling around by the focus. They were doing everything they could to work very fast, but Cliff wasn't satisfied. "Move it, move it, move it! Or do you want to lose your bonuses?" he threatened. As Anton later found it, the commander's nickname was Cliff because he was capable of driving you right to the edge of the cliff with his way of insinuating himself. And Anton was fine with that. He thought about this as he dragged one of the 6 huge stationary machine guns out of the van and set it up on the ground. Mallet's financial situation had more than improved since those days when Claude had gone bankrupt and sold his company, along with all the equipment and soldiers. Not everyone had appreciated that. Anton especially didn't like it, as he and Claude had worked together for more than 5 years. But where could he go? If the Dickenses were in town, then everyone would soon be under them. Most of the soldiers just took it in stride and weren't looking to change anything. "Don't even think of quitting, too," Claude had told him when they were discussing what was happening. "I'm a lame duck. If I can start over, it's not going to be here. I've already bought the tickets." Anton was sorry to hear this, but his whole life was here, and he couldn't see following Claude somewhere to start a new company abroad. He stayed, but he found it more difficult to come to terms with what had happened than he had thought. Plus, most of the soldiers the new owners had brought with them had turned out to be total jackasses with inflated egos. Worst of all, the management openly pandered to them and allowed them to engage in real rough hazing. If anyone tried to object or resist, they were either immediately demoted to garbage man or fired. The one good thing was, foci were now processed quickly and effectively. The Dickenses spared no expense. Besides the manticores, of which Mallet now had 3 times as many, they also received several brand new army jeeps, the latest military apparel, and a whole bunch of equipment to help clear foci faster. They also started poaching guys from other companies with promises of higher pay, different insurances, and other benefits. At first, they even kept their word. But Anton knew perfectly well that as soon as the last competitors were eliminated, they would immediately start ratcheting up prices. The former Purgatory employees that were now working for them did not understand this yet, however, and were loudly celebrating. They felt they had quit working for those losers who didn't get a single focus today, just in time. Naturally, the Dickens recruiters had lost no time in taking advantage of Prochor's misfortune. Anton knew Prochor and felt for him. It was clear he would not escape the same fate as Claude. He was next on the docket. "Bring the Phoenix into position," Cliff commanded again. Anton quickly moved to the biggest truck of all, which was also a new acquisition by Mallet. Inside was a real monster, the Phoenix self-driving artillery rig. It was used only for Gamma and Delta class foci. Anton had seen it in action before. It was an extremely destructive weapon that required a whole pile of additional licenses because it could cause serious problems even for the gifted. The Dickenses had been able to procure all those licenses, even though they didn't even belong to a clan. "Enough dilly-dallying! Attend, hut!" Cliff barked again. The soldiers immediately lined up in precise formation, just as they had been trained to do. 15 of them spread out through the center and the flanks to guard the others from jumpers biting off their legs or chewing through their throats while they moved the artillery. Later, when they reached the depths of the focus, they would switch roles. The Phoenix would take the lead first, then the manticores. The only weird thing was, usually, no sooner did the warriors get just a few feet inside the focus than the jumpers would start coming out. But right now, all was quiet. Had poachers beat them here? The others noticed this too, At first, they just whispered about it, but then most of them started openly discussing the strange anomaly. "Silence!" Cliff barked again. "It's exactly what the monsters want, for you all to lose your concentration. Wherever they are, we'll get 'em. Disperse!" The foot soldiers spread out, making way for the artillery. "Fire!" The Phoenix shot its first bomb, followed by another one. Explosions were going off everywhere, and the warriors saw the mutated forest immediately catch fire in the places where their projectiles had hit. When the earth started to shake harder than normal, no one noticed, thinking it was vibrations from the Phoenix. Cliff didn't know what hit him either. The ground fell out from beneath his feet and formed into a gigantic funnel, which then turned out to be the maw of an enormous worm. Everyone watched, agape, as their commander was literally swallowed alive in 1 second flat. Chapter 9. It was weird to address the giant steel worm as, "Hey, giant steel worm," even when commanding him silently in my thoughts. For convenience, I named it Harry. I made Harry follow me underground, all the way from the van to the infected land. For some weird reason, the focus monsters were frightened of my new pet. I noticed they were reacting to it, even though it was dead. That is, they could feel the earth shaking underneath it, and knew better than to investigate why, but took shelter deeper within the focus, closer to the nucleus. They weren't rabid like they were when they saw the living, but their self-preservation instinct was still doing its job somewhere within them. This meant I had to alter my plans. Basically, all the small creatures, the jumpers, fatties, and flyers, were only needed to create more chaos around us, while Harry took care of the rest. He had already begun by swallowing the leader of the mallet soldiers whole. Yesterday, Procor and I had had occasion to learn more about those bastards who were trying to ruin our business. The new owners of Mallet were the Dickens brothers. They were either not gifted or had a negligibly weak gift. They did, however, own a large family estate, which gave them an opportunity to pull the same scam over and over. They would buy out one of the cleansing companies in the city, pump a whole bunch of money into it, and pressure the competition by every means available. Most often, they used really dirty tactics, like with that ambush in the Gamma-level focus, where Procor lost several of his men. They did all of this with impunity because, while they didn't belong to any particular clan, they actively maintained trade relations with one of the clan coalitions. They always got the best trophies. They also always made a point of completely changing all the management in the companies they had taken over. On all levels, they put people in charge who were tried and true in their loyalty and obedience. Did I feel bad for their devoured captain? Not a bit. He got what he deserved. As for me, I carefully surveyed Mallet's wealth. It confirmed yet again that everything we had learned was true. Mallet was obviously several-fold richer than Purgatory, and that was without knowing whether they had even brought all the weapons and equipment they had with them. In any case, I was very impressed with their 6 stationary machine guns and some sort of huge cannon. At first, I had planned to just destroy all their equipment, but now, as I watched the worms so panic in the enemy ranks, I reconsidered. "Anton, help!" Anton's old friend Igor called out in desperation. Igor was barely holding on to the edge of the huge gaping hole in the ground the worm that had leapt out from underground had left. He was trying mightily to pull himself up, but all the ground he grabbed onto would immediately crumble in his fingers, and he kept sliding down further as chunks of dirt and clumps of mud fell on his head. "How the hell am I supposed to help you?" Anton thought to himself. He lunged toward his friend, looking for a long branch or something as he ran. It was amazing he had even dared to do this. All his instincts told him to beat it out of there before it was too late, which was what many had tried to do the moment Cliff had been eaten, but not all of them had been lucky. As though intelligent, the creature targeted their leaders primarily. Right after swallowing Cliff, it had chomped his first-in-command in half. After that, It went after those who were lower down on the totem pole. Maybe it was only a coincidence, but this steeled Anton's nerve. Maybe the worm wouldn't get him, and he'd be able to save Igor and survive too. What luck! As he ran, he saw a long whip on one of the mutant trees. Chopping it down almost without slowing down, he continued to run toward his friend. Igor was almost completely covered, but he kept hanging on. Anton made it in time. He couldn't believe the worm had allowed him to get there. "Stop panicking!" yelled Woodpecker, the last surviving junior deputy of Cliff. He had come by that nickname honestly, but he behaved valiantly in this battle. Somehow, he had gotten a hold of himself and assembled a few other soldiers, and they were now trying to hit the worm with a projectile from the Phoenix. They tried in vain. Despite its gigantic size, the monster was too fast for them and could escape underground at a moment's notice. The weirdest thing was that the worm behaved not only as if it was a reasoning being, but an intelligent one. Rather than just eating people at random, it targeted the things that represented the most danger to it. Right now, for example, it had taken great interest in the Phoenix. As if knowing to let the machine gun use up a lot of its ammo first, it had waited in safety, only to then leap out right in front of the artillery rig, wrap its maw around its side and barrel, and drag it somewhere, completely unfazed by the fact that the soldiers were showering it with a hail of bullets from their handguns, which in this situation might as well have been water guns. They were first-class weapons, but with a monster like this one, Woodpecker knew this too. He yelled again, "Anyone who can still fight, to the manticores!" He was one of the first to lunge for one of the stationary machine guns, where he started viciously shooting the worm. He was hitting it too. The monster was dragging the Phoenix, so it couldn't easily go underground, but this made no difference at all. Even when several more soldiers joined Woodpecker in shooting at the worm from manticores, with 4 large-caliber machine guns firing at the monster non-stop, it seemed to Anton that he could even see the bullet holes they were making. But the unperturbed monster absconded with their strongest weapon and escaped into the depths of the focus. The guy thought for a moment that somewhere in the distance he saw a human silhouette. Only, those who had run had gone back, not forward, and the man he saw seemed totally calm. He, too, had rapidly concealed himself somewhere in the shadows of the mutant trees. Anton could not be sure he hadn't hallucinated the man. "All survivors here now," Woodpecker commanded. "The monster will be back. If not, we have to find it ourselves and destroy it, and recover the Phoenix." Like many of the others, Anton looked at the commander like he was nuts. Maybe this jackass wasn't brave like he had thought at first. Maybe he was just plain stupid. After I saw what the Phoenix, as my enemies called it, was capable of, I no longer wanted to destroy it. On the contrary, I was now trying to think of a way to take it from them, as well as at least some of the manticores. The end goal of this whole skirmish was to cause as much financial damage to Mallet as possible, and to decapitate the organization, to destroy at least those of its leaders who would be in the focus. At first, Prochor had been skeptical about this idea. His proposals were much less radical. Seek out some additional funding, fight for the foci, and so on. I dismissed these out of hand. We needed foci to make money, not spend it, and there was no guarantee we could beat them in such a long and passive way. We ran a real risk of losing time and money for nothing. When I saw how rich Mallet was, I was convinced of this yet again. They needed to get fucked in the ass and be left wondering how to climb out of the shit instead of us. After hearing me out, Prochor thought for a minute, then became elated. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," he said gravely. "We'll do to them what they're doing to Purgatory." "I'm glad you get it," I said. "But vengeance is not all we're talking about here. That would be too petty. It's simple. I do not allow just anybody to graze on my fields and vie for the same trophies as me. If anybody's going to establish a monopoly around here, it's going to be us." Prochor stared at me long and hard, then said, "Max, I have enormous respect for you, but sometimes you scare me." I laughed. We never spoke of that again. I still had to resurrect Harry. The worm had brought me the phoenix and set it down before me like a dog that just fetched a toy. Now, I needed him to do the same with the manticores. The main problem was how to transport all that stuff out of here without attracting attention to ourselves and purgatory. I wasn't worried about myself, of course, but I was not yet in a position to assign a good guard to each employee of the company, so I didn't want to expose them to danger either. There was no doubt the Dickenses were going to avenge themselves brutally against all who had any part in this robbery. I likewise had no illusions that even if I kill every last one of them who was here now, the Mallet executives would just send much more experienced warriors in their place. It was going to take at least several days for them to leave the focus alone. I could leave Harry here temporarily, but I had no intention of hanging around myself. On the other hand, controlling the monster at a distance would not be as effective as in proximity, so I was fully aware of the possibility that, left without my supervision, some strong magicians could easily manage to finish him off in that span of time, and then just carry the equipment he would be guarding out of the focus unhindered. That wasn't going to do it all. The looted treasure had to be hidden. Still, first I had to take care of those who were here now. I didn't want to leave them without the worm's attention for long, so I quickly patched up the wounds Harry had sustained from the manticores and sent him back in. All that was left was to finish off the last commander and destroy everything except the most valuable weapons. Some of the soldiers had managed to escape since when Harry had gotten away with the phoenix. The others formed a defensive circle and were glancing around nervously. Every noise made them start. But their vigilance would do them no good. Harry was on his way back to them, too deep underground for them to feel him coming. The earth didn't start shaking until he had already started to emerge, and this he was doing at some distance from them, covered from their firepower by their own vans, trucks, and jeeps. "It missed!" one of the soldiers yelled out gleefully. Someone else seconded his enthusiasm. But the cries of joy were soon replaced by ones of panic. Harry was now crushing everything in his path. He was crumpling vehicles like soda cans, shattering glass, and sending wheels flying every which way. One of the jeeps he simply bit in half. "We should have left while we could," one of the enemies yelled. I snickered. Escaping wouldn't have helped them. The worm was potentially much faster even than the Chimera-mobile. I was going to let the regular soldiers go free, but I was definitely not going to permit them to take the equipment with them. As he was taking the phoenix away, Harry was ready to drop it at any moment and go straight back to catching them. The morale of the Mallet soldiers was taking a beating. 3 more of them abandoned the defensive circle and made for the exit, ignoring the desperate and profanity-laden cries of their commander that they could only take this thing together. No one believed it anymore, and rightly so. Once it was done destroying the vehicles, the worm switched to the equipment that had been unloaded from them earlier. Air purifying machines, some sort of fancy drill rigs that were apparently for digging up gemstones from underneath the plants, and some other stuff I didn't get a good look at. Of course, it would have been good to commandeer this stuff too, but this was first and foremost a bid to intimidate rather than rob. The Dickenses needed to see their expensive weaponry turned into a pile of useless rubble. Harry and I would make sure the heap wouldn't even be good for scrap metal. My only regret was that our audience was dispersing so quickly. To his credit, the commander was one of the last to leave, but no one had any intention of letting him get away. Once he emerged from hiding behind the manticores I had decided not to destroy, my pet monster had an easy time catching him and biting his head off as the other escaping soldiers screamed in horror. I decided to hurry them along on their way out to make sure even the most battle-ready ones wouldn't get any ideas about coming back here to salvage or loot any of Mallet's valuable equipment. Greed will make a person do the craziest things. I needed time to hide all the trophies in peace. Soon, I enjoyed another wave of terrified screams when the escaping soldiers realized the monster continued to chase them even outside the focus, which contradicted every imaginable and unimaginable rule. Maybe I'd gone a little too far. I called Harry back, and he started rapidly dragging the weapons to the other borderline. Assessing everything, I realized the best option was to hide the trophies deep underground, especially since I had such a great excavator in my employ. Harry could easily dig out a cave at a significant depth and bring all the weapons in there. I decided this hiding place must be outside the focus. The enemy probably had more of those drills I had seen, and I didn't want to leave it to chance that they might find anything. I was going to bury everything very deep, but who knew what other technical resources those lowlifes had at their command? Harry began to dig in a place where the ground would look the least suspicious. It only took him half an hour. About an hour after that, I was back at Purgatory. Prochor was sick with worry. "Well, how did it go?" He attacked me with questions the minute I walked in. "Better than we planned," I gave a sly smile. "I'll tell you later." "What about the soldiers? You didn't, Don't worry about it. Most of the regular cleansers survived. Maybe all. Harry wasn't primarily after them." Prochor exhaled. He knew a lot of the old-timers from Mallet well, and I could tell that he had forgiven the ones who had deserted Purgatory and been poached by Mallet. To him, they weren't traitors, but hired working men who made a choice not to go with him, and he didn't blame them for it. "They all have families," he had said to me before I left for the focus. "One of them has a terminally ill mother, and one is a single dad of 2 sons. Even if Prochor had not told me this, I wasn't about to kill all the enemies indiscriminately. I was sure there were good guys among them, and they would soon want jobs at Purgatory. They did have one true traitor, however, and it was time to see to him. "Get your stuff together," I said to Prochor. "Let's go check on your CFO." "Sure," Prochor said, as his face changed and he headed for the office door. An hour later, we approached the small rural town where Arnold's country house was. On the way, we passed a couple of others, but they were not much to look at. Ramshackle old cabins and huts with small vegetable gardens. Some of the lots had no structure on them at all, maybe just an outhouse. Arnold Zepper's town, though, was obviously well-to-do. The owners of these plots had built themselves real mansions, each different from the others. The CFO's house looked very humble compared to many of them. His plot of land was right on the edge of town, next to the woods. His house could easily disguise itself as a hunter's lodge. Next to the house, a surprise awaited us. A military jeep was parked right at the main gates. Prochor let out a tirade that consisted mostly of profanity. Then he added, "That's not his car. And it's not Purgatory's either, of course. And you don't just see those driving around either," he explained. "Those are for clearing foci. The rat has brought his compadres right to his cozy little hutch. I'll show him. Let's see him dance his way out of this one." Prochor literally turned burgundy with rage. "Hold your horses," I calmed him, as I was not so sure everything was as simple as he thought. "Let's leave the Chimera mobile somewhere out of sight, then go in through the back door and pay Arnold a visit." Chapter 10. Prochor did know Arnold well. He had no trouble finding the spare key to the back door of his hut, which was hidden with some ingenuity in the wall, between 2 of the logs. Prochor had felt around and found a thin string, and when he pulled it, voila! The key came out. No one inside was expecting visitors. They were too involved in their conversation to notice anything. We could hear them all the way where we were, but I didn't want to risk it, so I sent the lizard in ahead of us. It quickly surveyed the whole house and gave me a sense of what was going on in there. As I had thought, they were not having a tea party with friends. Arnie was seated, tied to a chair. The annoying young lady who used to work for Prochor was there too, tied to another chair next to Arnold. 2 puffed-up gifted, magisters from the looks of it, were circling around them. Another one of them sat in the next room, watching the road. All 3 were pretty big, and it was clear they had more than magic and kept in good shape. This was unusual, and they had so many ordinary weapons on them, they looked like Christmas trees. Perhaps they had reached the pinnacle of their capabilities with magic, and were now augmenting themselves further with weaponry. That tenacity would be admirable if it wasn't being used in the service of the enemy. I noticed that the tactical armor one of them wore had the easily recognizable mallet logo on it. They were the competition, just as I had supposed. The most nervous one of them, the one who constantly paced to and fro in the room where the prisoners were, had a neck tattoo of a wolf with its maw wide open. Another one had a long, thick beard down to his chest. I couldn't see the third one too well yet. It was dark in the room where he was sitting. He probably figured if anyone burst in on him, he would have the advantage of being able to surprise them. This third guy concerned me most of all. He wasn't participating in their conversation and was carefully observing everything that was happening. I wasn't worried for myself and Prochor. Our advantage was too overwhelming. But Arnie could easily catch a bullet, and I very much wanted to talk to him face to face. The room itself was interesting. It didn't seem to fit the awkward fatso Arnold at all. Right across from the entrance, there was a huge moose head on the wall with complicated antlers. All the decor screamed of a love for hunting. It was a real trophy room. There were animal skins on the floor instead of rugs, a bear, and, I think, a zebra. The walls were covered with stuffed birds and animal heads. The crowning items in the collection were a taxidermied lion and lioness that were posed on either side of a fireplace behind the attackers. I even had to ask Prochor again, and he confirmed that the CFO had never once been hunting. All this stuff was just for show. Expensive decorating taste this guy had. Pretty strange for an executive of a bankrupt company. The lizard looked in the basement too. There were 2 children down there, about 5 or 6 years old, huddled together. I guess this had all started out as a nice family vacation and taken a dark turn. I've always been amazed by how grown men with some sort of life experience will still choose to take the path of the trader, as if they don't get that by doing that they just become a trading chip for both sides. Like right now, where had the Dickenses sent their cutthroats first? To our little Arnie, of course. And now, he was answering for his own antics and had also let down his closest companions. The CFO was having a tough time as it was. He had a pretty bad black eye, his nose was smashed and bleeding, and the rest of him had clearly also not done well. His blue shirt was torn, and his pants were covered in mud as if he'd been dragged along the ground. The young woman had not suffered as much damage, but it was obvious they were going to use her for added pressure. I remembered that Prochor had called her Ellie and said that she was Arnold Zeppelt's niece. I didn't see any damage on her, aside from her torn blouse through which you could see her bra. We were just in time. Of course, I didn't feel any pity for Arnie. He was an animal and deserved what he got. But he was my animal, and he had wronged Purgatory. It was for me to decide when and how to punish him for betraying my people and me. The fellows were gesticulating dramatically and questioning the Purgatory CFO. I couldn't wait to have a talk with them in the same vein. The main thing was to avoid scaring them, especially the bearded one, who had his gun trained on Arnie. Yes, they had guns too. I guess they didn't want to waste magic energy on opponents who could be dealt with by plugging them a couple of times. It would be awkward if Prochor's and my unexpected appearance prompted them to shoot the hostages. Once our reconnaissance was done, Prochor and I entered the house very quietly and were now standing right in front of the door to the living room. The guests were just getting warmed up. I could hear them clearly without the lizard at this point, and I heard the tattooed one screaming at Arnie. I kept looking at the image the lizard was sending me of the inside of that room as well, however, so as not to miss the crucial moment. Did you think you were going to get away with everything, Porkface? This is what'll happen each time until you start telling the truth. The truth, goddammit. The bearded one scowled sleazily. Or maybe we should splay out your girl right here on this table, so you can see better, he said, indicating the enormous wooden table in the center of the room. Don't, Ellie squeaked. I've got nothing to do with this. There's plenty of time to figure all that out later. You just got unlucky, that's all. The thug gave a brief laugh. So these morons believed Prochor was to blame for their failure in the Gamma Focus. Putting 2 and 2 together, that meant Arnie had access to the people who ran the tender. How else could he have known the real qualities of foci? According to their demented logic, the CFO had given them the dangerous gamma-level focus the same way he had previously set up Purgatory. And naturally, they were livid. "So what's it gonna be?" the tattooed one chimed in again. "Are you gonna talk, asshole? Forget about the focus. Fuck the focus. What else did you tell Procore?" "I really and truly don't know anything," Arnie whined. "He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand the problems he's got," the bearded one kept pressing. "How about if I put a bullet in your leg?" Immediately after saying that, he did exactly that. He shot Arnie in the calf. Arnie howled and convulsed in his chair, but since he was tied up tightly, he couldn't even press his hand to his wound. Ellie had screamed too, and was now watching the red stain expanding fast on her uncle's pants. The tattooed one looked at his partner disapprovingly. I guess he had started shooting too early, but he didn't say anything. The bearded one continued, "You have just a few minutes before you bleed out and croak. Now's the time to get serious. If you hope to survive, that is." He gave a disgusting laugh. Events were unfolding with haste. The idiots had started shooting earlier than I had anticipated. For an effective entrance, I needed a diversion, and there was plenty of material for one in the room. I looked at the lions again. All that was left of the real animals was the skin, teeth, and claws. But I didn't need them to do anything too special either. It would be enough for the stuffed animals to suddenly budge from place and attack the dickwads with the guns. "What the fuck?" the bearded one said as he started shooting at the lions. "Weren't they stuffed? I guess they had been in this room before." "Fuck it," the tattooed one answered. "No animal will help that rat." Then, unlike his partner, without delay, he attacked using magic. It was fire magic too. He turned out to be extremely talented for his level, and very quickly materialized a fireball the size of a fist, followed right away by a second one. When he threw it, naturally, the dried-out body of the taxidermied lioness caught fire immediately. However, to the gangster's surprise, this did not stop her, or even slow her down. Showing no reaction whatsoever to the fact that her skin was on fire, the creature jumped on the bearded guy and knocked him to the ground. The fire had transferred to his clothes, and then his hair as he screamed profanities. His beard caught fire like a pile of hay. "What have you done, you moron?" the bearded one yelled at his compatriot as he rolled around trying to move and get the lioness off of him. All his attempts led to was that everything around him started to catch fire. Arnold's hunting lodge was all wood, skins, and other flammable objects. The bandit with the tats realized his mistake, stopped using magic, and took out his gun. Of course, he did no harm to the stuffed animal, other than cosmetic. As for me, I didn't even feel like getting involved. I was having a great time watching the two jackasses do all the work for me. I still had to save the other losers, though, and the third gangster had now become interested in what was happening in this room and burst in. "What the hell is going on in here?" he yelled, looking at the expanding fire and his comrades, who were fighting off the king of the savannah and his girlfriend. I started with him. I made my way over to him in the shadow, came up to him from behind, and instantly sent him into a coma. The other two I finished off, as I wanted to raise them right away as wraiths. The fire had spread to half of the room. Ellie was feverishly coughing from the smoke. Her uncle was half unconscious from loss of blood. "Procore, run at once to the basement. There are 2 children locked up down there." Procore needed no more than that to fly off toward them, and I sent the wraiths to untie the hunting lodge's owner and drag him out, along with their friend who was still alive. I would take Ellie upon myself. I already knew how hysterical she was, so I decided to lose no time with her. I paralyzed her and threw her over my shoulder like a log to carry her out of the cabin. Procore was already leading the children out too, just in the nick of time. The flames were spreading too fast. The room we were just in could no longer be entered, and the one next to it soon caught fire too. "Well, Procore," I guffawed, "you wanted to burn this place down, and now it's happened. Congratulations." Procore didn't say anything. He couldn't believe his own eyes. I walked over to Arnold, who had been dragged out of the burning cottage too, and stopped his bleeding. That rat might still prove useful. Now, all that was left was to get back to the Chimera Mobile. To my surprise, after getting out of the basement, the children had quickly calmed down. They were standing there, staring at the burning cabin. They were so fascinated by the sight of it that they didn't notice there was something wrong with their mother, which was for the best as far as I was concerned. I didn't have time to coddle them. Prochor was good at it, though. He made quick work of getting them to get in the car. We tossed the living bandit in the trunk. The whole Zeppelt family, just barely, squeezed into the back seat. Since this was not a normal car, but a Chimera Mobile, I had had the opportunity to make it roomier. As for the newly created wraiths, I just sent them back into the fire. As we were pulling away, I saw aghast neighbors coming out of some of the other houses, yelling and calling someone. I hope they had the presence of mind to call for help from specialists in putting out fires. The cabin wasn't just burning, it was engulfed in flame. Dusk had set in, and Arnie's country house shone like a torch in the night, illuminating everything around it. We had only gotten a few yards away when we saw the flame jump to the thug's Jeep that they had driven here. The Dickenses were definitely going to have a lot to think about when they started to investigate what happened here. "Bella, the destroyer is coming." "Are you sure?" "I saw them get out of the car." "She's already here." "Be quiet." The Velasco offices were graced by the presence of the highest-ranking members of the clan today. Isabella was the granddaughter and direct heiress of the head of the clan, Alvaro Velasco. Naturally, everyone in the office, from the execs to the janitors, were talking about nothing else but her visit. As she marched around the office smiling condescendingly, dozens of faces were turned to look at her in all the office's hallways and offices. The women mostly stared at her out of curiosity, but the men were devouring her with their gaze, unable to look away. Isabella was one of those young women who don't have to do anything to be beautiful. They just are. A daughter of the sun-drenched South, tall and shapely, she preferred a business style and looked like a supermodel in a business suit. The same was true of her face. Her light makeup only emphasized her natural beauty, large emerald eyes, and ample lips. The only thing unusual about her look was her hair, which had the same deep, dark green hue to it as all the strong Velasco magicians. Her business acumen and battle skills had raised her up in the patriarchal Velasco clan, where by default the men were in charge and the women just kept track of paperwork and carried coffee. She had outmaneuvered all her numerous aunts, uncles, and cousins. Some of them had even passed away in the process. Her grandfather Alvaro adored his granddaughter, and she had never let him down. All the mid-level executives who had not been injured or killed in the explosion and fire were waiting for her in one of the spare conference rooms. The main one was under repair. All of them were extremely frightened. Until now, meeting with such a highly placed guest had been their boss's responsibility. Now, the only ones who were still alive were in comas, and their prognoses were murky. Bella's reputation was such that not too many people were keen on being left alone with her for too long, especially since this wasn't a courtesy call, but to personally find out how they had all fucked up so badly. Walking into the conference room, Isabella showed no emotion. She sat down at the head of the table and asked for the recording of the incident, which she watched in silence. Then, just as calmly, and in a way that a chill ran up the spines of everyone present, she asked, "Did you imbeciles at least try to find out who this Maximilian Richter is?" No one was in a hurry to answer her. Most of them were acting like they were inanimate objects in the hope they wouldn't be called on. So, Isabella started asking all of them, one by one. She had to pull teeth to find out that no one knew anything except that the Richters were healers. Olga was the owner of that house, but Maximilian, Bella wanted to tear all their heads off. Next, she questioned all those who had spoken to the exploding messenger, and all she was able to get from them was that the guy seemed out of it. One person said he was like a walking corpse. Isabella had not counted on any more than this. She was used to the fact that she was surrounded by incompetence and never expected anyone who had their shit together to cross her path, even among the Velasco leaders. Right now, though, she was much more concerned with this Max Richter. He seemed to be much more than a simple healer. Could it be that one of the descendants of the destroyed clan had experienced an awakening of the ancient family powers? Isabella could access all the clan archives, so she knew exactly who the Richters had been in the distant past. "Find him," she ordered tersely when she was done interrogating everyone. "What do we do when we find him?" the bravest one in the room asked. "Kill him?" Bella snorted. "Have you learned nothing? Organize a meeting between him and me." Chapter 11. We went straight to Purgatory. I still had a lot of questions, and that was the best place to ask them. We drove in grave silence. The CFO's niece was immobilized and could only blink. The enemy in the trunk was still unconscious, and even if he had come to, he'd have a hard time making any noise, tied up and with that gag in his mouth. As for Arnie, he was recovering from his shock and trying to understand how to act. Purgatory was closed today, and the only person there was Alan, who was in the arms warehouse, doing maintenance on a cannon. He heard the car approaching and came out to see what was, to his surprise, us, already inside the company gates. For some reason, maybe just on autopilot, he had grabbed a huge chrome revolver and a barrel cleaning stick on his way out, and was now fidgeting with them. "Good timing," I told him. "I have an important assignment for you." "What is it?" he asked. "Look after them," I motioned to the kids. The two boys got out of the Chimera mobile and were curiously looking around. Children are a lot more adaptable than adults, most of whom would be screaming. The expression on Alan's face immediately changed from surprise to fright. From the horror in his eyes, I could tell that he feared children perhaps even more than he did my bonehounds. "Hey boys, why don't you play with Uncle Alan for a while?" I snickered, softly corralling them toward the soldier. It seemed they had only been waiting for permission, as they ran over to him and started interviewing him about his weapon. "Is that real?" the older one asked. Alan raised the hand holding the gun higher out of reach of the kids and looked over at us with a look that said, "Save me." The kids were reaching for the gun, asking to see it up close. "I can't do this," he exclaimed. "I don't get kids at all. I don't know how to be with them. Find another babysitter." I could tell he wanted to use stronger language, but was holding himself back. Good on him. "I'm not asking, Alan." I reminded him of the necessity of obeying orders. "Do you see another babysitter here? I don't. So find something for the children to do at once. We have other things to take care of right now." He sighed and took the kids into the garage, which he figured was safer than the arms warehouse. As for us, the arms warehouse is exactly where we went, as the shooting range there had the best sound insulation. We might make a lot of noise, and the proximity of weapons might make our prisoners more likely to talk, whereas they had no chance of using any of it against us. But first, we had to get everyone there. I had to bring the guy in the trunk back to consciousness and untie his legs so he could walk, while Prochor carried Ellie. Arnold walked by himself, though he limped terribly. His face was grave and pensive. "You burned down my country house," he said, once he got up the nerve. "So what?" Prochor asked without a moment's pause. "It's a crime, that's what," Arnold hissed. "I'm going to report it to the authorities." "If you live long enough, you idiot," Prochor unloaded. "You'd be dead already if not for us." I put my hand on Prochor's shoulder as a sort of reminder not to waste time. "Go get some chairs," I told him. "We'll put them next to the targets." Prochor nodded, handed Ellie off to me, and went into one of the office rooms while I led the others on. When we arrived, Arnie tried to get testy again. "Who are you anyway, to order everyone around? You think 'cause you're rich you're above the law? You don't have a right to detain me against my will." The balls on this guy were amazing. "I advise you to quit jerking us around and tell us when you betrayed your boss and started working against Purgatory," I said. "What?" He showed almost sincere outrage. "I didn't do anything. I demand to know what you're accusing me of and what proof you have." He was a pretty lousy actor. I snorted and didn't answer. He wouldn't settle down and continued to demand respect, or at least to be taken to a hospital or for an ambulance to be called. I got tired of it pretty fast, so I took the gag out of the other prisoner's mouth and shoved it into Arnie's. Prochor made it back with the chairs, and we sat the prisoners down. That's when I got a better look at the Dickens soldier. I was surprised to learn that they had gifted working for them. The magicians tried to stay out of foci because the abomination there affected their energetic structure too much, but they were dangerous when used as weapons against regular people. This one was a magister, as were his two buddies. But he was making no attempt to use his magic, as he'd lost a lot of energy thanks to me. He had dark skin and a big nose, through which he was breathing heavily and noisily, his nostrils flaring like a bull's. "What's your name?" I asked him in an almost friendly tone. "I'm not telling you anything," he spat out. "You'll regret ever getting in my way." "We know enough already," I explained calmly. "You've been working for Mallet and the Dickenses, and you're ashamed to say your own name?" "I'm not ashamed." He was insulted like a child. "I'm not going to tell you anything, and that's it. I won't break my vow of allegiance, even if you cut me into little pieces." A dumb resolve showed in his eyes. I figured he could have it his way. "As you wish," I said, placing my hand on his head. My powers were growing, and with them, my capabilities. I no longer needed my enemies to be alive so I could talk to them. I could now make ngombes, a form of undead whose name meant speaking doll in one of the African languages. His body would die, but his brain would remain alive for about half an hour and retain all its memories untouched. All his mental inhibitions and convictions would become nothing compared, like all other undead, to his desire to serve the necromancer who raised him. Of course, I'll have to have very tight control over the function of his brain and maintain it in working order. And this will have to be done through direct contact, which, when interrupted, will instantly make the Ngombe lose all its memories and turn into a regular wraith. After that, it may retain some shred of its former identity, but will be unfit for questioning. I had to spend a few minutes making sure everything was going right, and then I let him die. "What's your name?" I asked again. "Jacob Kaminsky," he answered, which made Arnie jump. He was watching us carefully, completely unable to understand what was going on, or why Jacob's behavior had changed so much all of a sudden. All of that was written on his face, but it wasn't his turn yet. "What were you doing in Zeppelt's house?" "Questioning him." "About what?" We wanted to find out how long ago he'd gone back to working for Prochor Kalinin and the details of their plans. The only setback of this method was that the Ngombe will only answer very succinctly and to the point, so you have to ask a million follow-up questions to get to the bottom of something. Finally, I found out everything I needed to know. I didn't learn much that was new. Basically, he confirmed what Prochor and I already knew. Yes, they were working for the Dickenses, and yes, the Dickenses wanted to bankrupt Purgatory and buy it out. He didn't know the details of the deal with Arnold. He only knew that the bosses thought Arnold was the one who had sold them out, in the same exact way he had done with Prochor before. This led me to conclude that Arnie Zeppelt had some kind of connection with the tender organizers, and the Dickenses knew about it. Otherwise, how did they think he had done this? But when I asked Prochor, he shook his head. If he made any connections there, he didn't tell me about it, he said. "I see. Well, if you don't have any more questions for our new friend," I said, nodding at the Ngombe, "it's time to question our little rat." Prochor did have a couple more questions. He wanted to know what traps the Dickenses had set for Purgatory. Unfortunately, Kaminsky didn't know anything about that either. And that's when I stopped supplying him with life force, or even undead force. He now slumped against the ropes he was tied to the chair with, like a regular corpse. True horror was in Arnold's eyes. I asked, "So what's it going to be? Are you going to talk on your own? Or should I perform the same trick on you?" I signaled to Prochor, and he took the gag out of Arnie's mouth. Arnie immediately started chattering. "I'll tell you everything. Everything. What do you want to know?" Yes, I sold out to the Dickenses, and I'm sorry. I really am. It's true. Forgive me. Shut up, I ordered him. Explain in order how, when, and why. They first contacted me about 8 months ago. At the time, Claude was beginning to have problems. The Dickenses were just feeling things out. They didn't say anything specific. He was trying to talk so fast that he was out of breath as though he'd been running a race. He caught his breath and continued. 3 months later, Mallet was bought out, and they contacted me again. This time, they invited me there and gave me a detailed tour. They showed me how much money they had already invested in their new company and how much more they were prepared to invest. They told me in so many words that Purgatory will never be able to compete with them as equals again. He was quiet again and then suddenly asked, "How's Ellie? Is she going to come too?" "That's not your concern. Continue." "That's pretty much it. They offered me the job of director at Mallet if I sped up the process of consolidating with Purgatory. I knew they were right and that Purgatory had no chance of making it against them. So, I came up with several ways of bankrupting us," he confessed. "The transitioning gamma focus. That was your idea?" I asked. "Yes," Arnie admitted, looking at the floor. At this point, Procore's eyes were afire with rage. "You set up our guys for money, you son of a bitch. You sent them to their deaths? What kind of monster are you? I had no idea you were such a low-life scumbag." Procore clenched his fists and walked back a few steps. He was trying to keep himself from attacking his erstwhile friend. "I didn't know," Arnie exclaimed. "I didn't think it would come to this. You had come back from foci before, when you couldn't clear them completely. I thought this time was the same. I thought you would just return when you realized it was more than you could handle." "You thought?" Procore roared. "Max, may I be excused? Otherwise, I'll choke this piece of shit to death with my bare hands right now." "You can go," I answered, and resumed the interrogation. "How did you do it? You have connections with the Tinder people." "I do," he admitted, "but you have to pay to get any additional information about foci. The Dickenses were sponsoring me." I nodded. It was all exactly as I had thought. Who else was in on it? And remember, I know when you're lying or covering for someone. If you want to live, tell me the truth. There's no other way. I understand, but there really was no one else. Only Ellie sometimes helped me with some papers, but even she didn't know much. I looked over at the young woman. It was time to bring her back to our world. I touched her and took the spell off of her. Strangely, this time she didn't start screaming right away. She looked frightened, and instead she pressed herself deeper into the chair and started whispering pleadingly. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know about that focus. I just thought my uncle was skimming a little. I couldn't say no to him. He was helping me out too. I have children. I'm a single mother." I sighed. "I see. All right." Exiting the shooting range, I found Procore smoking nervously near the arms warehouse. "That son of a bitch!" He was still fuming. "So many guys died. What are we going to do with him now? Choke the life out of him?" I explained what we were about to do, and we went back in. "You know yourselves I can't let you go now," I said to the prisoners. "You've done a lot of harm to Purgatory, and Procore personally. Furthermore, you owe me your lives. I am prepared to give you a chance to pay some of it back." Hope appeared in Ellie and Arnold's eyes. "Yes, I'll do anything. Me too." I continued. "Nothing is free. Nobody trusts traitors. You'll have to wear a magic seal of obedience. If you try to harm me or my people or property ever again, you will die instantly." Ellie shivered. Arnie was listening intently. "I will always know where you are and what you're doing. Paying back your debt to me will become your main task in life. The entire point of your lives will now be to make Purgatory the most successful company, not only in this city, but in the world. The better Purgatory does, the better your chances of surviving each new day. Got it?" "Got it," they both mooed. I made no delay in branding them with the seal. It was a lot smaller than the ones Prochor and his team had, and it didn't bring any bonuses like the Purgatory soldiers had. These seals had completely different objectives. Despite the limitations pertaining to his service to the clan, Prochor remained a completely free man in all other respects. For him and the other guys, the seals carried no minuses, only pluses. The seal of obedience was a totally different thing. The slightest miscalculation, and it would kill its wearer. I preferred to make these decisions myself, so I made it so it would send me a confirmation request first, before making the actual killing. It's not just a symbol, it's a shadow essence that roots in the body. But Arnold and Ellie didn't need to know this. When we finished installing the seals, Zeppold asked, "Mr. Richter, may I inquire?" "What?" "The Dickenses and Mallet are already searching for me. What should I do?" "They're going to find me again for sure. Stay at Purgatory for now. I'm sure there's a spot to live there for a few days." "And you," I said to Ellie, "those who saw you at the country house with your uncle are not around anymore to tell the story. So, most likely, no one's coming after you. But it's probably best that you get the kids and go stay with some relatives. Give Prochor the address where you'll be." The alarm birds had worked pretty well, so I decided I'd install a few near Purgatory tonight, in case the Dickenses decide to attack openly. Another bird could be stationed near Ellie's relatives, just in case anything unexpected happens. Since I had spared these rats for now, they'd have to earn it, not die somewhere senselessly from an enemy attack. As I was untying the prisoners, Alan suddenly burst into the shooting range. Ellie's kids followed him like baby geese, each holding a Manticore cartridge. That's what he'd given them to play with. They were enthusiastically pretending they were a kind of sword. As soon as Ellie was untied, she jumped out of the chair and started taking them away, to the loud protests of the boys. "What's up?" I asked Alan. "You didn't bring this kindergarten in here just because, when I had told you to keep them occupied, did you?" "Of course not," he waved his arms. "It's just that an aristocrat lady just drove right up to Purgatory, and her car has the Velasco crest on it." "Okay," I shrugged and headed toward the exit. I didn't see any reason to decline to meet with a lady, whoever she was. After the recent bloodbath, I knew they hadn't sent a secretary or a courier to meet with me. This was a surprising and intriguing visit. Had they changed tactics? Or was there a new piece on the chessboard? "Alan, you can go back," I nodded to him. "Look after Prochor. Make sure he doesn't kill that CFO of his." "Of course," he said, and ran off. I came outside. There was a beautiful red convertible in the Purgatory parking lot. I didn't know the different models very well yet, but this one looked about the same class as mine, powerful and expensive. As I approached, the driver door opened and a young woman got out to meet me. She looked unkempt and even fragile, but the energy positively exuded from her. She was at least a destructor, if not an eruptor, the highest level of battle magician before archmage. That's why she had no bodyguards. This beauty could tear down a city block with a single motion of her eyebrows. Or by some other means, depending on what her predisposition was. If it was the hereditary Velasco gift, then it would be something to do with poison. "Maximilian Richter, I presume?" she asked. "The same," I smiled. "Whose acquaintance do I have the pleasure of making?" "My name is Isabella Velasco," she said without smiling back at me. "We have a lot to discuss. Get in." She spoke in a tone that said she didn't believe anyone could ever refuse her. I figured I would always have the chance of disappointing her, so I smiled and got in her car. Naturally, 1 minute later, it was discovered that the car was dead. Isabella momentarily looked lost. She hadn't planned for this. "Car trouble?" I casually said. "Maybe we'd better take my car." Lightning flashed in Isabella's eyes. She was clearly not accustomed to losing control over a situation. As a Velasco, however, she had a lot of self-control. So she pretended everything was fine and quickly agreed. We really did have a lot to discuss. I drove the Chimera Mobile out of the Purgatory gates, having first returned it to its original form, as I no longer needed a back seat or a large trunk. Isabella gave it an evaluating glance, but didn't say anything. She did, though, look at the door with a certain gravity. Was she used to having it open for her? Or was this a power flex? I didn't make a single move as the passenger door of the Chimera Mobile glided upward. "Won't you join me?" I invited her with a snicker. "Thank you," she replied coldly, but got in. As the Lamborghini drove away from Purgatory, she asked, "Where are we going?" in a way that was meant to sound as though she didn't really care about the answer. "You tell me. I don't know the city too well," I replied in the same tone. "From out of town?" This was posed as a normal piece of small talk, but I could see that Isabella was working hard to seem relaxed and confident, while not really having understood yet what the appropriate way to act would be. The Velasco was carefully prodding to figure out what to make of me. I was sure the Velascos were actively brainstorming about where I could have come from. I wasn't interested in helping them learn. "Could be," I answered curtly. For a few seconds, it was quiet in the car. Perhaps Isabella was hoping I would say more, but when she saw that wasn't happening, she simply asked, "What are the criteria?" I smiled. "That they have good coffee." I could have taken her to the place where I had a permanently reserved table, but it wasn't clear yet how this meeting was going to go. What if she decided to cause carnage? Why risk losing my favorite place? "All right, I hope you can afford it," she snorted and gave me the address. "They have good everything." I just smiled at her childish ribbing. She was a very interesting specimen, and young, too. A real prodigy. In another 200 years, she'd make an excellent archmage. Then, having her as an opponent would start to get interesting. We didn't have far to go. In 15 minutes, we were parked near a pretty old building with columns. Despite its age, it was in great condition. The owners obviously didn't skimp on timely repairs. In fact, the whole street consisted of buildings like this, most of them also either restaurants, hotels, or museums. This restaurant was called Oasis, and the interior played on that name. Palm trees of different sizes and planters and big pots were everywhere, and wall fountains designed to look like waterfalls ornamented the walls. We were seated in the center of the dining room, next to another big fountain whose burbling was calming and refreshing. Nice place. The descendants had really succeeded in all things concerning food. The waiters all recognized Isabella and set about bending over backwards to please her. The young woman expected no less. When they brought us the menus, I saw that they didn't serve normal food here. This was a place that offered exclusively haute cuisine, tiny portions, unusual ingredients, and a pretentious presentation that definitely held the upper hand over common sense. I sighed and ordered a camel steak. And coffee, of course. They claim they made it Turkish style, on hot sand. "Do you want the coffee after the main course?" the polite waiter with a touch of gray in his hair asked. "One before, one after, and two during," I said. Isabella ordered some sort of dessert made from dates and figs. Once we were finished ordering, we finally got to the discussion at hand. She began, "It has been reported to me that you tried to send some sort of message to the highest echelon of Velasco leadership." I smiled. "You're not here because I tried to send one," I said. "I did send it, n'est-ce pas? In any case, you can discuss everything that's happened between you and the representatives of my clan directly with me," she said, evading my question. A waiter interrupted us. Isabella apparently had an absolutely magical effect on them, as well as on the chefs. They had managed to prepare our order in literally just a few minutes. "Thank you," I politely smiled at the waiter, while my companion didn't even deign to look at him, taking being served for granted. That's the nouveau riche for you. I wondered what relation she was to the old man Alvaro. After taking a sip of coffee, I spoke to her again. "The Velasco clan has damaged my property." She raised her eyebrow. "May I know the details?" "I'm prepared to make an official complaint, but in short, your people have broken into my house over and over, each time wrecking something inside it." "Oh," she took on a compassionate look. "That is very unpleasant indeed. I'm sure we'll sort it all out now. I was watching her with much curiosity. It was amazing. This was the first emotion her face had registered since we first met. So, you're willing to compensate me for the damage done? I asked. I think we can handle that, she nodded. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Give me a bill and we'll pay it. Wonderful, I answered. That's exactly what I'll do. If that's all, she smiled, again making a show of sympathy, then why don't we go back to our meal? Sure, I agreed, cutting off a piece of steak, which tasted so-so, by the way. I would have preferred regular calf meat. We ate in silence, only exchanging small talk now and again. When the dinner was over, Isabella gracefully slipped out of her seat and extended her hand to shake mine. Let's shake on our pleasant acquaintance and the agreement we've come to, she said, smiling. It's a pleasure to meet you, madam, I answered in the same gracious tone. Rather than shaking her hand like a man's, I chivalrously kissed it. What an absolutely fascinating subject, and so brazen. There was something about this Richter that piqued Isabella's curiosity. She had definitely never met anyone like him before. Truth be told, she liked Maximilian. Perhaps, had they been equals and met under different circumstances. And at the same time, he was accusing her clan of ransacking some healer's ramshackle cottage, and he had dared to say so right to her face. She was used to people being afraid of her, avoiding eye contact, and always seeking to please. But Max wasn't the least bit afraid of her. She didn't feel any of the usual magic in him either. If she were to evaluate his strength, she would never have put him above magister level. But there was something. Some kind of power showed through anyway. The way he spoke, moved, carried himself. And yet, there was nothing of the show-off in him. He was equally polite with her and the help, even though she could tell that he, like her, was accustomed to luxury. He was definitely an extremely interesting specimen. Bella would have loved to study him longer, but duty called, and she wanted to put an efficient end to this misunderstanding and stick it to the local execs that only she alone could solve their whole office's problem in one day. Bella's body secreted a unique contact poison. Each of the senior Velascos had their own formula for it. There was no antidote. It didn't matter to her what she and Richter arrived at in their conversation, as her true intention was for him to die immediately upon contact. Here, too, he had managed to surprise her by touching her hand with his lips. The nerve! Isabella's behavior at dinner was suspicious. She was too polite and agreeable. I have no doubt I'm very charming and charismatic, but this was ridiculous. This Velasco was young, but she was not born yesterday, and she had sought a meeting with me for some reason. The objective of the encounter was clearly not for her to melt into a puddle at my feet the way she had. Impulsiveness was much more characteristic of her age, too. I wouldn't put her at any older than 200 or so, but not under 150. You learn with time to tell a person's age from secondary signs, but the power that emanated from her testified to the fact that the young woman was extraordinarily talented. She had accomplished remarkable results in what is a very short time for a magician, and I was supposed to believe that this highly placed Velasco had come to meet with me just to promise to compensate me for my damages? I had even gotten her to promise to give me the plot of land next to the stable as part of the compensation. Her politeness and deference could only signify one thing. As far as she was concerned, I was as good as dead. You can make any deal you want with a dead man, and you'll never hear any complaints. Isabella clearly thought she was the slyest, most poisonous snake in this swamp. It was so lovely when she took off her gloves before extending her hand. Just one light touch was enough for a light, almost weightless poison to start seeping in through my skin. That's why I kissed her hand. It wasn't out of any old-fashioned gallantry. That way, I would get a much larger dose than she had planned, enough to kill an elephant, and she would leave pleased, in full assurance that her plan had worked. It was my way of showing my appreciation at our first meeting, a kind of advance, shall we say. Unfortunately, the joy would not last long. The poison was pretty interesting. It didn't kill right away. It was a perfect formula for eliminating people in a covert way. I wouldn't be surprised if the green-haired beauty used this ability to further her career by getting rid of people who happened to cross her path at the wrong time. According to her plan, I was supposed to fall suddenly ill in about a week's time, and within a couple of days, I would be dead. And the poison was of a cunning kind. It didn't poison the body in the usual sense, but changed the structure of the cells, and when those changes passed the point of no return, all traces of the poison would disappear. All most healers, including magic ones, can do at that point is throw up their hands and declare the patient dead from numerous tumors all over the body. I understood this by speeding up the effect of a tiny fraction of the poison in my body. It wasn't so much that I couldn't handle it, but it was more than enough for me to learn everything about it. I could have processed it right away and purged it from my body, but I was curious to learn all about what it was that Isabella had up her sleeve. This knowledge would be useful if I was going to make an antidote, say, if a poison like this was used against someone else. That's a problem that can't always be solved by contact alone. In fact, as she smiled at me happily, thinking her plan had worked and there was nothing to worry about, I had already cleared most of that nasty stuff out of my organism. Now, I guessed I had a few days in which her clan would forget I existed. That was perfect. It gave me time to prepare my new lab to store the new batch of Velasco bodies. Amazingly, for the first time since I awoke from my millennial slumber, several days passed quietly. No Velascos came to see us, and neither did anyone else. I was a little disappointed. I had hoped the Villans would have a little more urgency. Either the investigation of the incident at the clinic was taking a long time, or they had just abandoned it altogether, which would have been just like Catherine. Whatever the case, we had no new guests for now. The Dickenses, too, were laying low. 2 failures in a row had probably made them tone it down a little. Right now, their main concern was to retrieve their equipment and armaments from the Focus. Through my birds, I watched another attempt. These guys were real optimists. They had hoped to go in with a small group and drag the weapons out of the Focus quietly, without disturbing the worm. I didn't even have to leave the city, and the new Jeep and a slightly damaged bus were now among our trophies. The bus was damaged when Harry chewed on it to scare out the soldiers hiding inside. I was bored. One time, I had to scare off a suspicious type who was loitering near Purgatory a little too long for a passerby. Procor's own soldiers made fast work of that. Strange as it may seem, Arnold turned out to be a pretty good professional. When he started focusing all his energy on helping the company instead of harming it, things very quickly improved. He now had plenty of enthusiasm. In 2 days, he had consolidated his credit with a different bank, which brought down the monthly equipment costs. He also found some anti-monopoly law forbidding a municipal tender from granting all the lots to a single firm. He was going to go after them for that, even sue them if necessary. He planned to use his contact from the tender to get through to them. No one was about to stop him. Let him work. We needed foci very badly right now. I had started investing in Purgatory. Not as much as I'd like, but it was one of the top priority expenses. She was very apologetic and presented a full account of how much was going where and for what. It was all to resolve various bureaucratic issues. The construction of a new laboratory was also a priority project. I had an abysmal dearth of space. Ignatius and the Wraiths worked practically day and night. I raised a few more workers for him to make it go faster. Even though I didn't have to pay the workers, the construction materials cost money, and a lot too. I didn't hold back on spending on them, and my generosity bore its fruit. Today, the lab was almost ready for use. Only a few finishing touches remained, which meant it was time to visit my old acquaintances. "I'm bored," whined Merc, the head of the biker gang, as he puffed on a hand-rolled cigarette that, judging by the smell, contained something other than tobacco. Even though he'd been smoking and drinking all evening, his mood was still lousy. As usual, they had gathered in their hideout and were trying to come up with how to spend the time. It was upsetting that their money for booze and weed was almost gone. "You're in charge, so think of something," Gnome said. This guy's nickname was funny, considering he was a huge guy, over 6 feet tall. No one particularly felt like making fun of him. Gnome was an uppity guy and never missed an opportunity to needle Merc. He wouldn't have minded trying on the mantle of leader himself. "I'm sick of everything. Small robberies are no thrill anymore. We sure had a good deal with the clinic," he intoned dreamily. "So what now?" the big guy snickered. "They've been jacked, so now it's over for us too? No more ideas?" "Relax, I'll take care of it. It's not every day you find such a sweet piece of business." "Maybe we should go to another town?" Hacker chimed in. "There are Valone clinics everywhere. They closed down the project here, but maybe they're still at it somewhere else." "Shh," Merc shushed. "Just because we've figured out who our client was doesn't mean we need to constantly blab about it. You want all of us to be wearing a cement kimono because of you? You're bored, aren't you? So what does it matter? Might as well lay down and die right now," Gnome said. "Yeah, right," Merc laughed, but his laugh sounded forced. "Gnome is right," another gang member said. "We need to come up with some action urgently." "Maybe we should burgle a house," Hacker came out with another proposal. "That's a shitty idea. Almost all the rich houses belong to clans. Might as well move to a different city," Merc answered. Suddenly, the front door slammed. "Who's that?" said the owner of the house. "We're all here. I locked the door." "Go down and see who it is," their leader said with indifference. "We're all tired of your panicking all the time. Always whining. Maybe you forgot to lock the door. Maybe you forgot to turn off the stove. It's not like there's anything of value here anymore. You've already sold all the furniture that was worth anything. When you have your own property, then we'll see," the owner said proudly, and made for the stairs. "Hey, who's there?" he called out as he descended. The only answer was silence. A second later, all the other bikers heard his blood-curdling scream. Chapter 13. "What's he screaming for?" Hacker said, leaping up from the peeling couch. Merc guffawed. "He's just mad that we didn't share in his panic. Who would want this house? He's just trying to scare us." The other gangsters all laughed uproariously and agreed. Gnome walked over to the top of the stairs and called down to their host. "We're on to you. We know what you're up to." No one answered, so Gnome shrugged and came back. A few seconds later, 2 figures in dark hooded capes, with their faces covered, literally flew up the stairs. One of them was holding a small dog of unknown breed. Its maw was bloody. "Damn it," Olga whispered. She was so outraged that it came out loud enough for them to hear her in the next room. "He's about to raise hell." "What are you, a little girl? Go right for the throat," I replied. With a look of, "I didn't know I could do that," she directed Archie to where she wanted him. He let go of the biker's leg, jumped up a good 5 feet, and closed its jaws on his throat. His eyes filled with horror as he tried to get the dog off. But of course, he was only a regular person and had no chance against a toothy revenant, even if it wasn't very large. He couldn't scream anymore either. He could only wheeze. And that's how he died. Olga called Archie away and froze. I didn't rush her. She needed time to process the fact that she had just made her first kill, almost with her own hands. Even though he was a lowlife, she had killed somebody. Using my tags, I had figured out where the hideout was that the bikers who had kidnapped me were always gathering in. Weirdly, from a distance, the house looked quite respectable. Just out of curiosity, I asked Linda to find out how it had turned into a hangout for a bunch of small-time gangsters. It turned out one of the gang members had inherited it a little over 6 months ago. One of his relatives had died, I hoped on their own. In the time that had elapsed, he had completely destroyed all the decor. By the state of the walls and floor, I could tell this place had been in good condition and had had a lot of nice furniture, but now it looked like a bombed-out war zone, which wasn't surprising, given that almost every day there were about 15 marginal types hanging out here. It was a wonder they hadn't burned the place down yet. Olga was still quiet and kept thinking about something. I didn't disturb her. Even if all the other thugs came running when they heard their comrades screaming, their fate was sealed. I was more concerned about making sure no one got out of here. There were 2 Reapers stationed outside for that purpose. Number 1 at the entrance, 1 at the back door. There was no point bringing along any more. Even these were just to be absolutely safe. Before we left, Olga had joked that we looked even more suspicious this way. I objected that this kind of disguise attracted less attention than bone sides for hands. The argument ended there. "That's weird," she whispered again. "I don't feel any pity for him at all. Just the opposite. I can't wait to punish him and his friends. They've done horrible things. They're absolute lowlifes. There's no question about that. And yet, they're people too. Is this right?" I nodded. I had expected to hear something like this from her. "Olga, right now you are on your path to understanding a very important thing. The world abounds in scumbags and lowlifes. Most people have to just accept that fact. But ask anyone what should be done about rapists and murderers, and people want them to be punished." Exactly. No one would voluntarily submit to violence. But not everyone is in a position to resist. We are. But does that make us judges? It wasn't the best time and place for a philosophical polemic, but I continued. We're not judging. We don't get into other people's business, and we don't fulfill other people's requests or complaints. This specific garbage is in our way. They sent Alina to die and wanted to do the same to me. Their guilt is known and doesn't require proof. If they're not stopped, then tomorrow they'll kill someone else. You understand? I do, Olga nodded. Then she added decisively, "Then let's go get the others? Have you figured out where they are?" I was teaching my granddaughter to always ask my shadow scout for a report from the scene before going somewhere, and this was a pop quiz. "Of course," she nodded. "On the 2nd floor." "That's my girl," I said. Then we bolted upstairs. After that, not another hint of doubt ever crossed Olga's face. Not even when Archie bit through one of their arteries and a thick stream of hot blood hit her in the face. My granddaughter had turned into a ruthless Valkyrie. The only thing she still lacked was skills with bladed weapons. I had already taught her the art of the shadow scalpel, but she could only maintain one the size of a small kitchen knife and was still pretty clumsy with it. Archie and I were nearby for backup, but I was trying to get involved as little as possible. I wanted Olga to take away as much battle experience as possible from this fracas. The last of the Richters could not be a weakling whose hand will be unsteady at the deciding moment. Our clan had been almost completely destroyed, and as soon as we raised our heads, they would try to finish us off. Yes, now I could protect her, and everyone who entrusted themselves to me, but they would need to be able to fend for themselves, too. Watching Olga and her revenant massacre bikers left and right, I suddenly realized that my granddaughter would be okay, even if I had to disappear somewhere. Our opponents today were just absolutely abysmal soldiers and presented no challenge whatsoever. Pathetic. At first, they tried to overwhelm us with numbers, but they quickly learned that wouldn't work. Also, they were really scared of Archie. Several times he was hit bad, but he couldn't care less. So now they believed he was rabid or magical, which was close to the truth. It had to affect their battle morale, but even I hadn't expected how much it would. The bikers were screaming in agony and horror, rolling around on the floor, and trying to use each other as shields. 2 of them even managed to jump out the window, where the Reapers saw to them. Only one of the thugs, a very large and strong-seeming guy, took up position in the corner of the room and even built something like a barricade from chairs. I guess he hoped to at least protect his legs from Archie. He had a long knife in his hand and was watching the chaos in the room, waiting to be attacked. It was stupid of him to get involved with this trash. With his brains, he could have turned into something more interesting. But now, at least he would make a good chimera. Olga noticed him too. Her eyes immediately showed interest, and she started working her knife even more actively to finish off the remaining bandits. Her cape was red from blood. Like a berserker, she paid no mind to this at all. When Archie cracked someone's skull open with his bite and the brains went splashing out, she just shook them off and kept fighting. Why wasn't she sucking out the energy instead of killing them all? That was a process that, though fast, still takes time as well as concentration. It wasn't suitable for battle with an advantaged enemy. In the end, there were only 2 left alive, the big guy in the corner and another gangster who was trying to climb out the window in a desperate attempt to save his life. Archie didn't feel like sharing his catch with the Reapers, so he bit into the guy's rear end and was now dragging the hapless biker back into the room. Olga paid them no attention and made her way toward the big cutthroat. I watched her with bated breath. This last fight could easily go differently than all the others had. Olga had done very well in the chaos, with Archie scaring all the enemies and covering her. And even though I was standing off to the side, I also protected her from any attempts to get at her. But right now, I decided not to intervene. It wasn't for nothing she didn't take Archie into this last battle with her. She wanted to test her own strength. I didn't see any point in getting in her way. The cutthroat's knife was much longer than her shadow scalpel, as were he understood that there would be no mercy, and he was fighting for his life. Plus, there was that chair barricade. I was interested to see how ready Olga was for something like this. Could she even get to him without my help and the Revenants? The decisiveness in her eyes said she had a plan. Olga stopped about 3 feet from him, raised her hand, and sent the shadow scalpel flying. I hadn't taught her that. This was a feature of the spell, but it wasn't the simplest task for a beginner. It's one thing when you're holding the called object in your hand, and another thing altogether when you have to maintain its physical manifestation at a distance. Olga did it, and she had figured out how, all by herself. Yep, she was really talented. Capable. I was proud of her. What can I say? With a light whistle, the scalpel flew to its target and stabbed the thug. The guy had had time to react and had shielded himself with his arm, so the wound wasn't too serious. That's when Olga materialized another shadow scalpel in her hand and took aim again. The guy didn't want to be a target for her knife-throwing practice, so he made one last desperate move. He pushed apart his own chair barricade and charged straight at Olga, swinging his knife. She dodged him, but he did nick her and tore her cape somewhere in the area of the shoulder blade. Blood spurted out, but Olga didn't make a sound. She attacked again, but this time she decided not to risk too much, as Archie had now joined her. Growling loudly, he jumped up and bit into the biker's shoulder. It looked like he had been aiming for the neck, but the guy was able to squirm away from that. However, this was enough for him to be distracted from protecting himself against Olga. She lunged at him and pierced his chest with her scalpel, right in the heart. As a healer, she sure knew her anatomy. For a few seconds, he silently looked at her as his eyes glazed over. Then he finally fell. Olga proudly stood alone amidst a pile of 10 corpses. She remained tense for a little while, but once she realized it was all over, she relaxed and even quietly gasped. "My back hurts," she complained. "I tried to heal the wound myself, but I can't do it so fast yet. It's good he didn't get any of my insides." I smiled, walked over to her, put my hand on her shoulder, and the knife wound was almost instantly healed. "Thank you," she said. Then she thought for a few moments and said with certainty, "I have come to some serious conclusions. I need lessons in battle arts, shooting, and throwing knives." We took the Chimera Mobile home, having loaded the corpses and reapers in the purgatory van. As I had learned, the naive contemporary law basically was, no body, no case. If anyone tried to find our protectees, they would find an empty house without a single morsel of biomaterial. The decay spell had destroyed everything inside. The bodies would be used for various things. Ignatius was driving the bus this time. He couldn't wait to show me the final touches on the laboratory. I hadn't seen the final result yet, but now I already needed to use it. Also, when he saw the pile of corpses, Ignatius's eyes flashed with a certain greedy fire. I knew right away he would ask me for more construction workers. The lab was only the first of many things I needed him to build. We were just warming up. I would probably fulfill his request for more workers, but not before working on my new chimera myself first. These were the thoughts on my mind as I entered my new laboratory at last. It wasn't a very large building for now, only 4 rooms, and one of those was more of a vestibule, and a cramped one at that. But there were 2 spacious halls here, with a great refrigeration system that allowed the bodies to be maintained without decay, without expending necroenergy. Another room was a work lab, pretty simple for now. Basically, I brought my equipment from the cellar here. It was a lot more convenient to use it here. I planned a cellar on this site too, but they were only beginning to build it, and it would be under another structure. Overall, I was happy with the results. I praised Ignatius and got to work without further ado. Naturally, I invited Olga and Alina to assist me again. Firstly, they really did help the work to go faster, and secondly, when we had more material, I wanted to let them create their own chimera. Those 2 young women were going to become my main supports in restoring the power of my clan. Today, I wanted to show them that bonehounds were far from being the limit of a necromancer's art. That big cutthroat thug who had put up such a good fight today was the basis for the chimera. He had the sturdiest bones and muscles, and in general was a high-quality human specimen, as far as that goes. We used his tissues to create the most important parts of my new monster. Of course, we needed bones from other bodies as well. This kind of chimera was originally called a tank, but I felt like it didn't have enough attack potential, so I had to augment it. I was aiming at something like a gigantic scorpion with a powerful tail and a shell of bone armor. Inside its body, it had a hollow section, a repository for poison that the monster could squirt from its tail and mouth. I didn't have the poison itself yet, but now that I had a lab, I planned in time to manufacture all kinds of elixirs, ointments, and other pharmaceuticals. And poisons, of course. Maybe I could go partners with one of the Velascos. Just kidding. After working on the hounds, the girls had a pretty easy time assembling the scorpion. They were constantly cross-checking with some kind of video to better understand how this creature was supposed to move. But I didn't trust them to make the tail. This was the future chimera's main weapon. The tail must be not only sturdy, but maneuverable. My students didn't possess enough experience yet to make something like that well. When we were almost done, a smartphone rang. Olga answered, said, "It's Lara," and put her on speaker. "We did it!" Lara reported gleefully, and then continued babbling. "I have all the papers. It wasn't easy, I tell ya. We had to do a few things that were very unorthodox. For example, the Richter clan was already registered, but didn't have a single living member, so we really had to do some legwork." "What other information was there in the database about that clan?" I asked. "None, just the last name, and nothing written where the first name should be." Just as I had suspected. "You've done a very good job," I said to Lara. "Come over in the evening. We'll celebrate." "Sure," she said ebulliently. "I love celebrating." I asked Olga to make the other invitations. I have always thought of holidays and celebrations, or, as they're now called, parties, as an important part of the social game. Employees and important partners should feel like part of the clan not in name only, but feel that they are part of its success, to appreciate the fact that their work helped bring about that success. and that's valued and not taken for granted. If they feel that way, they continue working enthusiastically. In the past, it used to be simpler. You'd fry up a couple of bulls, open a couple of barrels of wine, and everyone was happy. Now, parties are a lot more extravagant. It's not a bad thing. A couple of hours later, the stable was filled with all the interested parties. Prochor, Alan, the other two purgatory fighters who had joined the clan as servants, the entire Astor family, Lara, and even Ellie and Arnie. These last two were there as servants. Subordination must be maintained and a certain distance must be kept. The CFO had turned out to be a pretty good chef and was now helping Fred in the kitchen. Ellie was waiting tables. At first, neither was too happy about their situation, but they didn't dare complain. Afterwards, they realized it was better to be there in that role than booted out the door. The evening started out well. I gave a small speech after which we drank to the success of our endeavor. After that, we continued to celebrate without any more formalities. Lara resisted alcohol for a long time, but finally said, "Oh well, I can afford it once a month." She went whole hog, which led to some unexpected consequences. Olga and Alina had to literally drag her away from Fred. She didn't know anything about him, and suddenly she was very hot for the Wraith. "What an interesting and reserved man," she said to Olga, who tried to talk reason to her without giving away any secrets. "He's so good at cooking, and his manners are impeccable. It makes me want to ruin him." Lara laughed drunkenly. Then our celebration was interrupted by the doorbell ringing. It was a courier. I had seen him coming a block away, but didn't find anything suspicious about him. Olga answered the door, accepted an envelope from him, and opened it. When the courier left, she raised her voice a little and, in a lost tone, said, "Listen, there's a situation here." Several sets of eyes turned to look at her. "I think they've just declared war on us," she said. Chapter 14. "Oh yeah, here come our little fishies," Scanner gleefully intoned. That was the nickname of the slim, dark-skinned Asian man from the clan of Zhao who specialized in finding all kinds of information. "Yeah, right. You're kidding," Van replied. Van was not a nickname. They worked together on the same project and were always hanging out in the same office. "No, for sure. An account has been opened in the name of the Richter clan. It was extremely rare for new clans to be registered, at most a couple per year, and most of them would almost immediately be taken over by another, stronger clan. So it was too early to get too excited. Still, at least something could certainly be skimmed. So Van and Scanner excitedly kept digging. "I think they're suicidal," Scanner said distractedly. "What did you find?" Van asked. "That's just the thing. It's a clan of healers. Can you imagine?" "Barely." "Exactly. And judging by the records, there are only 4 of them in the whole clan. 3 dudes and a girl." "What about property?" "An agency called Purgatory and some service structure. It's zoned as residential, but by the looks of the floor plan, it's either a shed or a stable." The security of city databases was abysmal. What cybersecurity specialist would work for a city salary? The clans had all the best people. "That's not much, but if there aren't any unions, then why not nab it?" Van concluded. "I'll call Jiao Wei before someone else jumps on it." "Go ahead," Scanner agreed. "It's a cakewalk, and we can sell the real estate." Jiao Wei was the founder and chief of their clan, which was small but strong enough to stay independent. Well, almost. They were all pretty good fighters, magisters, and executors. They often worked as mercenaries for large clans, doing dirty work for them, or for the government, quashing small clans or large gangs of ungifted that the city didn't have the resources to fight. But they didn't get involved in big interclan conflicts. The risk of being crushed was too great. They occasionally got those offers, though. The Zhao always turned them down. They never missed a chance to fry a smaller fish, however. New clans were a perfect target. It was easy. You could kill all of them and legally take over all their property. So having made sure none of the local sharks would protect the Richters, they declared war. Damn it! Lara suddenly sobered up. She even stopped hanging on Fred and started pacing anxiously around the hall. It's all my fault, she fretted. I didn't explain clearly enough. I didn't warn you with enough urgency. Be seated and calm down, I gently ordered her. She stopped talking and plunked down into the nearest armchair. The others were already quiet as it was. They were all staring at me, expecting comments and instructions. You could cut the tension with scissors. I could tell Alina was hoping I would announce it was all a joke. I had known for some time already that she still had a long way to go to match Olga's confidence and bravery. She was too soft and not nearly as talented. Even so, there was a place for her in the clan, just not the place of a battle magician. I fixed my eyes on every person present and asked with surprise, "Why are you all so upset? Naturally, we have and will continue to have enemies. That doesn't mean we're doing anything wrong. And it certainly doesn't mean we're going to lose." Olga walked up to me and handed me the envelope. "The clan of Zhao," I read aloud. "I have no idea who they are, but I'm sure they're as far from the Vions as from the moon. And we wiped the floor with the Vions." What? The Vions? Lara was shocked. Arnie and Ellie reacted similarly. They were the only ones here who didn't know about the operation we had conducted at the clinic, so I had to fill them in. Whoa, Lara said emotionally. That's dangerous knowledge. I think I'll just forget I heard that. Yep. I nodded approval and continued. In any case, we need to find out who these Zhao are. Lara, you'll have to get a complete list of their clan. Can you do that? I probably can, she answered gravely. We have time, right? I was glad about Lara's reaction. It was nice to see I hadn't been mistaken in my assessment of her. She could have abandoned what she surely saw as a sinking ship right there and then, but I think she had gotten so deeply entangled in clan business that she was slowly becoming an insider, too. According to the clan war code, we have 24 hours to prepare, I confirmed after researching everything regarding clan status in today's world. They definitely won't touch anyone during that period if they don't want their battle license revoked. So we need to do everything we need to in town in the next 24 hours. And then? Olga inquired. Then we'll do battle, defense and counterattack, I explained. What could be simpler? Let me interrupt you here, Lara chimed in. My extremely attractive and very valuable third eye is telling me I'd better make myself scarce. And the sooner, the better. I'll just send the information about the Zhao online. The less I hear right now, the better I'll feel. Nothing personal, but... I made a gesture that said there was no need to explain. You're absolutely right, I smiled at her. We'll see you after the fracas is over. Just don't die, she said. She said goodbye to everyone and ran off. I was happy not to have to tell her to leave. We were about to start discussing battle plans. Everyone else here was obliged to me and wore my seal, but Lara didn't even know yet that I was a necromancer. There was no need to lay all the cards open to her just yet. Linda, I addressed my attorney, find out everything you can about the property of these Zhao. I need to understand what we're getting in the end. Are you sure we're going to win? Ellie squeaked. I have children. Can I maybe go? You personally have absolutely nothing to worry about, I reassured her. Officially, there are only 4 clan members. Me, Olga, Prokhor, and Alan. We haven't written anyone else into the list yet, so we'll be the main targets. But who says they're not going to touch us? Ellie continued to panic. That's why we're going to break up into 2 groups. Some will stay here, and some at Purgatory. It'll be best if all the civilians stay with us. So I should bring my children here? Ellie asked. Better leave them with relatives. Discipline is hard for small children. They might put themselves in harm's way if we're attacked. They don't belong to the clan, so they'll be safe somewhere else. The enemies probably won't be interested in you either. Officially, you don't even work at Purgatory anymore. This calmed her substantially. Maybe I'll stay with my kids too then, and not participate in the war? That would definitely be best, I nodded. Then I'll go right now, before I've been noticed. She got her things together and ran off even faster than Lara had. As for you, Alina and Linda, I said to the Astor women, you'd better come stay here as of tomorrow. I'm going to guard this place myself, and when I can't, it will be guarded by Olga, Fred, and the Bonehounds. That's enough, if not to defeat an enemy of any level, at least to hold them off until reinforcements arrive. Will Ignatius stay with us too? Linda asked, as I had not mentioned him. No. Purgatory is now in battle status. I need him there with all his construction workers. It's time for them all to learn to fire guns. What do I say to the soldiers who don't know everything? Procor spoke up. Tell them the truth, that now that Purgatory is a clan entity, wars are inevitable. Whoever wants to quit should do so. The salaries of the rest will be doubled. Let them keep the guard inside, too. It's time to separate the wheat from the chaff. Got it. Procor nodded in affirmation. One more thing, I said, looking at the CFO. Arnold, do you still have any connections at Mallet? What? He literally jumped in place, panicking. I didn't leak anything to anyone. I never. The cowardly rat thought he was being accused of something, which meant the death we had promised him the next time he made the slightest fuck-up was one step closer. Relax, I said. If you so much as think of selling us out again, I won't need to ask you any questions. I'll be the first to know. Now answer my question. Yes, he stuttered. I have a contact. If we need them for our cause, I got real close to him. And quietly, so the others wouldn't hear, I said, then here's what you're going to tell them. I don't know. I don't trust that Zeppelt, Mal Dickens said to his brother Oliver. Maybe we should have just sent him packing. We still don't know for sure what happened at his country house. Why did our guys burn to death, and he's still alive? He's got a mouth on him, Oliver shrugged. And what does he stand to gain by lying? Purgatory is much smaller and poorer than us, and nothing can change that. And if there's new competition in town, we need to know who they are anyway. They were driving in the Cougar, their most badass armored vehicle, at the head of a whole private army, accompanied by several buses overflowing with warriors. Another armored vehicle, crowned with a couple of mounted Griffin machine guns, brought up the rear. Mallet had a license for transporting heavy battle equipment through town. They had to get to the foci somehow, but that's not where they were going now, and the armored vehicles were needed more for show than for actual fighting. It was important that the competition see who they're up against from the get-go. Despite a couple of setbacks, the Dickenses were still riding high, and they still had enough money and weapons to be a force to be reckoned with. I don't even know, Mal continued to doubt. He said Procor Kalinin burned down his country house out of spite, and that he wasn't even there when it happened. He's pretending he's got nothing to do with anything. Who knows? But we can't just let some new hotshots take Purgatory, that's for sure. We've invested plenty. We're not about to start over from scratch. What irks me is that he doesn't even know who the buyer is. He says Kalinin doesn't trust him anymore and is hiding everything. But somehow, he found out what time the deal was going down. We're about to see for ourselves. Yeah, we're almost there. In fact, it was almost the time Arnie had specified. The Dickens brothers were worried they might be late after spending so much time arguing. But as they turned the corner and saw Purgatory, they also saw a whole fleet of vans driving up, and they had some kind of insignia on them. The Dickenses knew for sure what Kalinin's fleet was like, and these were definitely not his people. Looks like we're right on time, Oliver said. Let's go tell them what's going down. Listen, Mao tried to stop him again. I think those are clan crests. Who gives a shit? I don't recognize them, so they must be bottom feeders. Don't piss yourself. We have a whole army behind us. With that, he jumped out of the armored vehicle and confidently strode toward the competitors. Mao reluctantly followed. Several Asian guys got out of the other cars to meet them. What's up? Asked Van Zhao, who was here as attack leader. Who are you? Oliver shot back in the same rude tone. Take a hike. There's nothing for you here. It's taken. Van watched with curiosity as soldiers, armed to the teeth, climbed out of the Dickens' buses. If there were any gifted among them, they were very weak. He was an executor and didn't see them as competition at all, despite all their armaments. But since they were here, that must have meant they were here to protect the Richters. Why else would they be here at the start of a war? "I give one warning," Van said calmly. "If you don't clear our path right now, you will become a lawful target." "You think we're going to just back off? We've been here for over 6 months already. Suck our dicks, amateurs. You get nothing." They'd made their choice. Van lifted his hand and materialized an ice sword. The war had begun. Chapter 15. "I don't get why you trust him so much," Alan mumbled darkly as he looked out the window. He and Prochor had been watching for over an hour as Zhao vans arrived at Purgatory and took up positions in the parking lot. So far, there were only 3 of them, but each one had at least 5 armed magicians in it. Alan believed that was enough to beat the crap out of their small group of ungifted fighters. Although, a lot fewer of them had declined to support Purgatory in its new status than he had supposed would. That is, most of those who wanted to leave had left a long time ago, when the whole thing with Mallet had just started. Those who had stayed had done so because they preferred to stay with Purgatory as long as it remained afloat. Many understood who the Dickenses were, and that despite their initial promises, those who went to work for them had nothing to look forward to but gradually deteriorating working conditions. The other option was to leave town and try your luck elsewhere. So, even under threat of a clan war, only 2 quit, leaving 9 soldiers, not counting the 2 under seal. They too were now tensely watching what was happening in the parking lot. They were all armed and dressed in tactical armor. Each had taken his shooting position. The lower halves of all the first-floor windows had been covered with sandbags, a primitive but effective method of stopping a bullet, or a magic spell. Purgatory was dug in, prepared for battle. The Zhao were in no hurry. They were waiting for exactly 24 hours to pass from the moment they had declared war. That gave Purgatory time to prepare, of course, but Alan was sure he was going to die. And all he had on his mind was how to take as many enemies with him as possible. As for Prochor, he looked calm. Too calm. It was extremely unnerving. "Alan," he said, "Max said there would be reinforcements." "Where the fuck is he gonna get them?" Alan yelled. "These assholes have sent several executors here." "I believe what I see." I used to think clearing a Delta Focus in 1 day was impossible. But Max did it without difficulty. Then why isn't he here himself? He should be here. At that moment, Alan felt a reassuring tap on his shoulder and jumped with surprise, as he had been entirely fixed on watching the Zhao vehicles with Prochor. It turned out to be Ignatius, who was glowing with confidence even more than Prochor was. "My guys are ready to fight," he declared. "They still have some issues with accuracy. They'll need to train more, but we'll make do. Brandon, Constantine, and I decided to put the more skilled ones on the machine guns and give the others shotguns. You don't need to be too accurate with those." Alan interrupted him. "Listen, that's great and all that you're feeling good about yourself, but we're going to be fighting magicians. Magicians. All our toys are nowhere near as deadly to them as we want them to be." "Nonsense," Ignatius dismissed him. "If you'd seen what my boys are capable of, armed just with crowbars and sledgehammers. We tore several magisters to pieces the other day. I'm sure that with firearms, we'll annihilate them." "They've got more than magisters," Alan muttered, but was interrupted by a sudden upheaval among the enemy's ranks. Several more cars had arrived, a tank that was illegal to drive within city limits, followed by several storm buses that looked like the one they'd used themselves when clearing the transitioning Focus. "What is that? Zhao backup?" Alan got even more nervous. "Doesn't look like it," Prochor said, squinting. "There's no clan crests on them, but there is mallet insignia. What the hell are they doing here? Damn it, the Dickenses have probably made cause with the Zhao to finish us off faster." Alan was panicking now. "What's in it for Zhao?" Prochor argued. "You think they declared war on us just so they could share the trophies with someone else?" "I don't know, but this is all very weird." Meanwhile, Two men climbed out of the tank and walked toward the Zhao. Behind them, the mallet fighters were actively alighting from their buses. The van doors swung open, and the Zhao magicians started walking to meet them in phalanx formation. I observed Purgatory from a distance. Right now, my presence was required elsewhere, but I could not leave a key spot like that unmonitored. My sharp-eyed watchbirds had found themselves a couple of perches outside of Procore's office, so I could see the full picture in excellent quality from several angles at once. True, total success was not guaranteed. For that, I would have to get involved personally and lose a lot of time. I took a chance on human stupidity. And I was right. Arnie had really whipped them up into a frenzy. Frustrated by their recent failures, the Dickenses were afraid to lose out on the very thing they had started all of this for in the first place. I was listening in real time to a very amusing conversation between two very confused sides. Neither side actually knew what they were arguing about. Naturally, this could only end in gunplay. One of the Zhao guys fired first. An executor, by the way. He had evidently made a connection in his puny mind between the equipment and armor the surprise guests had brought and the gear used by cleansers, and concluded that the new arrivals were here to help Procore. He went apeshit, unsheathed his sword, and in one motion chopped off the head of one of the Dickenses. The other Dickens was no dummy, so he started escaping with all possible speed, covered by a firestorm from his guys. Almost all of them were ungifted, but very well prepared. A second later, an avalanche of grenades flew toward the Zhao, as the machine guns from atop the Manticore fired at them. I wondered how many more cool toys like that mallet still had hidden away. Even the executor had to work pretty hard to dodge all of this nastiness. He spent almost his entire shield store just to get to one of the enemy groups. Once he was there, of course, he instantly killed them all. Just then, about a dozen grenades exploded a whole Zhao van, along with everyone who was inside, which included at least 4 magisters. Most of the damage had been done by the second tank, which had a field grenade launcher installed on top instead of a machine gun. The van was torn to shreds, and the force wave from the explosion also knocked over the one next to it, even though it was at a good distance and armored. 2 executors and 3 magisters had managed to escape from that one in time. These magisters turned on their shields and started shooting all kinds of spells at the enemies. They all specialized in different elements, so fireballs, lightning, and even blinding rays of light were now bombarding the mallet fighters. But there were fewer Zhao than mallet soldiers, and the magister's shields could barely withstand the constant onslaught of bullets, so they had to duck behind the buses periodically to recharge them. The executors were having an easier time. There were only 3 of them, but they quickly identified the most dangerous of their opponents. Mallet lost its grenade launchers, then the Manticore. I had to click my tongue. They could have just killed the shooters. Why break perfectly good equipment that I intended to take for myself? The fray was so hot that the Zhao guys got a little too into it. By the end of the battle, they had lost 3 more magisters. The mallet warriors had even managed to disable one of their executors. His wound wasn't too serious, but truth be told, I had not expected that from them. The Zhao were at a great strength advantage, and the battle ended badly for Mallet. Most of their fighters were killed, the rest were gravely wounded. Only 2 had managed to escape, and that was by pure miracle. All 3 of the Zhao executors and 5 of their magisters survived. That was more than half of the retinue they had brought with them. It was when they relaxed a little bit and were about to finish off their half-dead opponents that Purgatory made its move. The gates flew open to reveal Ignatius's construction worker army, already in formation. The magicians were taken by surprise when rounds from several handheld griffins were shot at them. They were far from being decimated, of course, but every hit against one of their shields inched us toward victory. The living soldiers didn't show themselves. I had instructed Procore well, and he, the others. As soon as the 24-hour waiting period was over, they all even knew enough to get away from the windows. Who would want to miss a fight like this one of their own will? In any case, right now they were backing up my wraiths. When the executors inevitably broke through the line of zombies, the Purgatory guys would have to direct all their fire into the opening that forms to keep the enemy from passing through it. As they did that, the wounded wraith would need to repair itself and resume its position. I had purposely put a huge amount of energy into them before the battle, so they could heal themselves quickly. It was the same if a wraith needed to recharge. It would step out of the line to return when all was well. So far, everything was going exactly according to plan. Their fear of doing battle with magicians made the living soldiers fall into line like never before. Each one of them fully appreciated that if the executors succeeded in breaking through the wraiths, that would be the end. The Jiao, too, could see they weren't doing too well. They had now lost 2 more magisters under fire, and the wounded executor was losing strength. Unfortunately, they decided not to break through the wraiths like lemmings, so they retreated to the farthest van from the gates and huddled together to discuss.
The worst outcome for our war would be if the Jiao decided to just leave right now, which was, of course, exactly what they decided to do. As Purgatory held its own against Mallet, the Jiao guys started loading up into what remained of their vehicles without bothering to even leave the grounds to do it. The main thing now was for Ignatius and Procor to respond correctly. We had agreed that this would be a last resort, but better than letting the enemy escape alive and mad. If we did that, they would come back prepared for our tactics. Yes, my boys had the presence of mind to do exactly the right thing. 2 of the wraiths separated from the others and ran as fast as they could toward the van the last executor was getting into. He glanced at what he perceived as a pathetic attack and didn't even deign to raise his eyebrow at it. Naturally, the executor slowed to finish off the idiots who were running at him. It was that same Asian guy with the ice sword. He was impulsive and not terribly smart. He made a sudden move and chopped the 2 wraiths right in half in one blow, only to then be very surprised when the 2 men he had just murdered weren't even bleeding and certainly didn't even think of dying. As he tried to process what was happening, the upper parts of the wraiths' bodies pulled themselves up using their hands and hurled themselves into the van. Bam! Bam! A double explosion made the van jump, and clouds of dark smoke poured out of all the windows. I had told Procor the necrobomb would be plenty, but he insisted on also strapping a dynamite vest onto the undead kamikazes, so it's anyone's guess whether it was magic or explosives that killed the Jiao. Lara brought me the list of Jiao clan members just as we were winding up, and remarked that it had taken a lot of trouble. The Jiao turned out to be pretty tough customers for such a small clan. The fact that mine only numbered 4 members at the moment was very much an exception. As Lara had told me, clans usually didn't get registered until there were at least 50 members. The Jiao had just a little more than that conventional minimum, 72 members in all. With the servants, they numbered just under 100. Lara had had the most difficulty getting information about the level of each of them. They went to a lot of trouble to encrypt that information. But at least, now we knew that out of their 70 magicians, 16 were executors, and that was the highest level they had. That wasn't so few, considering the ratio of them to us. The Jiao clearly valued quality over quantity. That applied to their property as well. My legal advisor, Linda, had not had a chance to find out everything yet, but what she had dug up enabled us to draw certain conclusions. The Jiao did not keep around any trash. Each structure or scrap of land they owned had some significance. Usually, it was some kind of business. For example, the large garage they owned on the outskirts of town doubled as their auto shop. There, they not only tuned up their own equipment, but also fixed other people's. They also had an IT lab right in the center of the city. There, they were supposedly developing software, but according to the information I had received from both of my informants, it was probably primarily a spy base. In my time, spies and assassins tried to break into people's houses and castles without being seen, but now their descendants were mostly busy hacking computers and smartphones.
In addition to the laboratory and auto shop, they also had 3 warehouses in different parts of the city, one big one and 2 smaller ones. And then they had a computer store and another garage. This one was not open for outside business. As I gathered, they stored military vehicles and weapons there. All of the Zhao property had come to it over the last 3 years, from various young clans that they had eliminated. Some of the trophies had been sold. That same fate awaited us as well, as they thought. But instant karma worked just as well here as it did in Asia. As my people defended Purgatory and the stable, I planned my visit to each of these places. I went with almost nothing, although I did have to extend the Chimera Mobile a little again to fit 2 Reapers into the passenger seats. I had given them hooded capes as disguises so the other drivers on the road and law enforcement wouldn't be alarmed without need by the sight of them. I had by now studied up on most of the rules of the road, so I was hoping this journey would go without a hitch. My grandfather used to say there was nothing simpler than defeating an enemy that underestimated you. In the past, I had not known such luxury. When my enemies heard the name Richter, they used to hustle to form coalitions, create endless hordes, and amass a lot of troops along strategic defense lines. But now, I encountered this kind of foolhardiness all the time. It was a pretty amusing sensation, I must say. From this followed the second advantage of the operation I had planned for tonight. The opponent did not expect us to be able to do much at all. They thought we'd locked ourselves into a futile defensive battle. They thought of themselves as predators and us as prey. So there could be no thought of any kind of emergency military conditions on their end. Everything was going according to plan as far as they were concerned. No heightened vigilance or security was called for. I saw further proof of all of this when I arrived at the first of the warehouses on my list. Some truck was calmly being unloaded next to it. The security guard didn't even come out of his booth. That's where I finished him off. He never knew what hit him. Just as fast, the Reapers and I made short work of about 10 more of their workers. 2 of them had turned out to be magisters and bosses. There were a couple of apprentices there, too. I was certain I had managed to do all of this very quietly, and no one had had a chance to signal for help. Unfortunately, I couldn't take away their goods yet, but I did find a small safe, and the already dead chief of this place graciously shared the code to it with me. At least my stuff wouldn't be stolen. Once I was finished there, I went on to the other places. The next stop after this warehouse was the auto shop. Posing as a customer, I drove my Chimera Mobile into the garage and asked the mechanics to figure out why it wouldn't always start. When the workers, who were also magisters, opened the hood, they didn't even have a chance to be surprised that there was nothing in there that remotely resembled an engine. Their death was instantaneous. This was the first time I had an opportunity to see what my Lambo was capable of in battle. It slammed the hood down on their heads and then literally chewed them up. I'd had no idea it was so bloodthirsty. After that, all that was left was to check out the rest of the building and finish off anyone else I found. One of the clan executors came across my path, and I had some trouble with him. If it had taken any longer, he would have sounded an alarm. But despite his talents being both rare and considerable, he could levitate. He had no chance against me and my 2 Reapers. It was lucky that we had come across him inside the building, or else he could easily have escaped. As it was, I had to catch him by the feet when he leapt out the window. This operation concluded as successfully as the one at the warehouse. I was trying to work quietly, but not out of fear that the element of surprise would be compromised and I'd have to fight the Zhao warriors openly. Truth be told, I would have preferred a battle where I didn't have to hold myself back. But my main objective right now wasn't to kill everyone. That was going to happen anyway. I needed to maintain the enemy clan's property in as good condition as possible, as it would soon become ours. So far, I had been successful, but now I had to contend with the laboratory, which was also the office where the highest Zhao executives sat. At the very least, some of them would definitely be there. There, they also had a lot of expensive computer stuff that I very much didn't want to damage. It was time to find out how well they guarded their citadel. Chapter 16. I guess the Zhao did get suspicious at one point after all. For the first time since I had finished watching the entertaining movie of the utter vanquishing of my enemies in the Purgatory parking lot, I encountered some sort of defense. At first glance, it looked like a regular office building. Well, not totally regular. Unlike the skyscrapers in the city's business district occupied by larger clans, the Zhao headquarters were in a 3-floor building. It was also modern, but looked a lot more humble and traditional than the steel and glass towers downtown. They had even made an Asian-style pagoda-shaped roof, which set the building apart among all the others. But I was not here to study contemporary office building architecture. I fixed my attention on the magic dome that covered the Zhao citadel. Spells like this one required a big and serious ritual. In the past, Gifted used to use amulets and pure methodologies. Now, I felt right away that the dome was being held in place by abomination gemstones, which meant it was very expensive, and they didn't just turn it on for anyone. A few hours before, when Alan and I had been here on a reconnaissance mission, there were no defensive spells in place at all, and no security guards either. But now, the windows and doors were all shut and covered by electric rolling blinds. There were 5 magicians stationed at the entrance to the employee parking lot, 2 executors and 3 magisters. Each of them was already maintaining an active shield and stood alert at his assigned post. I saw all of this through the eyes of one of my watchbirds. I had placed it on a branch right when Alan had driven the old van with the scuffed-up license plates into the nearest alley. I needed to deliver my new Chimera, and I didn't want to do so using purgatory vehicles. I was surprised when Alan volunteered to solve the issue. I hadn't known, but he had been the one who had organized the van for the clinic raid too. The guy had a really eventful adolescence. His cousin was doing time somewhere in the north, and as a kid, Procor's deputy had almost followed him there. He had come to his senses and chosen to make an honest living, but he still had some of his old contacts. This experience had also impacted the way he looked, spoke, and carried himself. From the beginning, I had thought he looked like a small-time crook, which was very handy right now. He had procured this clapped-out old truck in just a couple of hours, free of charge. It spit out clouds of black smoke like a dragon with the flu, sighed and wheezed with every move, and was about to fall apart any minute. But we didn't need to do anything crazy with it. It was maybe fulfilling the most influential act of its career as a truck by transporting the sleeping, armored chimera I had just created, which Olga affectionately called Turtle. It was time to test out my new creation in battle. "What's going on there? Anything new?" Li Feng looked over Scanner's shoulder with curiosity. This young Asian woman looked no older than 16. Slight, thin, with 2 tight braids and barely formed breasts. People often mistook her for someone's daughter, thinking she had come to meet her parents at work. Even in a small company like this, where everyone knew each other, at first people were always trying to see Li Feng out of the hacker's wing, thinking she was lost. But she was actually 25 and had already passed her Magister exam. Not to mention that, on a par with Scanner, she was one of the most gifted programmers the Zhao clan had. Today, in addition to their usual tasks, they were liaising between the base and 2 battle regiments. One had just left for the field, and the other was supposed to have already started fighting. Van says they've arrived, and now they don't know what to do. Is there an image? Just the van dashcams. Scanner brought one of the dashcam feeds up on the screen, and a second later he yelled, "Motherfucker!" Li Feng exclaimed something even worse. The very second they had started watching, they heard explosions, followed by the camera being knocked out and connection being lost. "Let's see another one," she yelled, as Scanner was already switching to the next one, and then the next one after that. To their chagrin, it was very difficult to make out anything from these feeds, other than that the skirmish had turned out much more massive than they had anticipated. Only a fragment of the scene was visible, and soldiers from either side were infrequently in the shot. The audio was spectacular, though. Explosions, relentless shooting, incoherent and highly dramatic exclamations and yelling. "Think it's time to sound the alarm?" Li Feng asked as they listened to the cacophony. "Better to wait for Van's command," Scanner answered reasonably, though this did nothing to allay their anxiety. Li Feng paced around the office. "Maybe we should contact him ourselves?" "Yeah, right. We'll just piss him off." "Yeah, you're right." The young woman sat down behind a desk. After a pause, she said, "Do what you want, but I'm going to request more security." "Go ahead." Scanner didn't object. After making the request, Li Feng couldn't sit still for long. She jumped up and started pacing again, tensely listening to the sounds of the battle. Her gaze wandered erratically around the office until she froze in place, her eyes fixed on one of the inner office closed-circuit surveillance screens. "What the shit is that?" she yelled out as she ran closer to the screens and pulled one of them closer to her. There was something. A creature with many tiny legs moving toward their rear courtyard. It looked like a cross between a doodlebug, an armored vehicle, and a scorpion. It was an absolutely terrifying mixture that looked like several animals and insects at once. "That's definitely not a dog," said Scanner. "Dog? What fucking dog?" Li Feng was panicking. "What other animals do you expect to see in the middle of the city?" Her colleague explained his impeccable logic. "That's not an animal. It's a monster. Some kind of monster." "Relax. The dome is on, and the security guards are stationed outside." Kaboom! The monster got a running start and crashed into the dome, cracking it. The whole building shook. Simultaneously, another signal sounded. A second group of soldiers had reached the Richter house. When she saw this, Li Feng contacted their leader. "Van is in trouble. Us too. Be careful." "What happened?" the voice on the other end said. But the young woman didn't answer, as she was transfixed by what was happening outside in the parking lot. I had expected more from their shield. The Zhao were obviously not used to having to defend themselves, and had skimped on their magic dome. One decisive attack, and that was it for them. Because of this negligent attitude toward their own defense, my turtle had broken their dome in literally 2 tries and gotten inside. Their whole security system was seriously compromised, and their dome was in shambles. The security guards were in no hurry to hurl themselves into battle. Instead, they started actively talking to each other with and without their walkie-talkies. I doubt they had ever seen anything like this before. My turtle was in no rush to attack either. It had strutted to the center of the parking lot and was now standing there, threateningly wagging its tail. The Zhao could not abide such brazenness. They were carefully walking around the chimera and trying out long-distance spells and bullets on it. None of it had any effect. The bullets bounced off the turtle's armor, or else it would swat them away with its tail, which was pumped full of energy. Finally, one of the executors called a spear that flashed like lightning. Its point seemed to be made entirely of electricity. However, disappointingly for the enemy, upon contact with the turtle's armor, the spear dematerialized. The executor barely escaped with his life when the chimera suddenly ran at him. It didn't bother to chase after him, however, preferring to keep holding down its defense like a living, mobile fortress. The parking lot was filling up with more and more warriors. "Wow," Olga whistled as she looked out the second-floor window. "Could it be even more fighters have been sent just to storm Purgatory?" Like Max, she was developing a habit of talking to Fred. These were one-way conversations, but who cared? It was hard to find a more ideal interlocutor. He just listened silently and agreed with everything. Now, too, Fred bowed his head as though he had understood. Then, his glassy eyes looked out the window too, where their house was being surrounded by 5 vans. Olga's heart overflowed with various emotions, a kaleidoscope of fear, responsibility, and a joyful expectation. These feelings made her very alert. She tensely watched the enemies getting out of their vehicles, calculating just the right moment. Yes, now. God damn it, Li Feng, yelled Zhao Zan, the leader of the detachment that had been sent to attack the Richter house. What a stupid girl. Didn't say anything specific, just made a lot of noise. If an enemy clan, consisting by the way of only 4 people, had somehow managed to interfere with the Zhao clan's plans for purgatory, and even if they had made it all the way to the main office, wouldn't that mean there was no one here to defend the place? Who's going to put up a fight? As if to confirm what he was thinking, several people came out of the house with their hands up. They're surrendering, he said loudly and guffawed, even though the other soldiers weren't blind and could see for themselves. So what the fuck did we bring all these people here for? One of them said. Take it easy, Zan answered him. Let's take care of these and go to purgatory. I hear Van's fucking everything up over there. The whole detachment started murmuring and laughing quietly. What could have possibly gone wrong with such a small clan? Even if they have some servants like these over here. Kaboom! The first party of surrendering servants had reached the warriors, who were now flying every which way like bowling pins from the explosions. Those who had relaxed and turned off their shields were torn, limb from limb, along with the exploding undead who had killed them. What the fuck? Zan was furious. Full battle readiness. Lift your shields. Attack! They had lost 1/3 of their soldiers, some dead, some stunned. But that was no reason to abort the mission. Now that they knew these people were suicide bombers, they would just shoot them as they came out of the house. The Zhao fighters opened massive fire from their own guns, and also with spells, bombarding the 2 who hadn't reached them yet. But rather than fall dead from their many wounds, the suicide bombers had only picked up speed. Some of the fighters couldn't handle it and started running, hoping to take cover from the explosions behind the vehicles. Some of them were even able to do that. But another explosion damaged several magisters. Who are these fucking maniacs? Someone yelled in panic. Shut up, Zan barked. Group 1 takes the house with me. Group 2 covers the outside. After roaring out this order, he was the first to charge the entrance to the house. Covered by his shield, of course. But no more kamikazes came out, which made sense. How many of them could there be? When he charged into the house, he found there was no one inside, at least not in the vestibule. Still, the Zhao soldiers decided to err on the side of caution. It might be another ambush, so they were in no hurry to advance. However, as time passed, there was no sign of another trap. The magic traps expert scouted the scene and didn't find anything either. Just as the soldiers charged forward, screams were heard on the street. Someone had attacked Group 2. But it was too late to turn around. A giant dog had lunged into the living room, where they were now, letting out a very loud growl. Actually, you couldn't really call it a dog. It was a horrific, skeletal creature with burning green eyes. In another second, the dog leapt across the room and toppled one of the magisters to the floor. Another second later, his torn-off head was rolling on the hardwood floor. Retreat, Zan ordered. All the magisters, go to the stairs, now. There really were no other options. They could either go outside, where more chaos was happening, or stay here and face the monster, or escape upstairs. The horrible dog probably wouldn't be able to chase them up there, but in any case, it'll be easier to defend themselves against it up there. The magisters ran as Zan and 2 other executors covered them, which was not easy. The monster was extremely strong, and each blow from it tested the strength of their shields. Ambush! Cried one of the magisters, as machine gun fire rained down on him from the 2nd floor, almost destroying his shield. This was then followed by a second one, which finished it off. Wounded, he fell on top of his comrades as they were coming up the stairs. One of them tried to catch him and at least slow his fall, but the shooting from upstairs continued, and the magisters toppled down the stairs like dominoes, knocking each other over as they fell. Meanwhile, in the living room, the green-eyed dog from hell was gnawing on the first executor as the other 2 tried in vain to harm or stop it somehow. Dear, how about a vacation next month? Charlotte's husband asked her as he happily noshed his frittata. He was very happy because ever since his wife had gone on the TV show, She had stopped with all the zany stories. He didn't realize Charlotte had simply decided it was pointless to share with him, but hadn't actually ceased her investigation. She hadn't seen anything new in a long while. The weird birds had become old news for her. Wait a minute. As she sat by the window with a cup of tea, she noticed some movement in her peripheral sight. She turned to look, and once she made sense of what she was seeing, she was aghast. There was a man running down the street as fast as he could, chased by a huge dog with fiery green eyes. When it caught up with him, it picked him up with its maw by the middle of his torso and dragged him back where he had come from, right to the house of that Olga, where there was a lot of commotion again. But Charlotte couldn't see the details because of all the vans parked in the way. All she could see was that huge wild dog. "Do you hear me, Charlotte?" her husband said, bringing her out of her stupor. Yes, of course. Let's go if you want," she answered. Then she looked back out the window again. The dog had dragged its unfortunate prey pretty far. If she told her husband what she had just seen, he wouldn't be able to see anything at this point. Best to keep quiet and contact Phil and Hans. The diversion tactic had worked so well that my job here was done. The turtle was keeping the security guards busy and went basically unharmed, while the enemy suffered loss after loss. And I hadn't even poured the poison into it yet. This was only pure physical strength. Since the turtle had crashed through the dome, it hadn't healed itself yet. I easily found a crack right near the main entrance and walked in without hindrance. As I had expected, the corridors were empty. It looked like all the soldiers were busy with the turtle, and the others had all hidden around the office. I decided it was a good idea to give the smartest ones a chance. Magically amplifying my voice, I announced throughout the building like an intercom. "This is Maximilian Richter. All those who cease resisting at once, lie on the floor, and put their hands on the backs of their heads will live." Chapter 17. I didn't rush. Those who had lost needed time to internalize their position. I used that time to explore the enemy's office. That is, my new office. That transfer was imminent. It was pretty cozy. There were planters and pots with all kinds of plants everywhere, many of them exotic. In the foyer, there was a lot of different soft furniture and a coffee vending machine. Importantly, it was a mechanical one, not electric. Unafraid of breaking it, I made myself a cup of coffee and sat down on one of the couches to enjoy its flavor. The Jow did not skimp on the little things. The beverage was as good as the one we made on the machine at home. Just when I had placed the emptied cup on the coffee table, I heard footsteps. This was interesting. I got up and took a couple of steps in the direction of the sound, when a tall Asian man in a strict business suit walked into the foyer. He looked young, but I could tell he was over 100. In terms of strength, he was an executor, but at the peak of his powers and edging toward full destructor. "I presume you are Maximilian Richter," he said. "Okay, let's have a conversation." "I am."
And you? Yao Yen, he introduced himself seriously, head of the Jiao clan. "Are you here to surrender, Zhao Yen?" I asked innocently. "What?" My question had clearly disoriented him. "No, I'm here to take a look at the brazen fool who thinks one weird monster is enough to defeat a whole clan. That's enough. You will die here and now." What a blowhard. Oh well, that was even better. It would be boring if they really did all surrender. I let him make the first move. I was curious to see what kind of game he had behind all that aplomb. I didn't have to wait long. Yan lifted his hand and about 10 ninja stars flew toward me from the palm of his hand. They looked like little lightning bolts. He was a magician of electricity. This was new. I hadn't encountered one of these before. He released the ninja stars in a conical formation so they would be more difficult to dodge, while covering his whole body with an electric shield. Then he threw some more ninja stars at me. I didn't think they were strong enough to hurt me, but I didn't feel like finding out. I stepped into the shadow and immediately stepped out of it right behind Yan. Then I sliced at him with my shadow scalpel sword.
Due to the increase in energy that was accessible to me recently, my shadow blade had significantly grown. Instead of a hatchet, I could create a real hand-and-a-half sword. The Zhao chieftain was shaken, but his shield withheld the blow. He turned instantly and attacked me with his blade, a bent Dao sword, but an electric one. He hit my shadow dome, and a tremor went through it. He was strong. Before coming here, I had spent a lot of energy on my servants, so 2 or 3 more blows like that one could break through my defenses. I couldn't let him deliver those blows, so I entered the shadow again and hit his electric shield with my sword one more time. While he was good at attacking, his spell did not withhold my blow, but it did surprise me. His shield made a loud cracking sound and pulled itself into a tight ball of energy. Then it flew right at me. With an admirable tenacity, it was a self-guiding missile, and I had to let it hit me. It made an even louder and grosser sound as it shattered against my shadow dome, having also impacted its durability. Now that Yan was without his defenses, nothing prevented me from grabbing him by the shoulder and commandeering some of his life force. The Zhao swayed a little, obviously not expecting anything like this, but was able to get away. He threw his blade at me and folded his hands prayer style, but he was not praying. When he separated his hands, an electric stork flew out from between them. It soared to the ceiling, getting bigger all the time. Then it swooped down on me. I covered myself with the shadow blade and parried its swoop, and the bird changed its trajectory and crashed into the floor. For a second, I was blinded. The earth shook beneath me, and a pretty impressive crater opened where the bird had crashed. My dome had withstood the shockwave, but now I was without defenses for a time too. But Yan was even worse off than me. He had put everything he had into that stock, and now he was out of breath, unable to even call his ninja stars. When he saw that I had survived the explosion, he knew he was doomed. It was clear in his eyes. He didn't run. On the contrary, he stood up straight and looked at me challengingly. I guffawed. "Tell me one thing, Zhao Yan," I said. "You have fought bravely. You are a worthy opponent, and I see you are prepared to accept your deserved death. But why does your clan behave like a vulture? Why does it attack the weak?" "You're not weak," he objected. "But you didn't know that." The Zhao was silent. I stopped, awaiting an answer. A few seconds later, he spoke. "We're not vultures. We're wolves. We clear out the weaklings and make room for the strong. If not for us, any apprentice with a handful of money would want to become an aristocrat. Any drug dealer could buy himself a title. We are natural selection and the law of survival." I shook my head. So many pretty words to justify good old robbery, Zhao Yan. In actual fact, you're just risk-averse. You prefer easy victories. You've got your team of scouts and analysts, so it's always a sure thing. But none of them can see me coming. How ironic that you're going to die from a statistical fluke. I stepped forward and brought a fatal blow down upon him. There was no point trying to get his energy anymore. He'd spent it all. After that, the clearing went routinely. The Zhao warriors rarely surrendered, but their servants were not so loyal. A good part of the civilians met me lying on the floor with their hands behind their heads. I suppose the death of their leader, which happened on surveillance camera, followed by the annihilation of an entire detachment, had had a demoralizing effect on them. Before going deeper into the building, I decided to leave no one outside the perimeter. I helped out my turtle a little bit in the rear courtyard. Because I had no shadow dome, I had to be a little more careful than usual. But my opponents, too, had spent a lot of energy trying to break through the turtle's shell, so it wasn't hard to dodge their attacks. Only one of them gave me any problems. He was an executor with a huge reserve of energy and long-distance fire attacking capabilities. It was some trouble to trap him and suck out his energy. In general, this security detail had really helped me restore my strength, so now I had no problems maintaining the Shadow Dome again. When I was ambushed in one of the halls by all the remaining Zhao fighters who didn't want to surrender, this came in very handy. The primary school of magic in their clan was electricity. Several small fireballs flew right at me. 3 more soldiers, one of which was another executor, called Magic Blades. The hall, where all of this was happening, was large enough that they could spread out and not get in each other's way. They were trying to surround me, and they would have easily done so if I couldn't move between shadows. First, I saw to the magisters with the long-distance fireballs. I would just appear behind their backs, one by one, and take their energy. Then, when the executor was alone, he suddenly dropped to the floor and yelled, "I surrender!" "It's too late," I said. "You're going to die anyway, either fighting or lying on the ground." "But you promised." He started shaking, getting back up. "I promised those who surrendered right away. You've missed your chance." "But I'm the deputy of Zhao Yan himself." The pathetic little man continued to plead for his life. "I know a lot of things. I was disgusted and didn't want to listen to this anymore, so I grabbed him by the neck and took all his life force. "Either surrender right away or fight to the death with honor. There's no other way. Those who are on the fence have always disgusted me. Plus, he was a traitor. My lizard had heard him talking the other soldiers into fighting me, arguing that Yan had done most of the work, and now all they had to do was finish me off. I'm sure he thought he was as good as the new boss. But he was unlucky, so he tried to change horses in midstream to save his pathetic life. And with that, the resistance in the main office had been quashed. Now I had to deal with those who really had surrendered, of which there were at least 10. I had to go around gathering them from their offices because they had all dropped to the floor wherever they were when they heard my announcement. I corralled them all into the conference room, where they all anxiously sat down on chairs. Most of them were avoiding eye contact and were trying not to look at me, but some were staring openly and directly. Those were mostly the gifted. They were used to their value being higher than that of the others. "Zhao Yan is dead." I started from the most important part. "So is his deputy. You have all shown reasonableness, and you are in no danger. But I will release you later. Right now, I need someone who knows how to work with computers." A young Asian woman with a sharp gaze and 2 black braids got up from a chair. "I do," she stated confidently. "Introduce yourself." "Mao Li Feng, programmer, servant of the Zhao clan," she recited. "There is no more Zhao clan," I snickered. "So now you're unemployed." "Oh well," she shrugged. "Do you have any job openings?" I laughed. She was brave and outgoing, a good combination. "Here's your test assignment. Invite all the clan servants here for a group meeting." She furrowed her brow. "All of them? What if some of them don't come?" "Make sure they do." "All right," she said. "Can I go back to my office?" After I approved, Li Feng ran off to perform her assignment. I wasn't concerned she'd run away. I had put a search tag on everyone in this hall already, having informed them first. There was no point in running. Also, to avoid any unpleasant surprises, I had found some sort of box and gathered all the smartphones in it. One Asian guy snorted and commented, "It's like we're back in grade school." "If you want, I can just break yours," I offered. He shook his head. I had considered just breaking all their phones, but I'm not a barbarian. What if they had important notes or contacts in there? Why set potential future employees against myself? Just when this was finished, I heard brakes screeching. The guys at Purgatory had defeated the enemies and sent a battle detachment here. Just in time. I came down and ordered Procore to assign the living and the undead guys posts. They had brought some of Ignatius's wraiths with them too. The living outside and the undead inside, so as not to advertise them. Although when they were dressed in tactical armor, goggles, and balaclavas, they look the same as the living. The rear courtyard and the parking lot don't need to be guarded. The turtle can handle that alone. But close off the other entryways and monitor the employees. They probably won't try to run, but I don't want anything valuable to disappear. Give me 5 minutes, Procore responded. Great, and then I'll need you. We have to drive around to a few more spots. First, we returned to where I had already been. That was the easiest way to plan a route. Near the private garage, a surprise awaited us. Someone had already brought a truck here and had even brought a couple of boxes of freight out of the building. These were now lying next to the truck, and inside the truck, I found the dead workers. The Reaper I had presciently left here to guard what was now my property had done a great job. I raised the workers as wraiths and sent them to bring the boxes back to the lab. Procore and I drove on. Did I understand correctly that you brought me along so that I put together an inventory and a plan for transporting the property out of there? He asked. Naturally, I confirmed, but I haven't made it to everywhere yet. There is some chance we'll encounter resistance in some places. Procore nodded. I added, don't leave the Chimera Mobile without my permission. I'm not sure we've killed all the Zhao executors. There's no point in a senseless death. At last, another warehouse appeared ahead. This one was quite a lot larger. Again, there was a truck parked in front, and some workers were busy carrying boxes into it. I recommend that you remove your hands from my property, I announced loudly as I got out of the Chimera Mobile. They stopped dead in their tracks, and their captain, a tatted-up bald guy who was supervising the load-in, got testy. What do you mean your property? We bought it just now. And my fee? I said curtly. Who are you to charge a fee? The bald guy protested. The new owner of this warehouse, so save your breath. God damn it! We just bought all this stuff for cash from the head of the warehouse. Congratulations, it was a bad deal. Then we'll go? The guy was still hoping to get out of this quickly. Only after you unload everything you have taken. But why the hell would we do that? He flared up. We paid for it. The shadow blade appeared in my hand. I wasn't going to kill them, but I did want to give them a scare. By entering into a deal without a contract or paperwork, you knew that most likely it was illegal, but you wanted to skim some money. Well, you were unlucky. If you don't want to lose something that is worth more than money, do as I say and get the hell out of here. Now that the bald guy realized I was gifted, all his daring evaporated. Fellas, he called to the workers in a shaky voice, let's unload everything. Right now. Unload and leave. The workers got the message and started unloading in a hurry. It was about 2 hours before we returned to Zhao HQ. The inspection of my new property was mostly uneventful. Most of the servants and clan soldiers already knew something was wrong, so many of the buildings were empty. I wasn't worried about those who had escaped. If they didn't have enough fighting spirit to stay, then they weren't coming for revenge either. Any resistance we did encounter were nothing like the battalions that had attacked us, or the ones that had been guarding the citadel. I sent Procore to finish up with all of that stuff, and went back to the main office. I was surprised to see Li Feng waiting for me in the foyer. I took the liberty of gathering everyone in the assembly hall, she reported. The conference room fits 12 people at most, and we have 29 right now. I was able to get everyone. I nodded and thought to myself what a good job she had done. She saw me to the assembly hall. I must say, it wasn't a large hall, which was not surprising for a small clan like the Zhao. It could fit about 50 or 60 people, so a lot of seats were vacant. I ascended a small riser and announced, "The Zhao clan no longer exists. Your leaders have been defeated. I am not holding you responsible for their mistakes. Some of you are seeing me for the first time. Others have made the right decision and refrained from resisting. As a man of my word, I will let you live." A profound silence reigned in the hall. Everyone there was listening very intently. That's how I knew they had all gotten the message and realized that their lives depended on it. I continued, "Right now, you have a choice. You can leave and no one will touch you, or you will become servants of the Richter clan. In that case, you will keep all your former guarantees and receive new prospects. But there will be no way back. Take this choice seriously. I value my people, but but I do not tolerate laziness and stupidity. The penalty for betrayal is death. I scanned all of them with my gaze again. It looked like it had sunk in, so I concluded with, "You have until midnight." The din of voices in the room showed that my message had reached its audience. I couldn't wait to get to the best part of clan warfare, counting the trophies. Chapter 18. "I don't know," said Zien Shozhong dubiously after Richter left the assembly hall. "It's kind of weird to join a clan that's only a day old." Several of the servants standing nearby seconded her statement. "Yeah, I'd rather try to get through to the Vallons, or at least the Kramers," another office worker said. "Who needs you over there?" one of the programmers snorted. "They're fighting off applicants with a stick. You can always take a chance and go work for that Max guy." This whole time, Mao Li Feng was standing nearby, looking like she was lost in thought. She wasn't exactly thrilled about what was happening here. She felt sorry for Scanner, who had the last name Zhao, and therefore had decided to fight. He'd been her mentor since her first days working for the clan. All those who had thrown down against Richter were now dead, so she decided to say her piece. "You're all wrong. Has it occurred to you that our building was captured by one single person?" "Not all the soldiers were here," Xiaozhang tried to argue. "Zhao Yan was here," Li Feng countered. "I saw what Maximilian did to him through the surveillance camera. Believe me, it was an indisputable victory. Our leader was strong, but we all know there are gifted in other clans who are on a completely different level than he ever was. That's exactly what this Richter is. If I've ever seen strength in my life, then he's it." "Well, maybe," Xian Shozhang said, still dubious. Li Feng didn't really care who believed her and who didn't at this point. She'd made up her own mind. That was her guiding principle in life, to keep your eyes and ears open and never miss an opportunity. A few minutes later, a security guard came into the assembly hall. One of Richter's people, of course. His first act after defeating the Zhao was to switch out the guards. After taking his place by the entrance, he said loudly, "Is Mao Li Feng here?" This gave her a start, but she responded and came forward. "That's me." "Maximilian Richter wants to see you," the security guard said. "Come with me." She nodded and followed him out. Zhao Yan's office was comfortable, but totally characterless. Nothing remained here of the previous owner but a crystal stork statuette. I liked it that way. I could use the office as it was for a while, without having to throw out a bunch of stuff. There was a knock on the door, and Mao Li Feng walked in. She had made a great first impression. It would have been silly not to take advantage of that. I asked her whether she had made her decision. "I have," she said without a moment's hesitation. "I'm going to work for you." "Glad to hear it," I smiled. "I have a new assignment for you." She nodded and was all ears. "I know you're a programmer, but right now, I need you to do some HR work. There are a lot of people in that assembly hall deciding their future right now. We need to write down those who are staying with us. In the morning, we'll need to register them as members of the Richter clan." "Got it," she said. "Only, tomorrow morning probably won't work. The Zhao clan is going to undergo official liquidation, which takes from 2 days to a week. We can't become members of the Richter clan until that's over." "All right. In that case, give all the necessary information to my legal advisor, Linda Astor. She'll either help you or do it herself." I also gave her Olga's contact info, just in case anything urgent came up. After that, Li Feng rejoined the others. She was strong, responsible, and polite. If she didn't let me down, she had a big promotion in her near future. I had another visitor, a city official from the Department of War Trophy Control. Linda had called him. As she had explained, this was necessary. She was supposed to meet us here soon, too. "So the head of the Zhao clan and all his deputies are dead?" he asked right after introducing himself. "May I see proof?" His name was Gerald Smith, a stout, middle-aged man with very cunning, beady eyes and a receding hairline. He didn't have an ounce of gift in him, but he was confident in talking to magicians because he knew he had the authorities behind him. "Their death has been pronounced by medics," I confirmed. Procore had called for a special police and ambulance brigade that did all the necessary paperwork in cases like this. One thing that hadn't changed in 1,000 years was bureaucrats. Millions of pages of paperwork, agreements, amendments, and contracts of every type pursued me everywhere. Good thing I had someone to pawn it off on. Smith started bombarding me with information about more rules and bureaucratic nuances. According to protocol, the Zhao have 24 hours to dispute the outcome of the war. If a member of the clan who is not a servant has survived, they have to issue you a challenge. Only after that can you officially take ownership of the property. I doubt there's anyone left, I said. I understand, Gerald responded politely, but that's how it's done. All of the dead haven't been identified yet. It takes a while. It wasn't the best news I'd ever heard, but one day wasn't enough to make me completely rethink my plan. Smith added, "We've already written up a preliminary draft of the Transfer of Property Act. You can read it if you'd like." He handed me a folder full of papers, and I started reading. One unpleasant but predictable surprise was that I would have to pay taxes on the property. If I wasn't able to do that, the government would take some of the former Zhao property. But that wasn't the thing that surprised me the most. "Gerald, are you sure all the Zhao property is listed here?" At least the auto mechanic was missing, and I had also expected to see the residence of the clan head and his deputies among the clan property. Smith shrugged. "If there's something you know of that isn't listed there, that probably means there are some issues with ownership." A knock on the door, and Linda whirled in, out of breath. Ever since I had cured her, she had changed a lot. She seemed much younger. Her skin had a healthy hue, and her eyes sparkled. She no longer looked 50, as she had before. Now she looked 35 at most. My seal had done its work, and that was only the beginning. She asked if she could see the folder, and as soon as I agreed, she grabbed it out of my hands like a harpy and started studying it there and then. After she had read it, she peppered Gerald with dozens of questions and follow-up questions, referring to all kinds of laws and bylaws. Smith sweated and turned red and white, but answered all of them. I didn't understand what they were talking about most of the time. Lawyer speak is like a foreign language. Finally, Gerald said goodbye and left, saying he was busy, but not before Linda promised him she'd come to his office tomorrow to finish their conversation. When the door closed behind him, she protested loudly. "This is an outrage! I've heard about kickbacks and money laundering at this agency, but now I see it all with my own eyes." She was so worked up, she started pacing in circles around the office. "They're using all kinds of loopholes in the laws to try to confiscate some of the Zhao property for themselves. We might have to sue for some of it." "Please, calm down," I asked her. "I can see you're not so easily taken advantage of. And if these bureaucrats won't hear reason, then we'll find other ways to persuade them. We're not going to give what's ours to anyone just like that." "Yes, of course," she hotly affirmed. "Be it through the courts or not, I'll squeeze them for every last drop." "Then let's go. We have more stuff besides this to discuss with the inner circle." We picked up Procore and Alan, and the four of us went to the coffee shop, where Olga and Ignatius already awaited us. After ordering, I gave Linda the floor. She detailed all the property that would definitely be ours, and the items we were going to have a problem with. It wasn't just real estate either. My legal advisor had turned out to be a real shark, and she was following many strands at once. She not only told us about the property we already knew about, but also showed us where all the apartments belonging to the Zhao were located on a map, and specified their market value, as well as the value of all the office and service buildings. As it turned out, she and Alan had also combed through all the warehouses, where she had also studied all the paperwork she could get her hands on. We now knew, for example, that we would soon become the proud owners of a whole truckload of brand new toilets. The newfangled kind, with heated seats and a bunch of other functions I didn't even want to know about. "Maybe we should open a building supply store?" Ignatius proposed. "We have enough goods. It's not just the toilets. There are also miles of tile and hardwood flooring. The Zhao were selling that stuff wholesale, but we can switch to retail." "Who's going to run that?" Procore asked. "You? You have plenty of other things to do. Appointing someone new, who hasn't been tested, director of a venture like that? That's a bad idea." "My opinion? I think we should just keep the auto shop. Brandon is a good mechanic, and we're going to have a lot of broken vehicles after this war. We shouldn't just junk them. We can sell them for parts, Alan shrugged. I know a place that'll take it all, no questions asked, and for a good price. Why get rid of what we can use? Prochor objected. We don't have enough people to use all that, his friend argued. The Jiao had around 100 members. Even if all their servants come with us, we still won't even reach 40. At least we can rent out the apartments, Olga spoke up for the first time. Some of them are in very nice neighborhoods. If they don't need repairs, finding tenants will be a piece of cake. I sipped my coffee and smiled as I listened to them brainstorm. I didn't get involved. The ideas were flying to and fro, and my people were all arguing, each defending his own. The more I listened, the more convinced I became that there was only one correct decision. Of all the trophies, we will only need the headquarters with the computer lab. The rest is to be sold. We're going to need a lot of money now. But why? Olga was surprised. We've already registered the clan. What other big expenses do we have coming up? I'm sick of people constantly breaking into our house. It's time to build a castle. The next day, I returned again to the Jiao headquarters, where Li Feng was waiting for me with a report. As I had expected, some of the servants had chosen to go their own way. Out of almost 30, only 13 wanted to join the Richters. A devil's dozen. Not a bad result. I wasn't about to agitate or persuade anybody. At the creation stage of a clan, everything must be entirely built on personal loyalty. All whiners and weak links can go seek their happiness elsewhere. I was going to have to house and protect all my people in the immediate future. What we lacked in quantity, we would make up for in quality. I had another piece of business to see to here as well. On closer inspection of the interior of the Jiao Citadel, I realized my initial assessment had been premature. The office, as these things were now called, was built pretty sturdily, and the floor plan was well thought out. It's true, the energy allocation system for the defense dome could have been more elegantly designed. Then again, there were few creatures in this world that were anything like my turtle, so the architects might not have had any reason to expect anything like that. I liked everything else about the building, so I asked the young woman if she knew who had built it. Of course, Li Feng said seriously. His name is Weng Shang. He's one of the people who agreed to serve you, which is very lucky because he's a really good architect. He's done a lot of projects for Jiao allies, with profit for the clan, of course. Invite him here right now, I ordered her. Half an hour later, Weng Shang was standing in front of me. He was younger than I had expected, 30 at most. He was clean-shaven, of Eastern features, with attentive black eyes and shoulder-length hair, which was just as black, gathered into a ponytail. He looked more like a singer-songwriter than a serious professional. But as we talked, I became convinced he was competent. I took him straight to the stable house, and as we drove, I asked him how he had come to be a clan servant for the Jiao. It's not the most pleasant story, he said. I used to be in a different clan. I'm not a magician, but I am a pretty good specialist, all false modesty aside. My nod said he didn't need to explain, and he continued. There were almost no battle magicians in the clan, but the chieftain decided to take his chances and register. We could afford a good security service, and we had patrons, but it was all over very quickly. The Jiao bribed our security people, killed all our gifted who could mount any sort of resistance, and forced the rest to work for them. Somehow, this story didn't surprise me at all. Try as Yan might to convince himself and others that he wasn't a vulture, his clan's behavior spoke for itself. When we arrived at the stable, the architect met Ignatius. The latter didn't say anything, but he kept looking over at Shang jealously. I'm going to buy this whole neighborhood in the near future, I started telling him about my plans. This is where we'll start building the Richter Castle. We can begin right now, as soon as we decide what will be on this neighboring plot, besides the laboratory. We must also plan the defense system. Any castle begins with a wall. A wall? Shang asked. Do you mean that as a metaphor? Why do you say that? A wall is a traditional fortification for any castle, I explained, imperturbable. If your headquarters had had a wall, would my turtle have been able to get through to you? Your, the architect was confused. That horrible creature? He thought for a minute, then continued. But can I object? If I understand you correctly, then the castle is going to constantly expand, which means so will the perimeter that needs to be guarded. So we're going to either have to constantly move the wall, or we'll have too many walls inside the castle before long. We could make it a movable wall, but its strength will be very compromised. I thought for a few seconds. All right, suppose we don't build a traditional heavy stone wall. What other modern options do you have? Shang furrowed his brow. Electrified barbed wire? He offered, unsure. Show me, I asked, and he found some photos in his smartphone. That's so ugly, I said. No way. Then maybe a wrought iron fence or a brick wall? For aesthetics, it's the best option. What about security? He shrugged in response, which said it all. He listed a few more options, but none of them were to my taste or requirements. I think it's time to go back to discussing building a traditional wall, I concluded. Hold on, Shang protested in desperation. I'll come up with something. Give me at least a day. Why was he so against a stone fortress? Then again, if he had better ideas, I wasn't averse to hearing them, which is what I told him. He continued mumbling to himself, listing different options. Stone, slate, brick, wrought iron, barbed wire, wood, shrubbery. That's too many options, some of them stupid. Something he had mumbled caught my ear. Of course. Shang, I said to him joyfully, you really are a good architect. A line of shrubbery is exactly what we need. Seriously? He looked at me as though he'd seen a ghost. Absolutely. Shrubbery doesn't have to be alive. Chapter 19. Do I look okay? Not too bad? Phil asked Hans. You look like a hobo, Hans answered. Cut it out, I'm serious. He was trying to play it cool, but his buddy saw right through it. Relax, it's all good, he giggled. Charlotte will dig it. What's that got to do with it? Phil protested. You think I haven't noticed you're wearing all brand new clothes? And how you started glowing when she sent you a text? One has nothing to do with the other, Phil kept arguing. Should I only wear old clothes now? Mm-hmm, Hans said, but stopped there. They turned down the street they were looking for, and right away they noticed a small female outside one of the houses. Charlotte was wearing a bright blue dress, so they saw her from a distance. Phil waved to her, smiling broadly, but she hadn't noticed them yet, which kind of deflated him. Hans elbowed him in the side. Get yourself together. What are you, a little kid? As soon as they approached Charlotte, she started talking a mile a minute and didn't let them get a word in edgewise. Can you imagine what's been going on around here? I thought I would just show you the house with all those weird birds perched around it. And all those vehicles. The vehicles aren't perched, of course, but it's never been like this before. Only a month ago, our neighborhood was very quiet and peaceful. It wasn't the richest neighborhood, as you can see. She scanned the street with her hand, drawing attention to the run-down, depressing, and suspicious-looking boarding houses. But it's never been anything like this. That Olga was always a strange one. I guess she's an aristocrat, but a healer. You know, they're always difficult. Olga? Hans tried to intervene in the verbal stream of consciousness, but was overwhelmed by the current that kept coming. Charlotte was starved for people who would listen to her and wasn't about to miss this chance. First, a lot of different vehicles started coming to her house. Then, it was military vans and even tanks. And then, she lowered her voice, I saw a huge dog running around near that house. And not a regular dog, a real monster. I think someone even got killed. By Olga? Phil gasped. By the dog. Haven't you been listening? Why didn't it notice you? Hans said. I was at home, watching through the window. Do you have photos or video? No, Charlotte said, disheartened. You don't believe me, right? Oh, we believe you, Phil jumped to reassure her. Then he turned to his friend. Hans, stop pressuring the young lady. We weren't able to get any real proof either. Hans had a real itch to comment on how Phil was showing off in front of Charlotte, but he was a good friend, so he refrained from embarrassing him in front of the object of his infatuation. "But I can show you something better than photos," Charlotte said confidently. "Everything changed today. Yesterday it hadn't happened yet, but now, come with me." She walked down the street so fast, Phil and Hans could barely keep up with her. They didn't have far to walk. Soon they reached a strange fence that was completely covered in green ivy. Or was the fence made of ivy? In fact, was it ivy or some other plant? None of them knew the answers to these questions. Shrubbery. Phil showed off his erudition. Aristocrats are into that kind of thing. You plant it and it grows. "And you're saying they grew this overnight?" Hans asked dubiously. "Exactly," Charlotte confirmed. "That's pretty weird," Phil said, "but it doesn't seem like anything terrible." He extended his hand to touch the plant, but spotted some movement to the right of him on the sidewalk with his peripheral sight. Maybe a rat? Phil couldn't stand those disgusting things, and there were a lot of them in the city, so he was always vigilant against them. But no, it was only a pigeon, which are also flying rats, but for some reason Phil didn't feel any negativity toward them. "I'll show you," he managed to say. The pigeon walked too close to the fence, and the ivy seemed to come alive. Its short branches started moving, and suddenly a long, thin pincer shot out of it. It grabbed the pigeon and dragged it into the shrubbery. "Ah!" Phil yelled involuntarily and jerked his hand back. "You saw that, right?" Charlotte covered her mouth with her hand and made her eyes big. Hans also looked dazed and nodded. "Tentacles," Charlotte whispered, and for some reason blushed. The sounds that came from the greenery after the pigeon was snagged made them shudder. Something crunched, like the sound of thin bones breaking. Then lip smacking and chewing was heard. Phil grabbed Charlotte by the hand and dragged her farther away from the horror shrub. Hans managed to retreat without assistance. "Let's get some ice cream?" "Yeah, definitely. Ice cream." Phil tried to break the tension. "My treat." 5 minutes later, they were back from the nearest grocery store, each holding an ice cream cone. Hans had also bought a package of hot dogs. The paranormal detectives didn't want to get too close to the shrubbery, but they couldn't resist the desire to study the strange plant. So they started throwing hot dogs at it, which it gratefully caught with its wily tentacles. It didn't drop a single one. Soon, the whole package had disappeared into the depths of the omnivorous hedges. After each one it caught, it made very expressive eating noises. At the end, the insatiable plant even belched in satisfaction. "The zombies weren't enough," Hans said. "Now we have to deal with predatory grass in the city." "I thought things like this only grew in foci," Phil agreed with his friend. Only Charlotte ate her ice cream in silence and looked around attentively. They had nowhere to be, so they found a bench near the house across the street and continued watching from there. As they watched, the fence ate several more pigeons. Then, at one point, a hairy orange cat started strutting toward the dangerous green predator plant along the sidewalk. Charlotte nearly jumped with worry and was ready to run and save the animal before it was too late. But, to their surprise, when the pincers extended from the greenery, it was only to gently nudge the cat away, as if to say, "Go your merry way and don't come too close." The cat looked at the ivy with an indifferent or even a disdainful look, but took the hint and didn't come any closer. "Is it intelligent?" Hans asked the question on everyone's mind. "Looks like it," Phil answered. Then right over their heads, they heard a strict male voice. "What the hell is this? Charlotte, what are you doing here?" A serious-looking man in a strict business suit was rapidly approaching them. "I was just out for a walk, dear," Charlotte smiled innocently. "Who are they?" He looked with suspicion at Phil and Hans. "Acquaintances of mine," Charlotte answered honestly. "I met them on the TV show. You remember, the one I was on?" "I see," the man said darkly and rather awkwardly. "All right, we'll talk at home." He turned and walked away without even making an attempt to introduce himself or make the acquaintance of his wife's companions. Charlotte, too, got up in a hurry, said quick goodbyes, and followed him, leaving Phil very disappointed and upset. Hans clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Bro, you're not upset, are you? There's so many fish in the sea." That didn't help. It seemed to upset Phil even more. "Anyway, did you see that guy?" Hans upped the ante. "It didn't look like Charlotte was too happy to see him. You still have a chance." Phil sighed heavily, and the two friends went to the gym. Love was one thing, but training was on a schedule. The zombie apocalypse wasn't going to wait. In spite of the officials, with their bureaucracy and slowness, trying every way they could to rain on our parade, there was one piece of good news. According to the protocol, the winning side had to get rid of the dead bodies. That's how it was 1,000 years ago, and it hadn't changed. Usually this was a burden for the victors, another obligation foisted on them by the state. Naturally, what was presumed was burial or cremation. But in actual fact, a memorial plaque somewhere at the cemetery was sufficient to satisfy the formal requirement, and no one was going to check what happened to the bodies. Among the Richters, there had never been any question as to what to do with the bodies of enemy dead. Even after death, they would serve the clan for as long as required, perhaps for eternity. There's a certain wisdom or irony of fate in that they will be forced to defend the very thing they had tried to destroy. But I didn't decide on what to turn them into until after talking with the architect. Ignoramuses, when they think of necromancy, believe we can only turn people and animals into undead servants, or at most, also monsters. For some reason, it is completely lost on them that plants are also alive, which means they can die and serve a master after death. That's why I had ordered Alina to find a Venus flytrap bulb, the most common type of plant at our latitude. After that, the girls and I hunkered down in the lab, where I taught them the necrobotany spell. In essence, you can use this magic on literally any bulb, sprig, or even seed, I lectured as I worked as usual. Best are plants that are predatory from nature. Then you don't need to restructure the patterns of their behavior. The best thing about it is that the necromancer needs to expend a lot less energy to maintain their undead life. Because you can feed them other things? Alina guessed. Precisely. Insects, small animals, and birds. They'll eat anything, even cold cuts from the grocery store. But how will our fly trap determine what it can eat and what it can't? What if someone without any ill intentions walks by? Will it eat them? Olga asked. I liked her question. She was no longer thinking like a normie. Oh no, we can't eat people. Let's not do that. It's all about selectiveness. Of course not, I explained. That is the part that depends on us. I'll show you how to set its behavior. The girls nodded together and we got to work. To quickly grow a wall of the right size without spending an enormous amount of energy, we needed to feed it really well. First, a regular-sized flower grew out of the original bulb. This ate small pieces of meat. With each new portion, it grew. By early morning, we had fed my new servant at least 20 bodies after separating the meat from the bones. I was going to need the bones for more chimeras, but that was to come later. For now, we needed to give shape and character to our future hedge. The girls charmingly named it Ivy. For whatever reason, they had decided it was female. In actual fact, it didn't have a sex. Trifles like the names of servants and pets had never mattered much to me. Let it be Ivy for all I care. The girls were fascinated by the whole idea of working with dead plants. While we sewed bodies together manually, carving them into their future shapes ourselves, the plant just grew after each feeding and obediently took on the shape we had selected for it. Of course, this required that it be fed with energy too, along with the will of the magician administering the spell. The process of growing and taking shape looked truly beautiful and graceful. After a while, the girls no longer paid attention to the fact that Ivy had devoured a huge amount of meat to grow so strong and beautiful. About halfway through the process, we moved outdoors and finished there. Around that time, I noticed how responsible and attentive Alina was being with this project. A real perfectionist, She watched to make sure the shape and look of our wall of greenery came out just so. She monitored the behavioral templates we determined for the wall just as scrupulously. She excluded not only cats and dogs from Ivy's diet, but even certain species of birds, saying that pigeons were the only birds that could be devoured without harming the ecosystem. In fact, she said, we would be improving the natural balance in the city by killing off a lot of pigeons. She wasn't going to make a good warrior, I knew that for sure. She was too soft. But she did have the makings of an excellent chimerologist. In the morning, the architect came to see the new wall. Most of my closest compatriots gathered too. Right then and there, we learned that 2 more clans had declared war against us. As it turned out, they had done this almost simultaneously with the Jiao, but the Jiao had submitted their paperwork first. Now that the first war was officially over, it was their turn. This time, we didn't make any special preparations. Linda and Li Feng found out that they were about 1/4 the size and strength of the Jiao. It was a wonder they hadn't been gobbled up by anyone yet. Most likely, these small-time marauders survived because all they had to declare for property was a pathetic little apartment on the outskirts of town, so the stronger clans hadn't even bothered with them. We didn't want to waste time on storming them either, but luckily, the marauders came to our stable. They didn't have the resources to attack several targets at once, so they had decided to strike the clan headquarters. A good dozen magisters and apprentices with extremely grave facial expressions were walking around my Ivy, trying to understand what the hell it was, and if it was even real. The defensive qualities of my fortification failed to impress them, in which they were terribly wrong. When I got tired of their helpless attempts to set the fence on fire or cut it to pieces, I told Alina to give the plant some more feed and a few commands. She liked handling the new creature so much that she practically skipped off to perform the task. Olga, Prokhor, Linda, and I watched out the second-floor window as Ivy shot out some really long pincers at our enemies. Each one must have been 20 feet long. That was enough for it to capture these hapless magicians and forcefully imprint them into itself. Then, each leaf and twig turned into parts of an organic body-crushing machine. After such a filling meal, Ivy grew by another 3 feet in height and 6 feet in width.
Good thing you thought of putting a gate in, said Prokhor. I'm not getting anywhere near that thing now. It won't touch its own. We took care of that, Olga told him with a bloodthirsty grin. As long as they remain loyal. Ivy is smart, Alina confirmed. After being kidnapped by organ harvesters, then sitting in a cellar for several hours while the residence was being stormed by the Jiao, she had ceased to feel any pity for enemies. Prokhor looked askance at the fence and swallowed hard. As expected, we got almost no harvest from our new enemies, even despite all of Linda's piranha-like efforts to suck all the juices out of another clan. Gerald Smith, who had learned that he was going to have to meet with her again, urgently took unpaid days off. His colleague, on whose shoulders lay all the investigations, signed over to us even the property that had not officially belonged to the clan itself, but just to its leader. We were rubbing our hands together greedily in anticipation of the next war. But a third clan, which had decided to issue us a challenge, had sussed out that something was rotten and withdrew the challenge. And they had to pay a hefty fine to withdraw it too, 20% of all their property, which they forfeited to us. 3% went to the Office of War Trophy Control by law. After that, I think they even grew to like us. At least they filled in all the documents very fast. A new problem came out of nowhere. On the first day of peace, when the Richter clan was not fighting anyone and not preparing to, a strange visitor appeared near our house. Strange, because he didn't want to speak to me or Olga, but had chosen the wraiths from Ignatius's construction site as his victims. They were unloading a truck of construction materials that was parked in front of the house. As usual, when our wraiths left the grounds, they were dressed in construction clothes, goggles, and masks, so as not to freak out the neighbors. The man looked kind of like Gerald Smith, with a similar receding hairline and a small beer belly. Do they grow those guys in one incubator or something? But his behavior was not so timid. Like a newspaper man who was onto a sensational story, he kept running from one wraith to another, asking questions, and being surprised that no one was answering him. Were the working conditions here good?
They weren't being mistreated, were they? Are they on contract, and is everything by the book? Finally, he got to Ignatius. Admit it. You intimidate your workers, don't you? Why don't they speak? Are they registered? Do they have papers? I must conduct a full-scale audit. Chapter 20. Who's that? Olga asked, looking at the inspector as he got into his car. Ignatius had managed to get him to leave for now, but you could tell the official wouldn't just leave well enough alone. I briefly filled my granddaughter in on what the matter was, and she involuntarily clenched her hands into fists. There's still time to sick the hounds on him, she literally hissed. Take it easy, I clapped her shoulder. The wars aren't over yet. If we kill every official, who's going to do their work? Let's figure out what the situation is first. Yeah, she said, embarrassed. I think she hadn't gotten over the Zhao attack yet. She was gradually turning into a real Valkyrie, and I loved watching her develop. The clan would have to do a lot of fighting, and I needed loyal compatriots. A magician who can't control his own impulses quickly becomes a bloodthirsty monster. His own people then conspire to destroy him. But when a gifted self-control is as well developed as his ferocity in battle, he becomes a very dangerous opponent indeed. First, let's figure out what is expected of us exactly, I said. Let's go to the coffee shop. Invite Linda and Lara to join us. We need to consult with them. Half an hour later, when we arrived at the coffee shop, Linda was already there and had gotten a table. Lara arrived 10 minutes after us, out of breath and flushed like she had been running. What's so urgent? She asked as soon as she arrived, plunked down on a love seat and picked up the menu. A matter of life and death? Yes, exactly, Olga answered cryptically. It was so you would definitely come. She was not lying. All our business was a matter of life and death. Ah, Lara almost roared. I canceled all my meetings and ran here as fast as I could. I thought there were problems with the papers I got for you. So it was just a prank, basically? No, not exactly, Olga said calmly. We really do have things we need to talk about. Okay, she sighed. I'm already here anyway. But next time, all you have to do is ask and not scare me with so-called urgency. I'll always make time for Max, she said and made eyes at me. Olga scrunched up her nose and didn't say anything else. I briefed Linda and Lara on the nature of the problem. Now, we have to defeat the most feared enemy of all reasonable people, bureaucracy. Killing all the local officials, as our dear Olga proposed, would definitely be the fast and radical option, but it's a little much. Olga was embarrassed again. I enjoyed teasing her for her excessive bloodthirst. Who would have thought she would take to it so fast? That's true. Going to war with officials is not a good idea, said Linda. It's tempting to think that since they're not gifted, they don't have any power, but that's not quite true. Tell me more, I said. Of course, I had leafed through some history textbooks. But in a civilization where certain individuals live for centuries, changes happen a lot less frequently than if everyone was ungifted. If a system is working, why change it? Maybe only to improve it a little in one's own favor. And yet, certain customs had changed significantly. The number of ungifted had multiplied manifold, so I was curious to learn how it all really worked. Not what was written in textbooks, but what went down in reality. And I hadn't yet had time to look into everything on my own. Every time I tried, I had been interrupted by having to deal with new candidates for my biomaterial coming out of the woodwork. Linda began to explain, sometimes corrected by Lara. Even Olga commented now and again. About an hour later, I had learned a lot. As before, the ancient clans possessed the vast majority of the power in the world, the same ones that had been members of the Council of Princes. As always, they were interested in the ungifted only as servants and laborers, and as consumers of various goods the clans could sell them. In modernity, everything was based on magic, which is to say, abomination. From makeup that gave the ungifted what magicians were endowed with by nature, to gadgets like smartphones and cars. The well-being of most clans depends on the ungifted, and those markets are always being fought over, both above board and in the underworld. But not one clan wanted to seriously work on the problems of these millions of regular people. And that's why a so-called civil government was formed. Formally, clans were its subjects too, but de facto that only applied to weak clans. The strong ones continued to do whatever they wanted, and no one was in a position to tell them otherwise. If they had decided to rule like kings and take the reins of power of the ungifted into their own hands, they would have done so with a snap of their fingers. But they preferred instead to see to their own interests while someone else worried about the mundane, usually someone very loyal. The weak were forced to follow certain rules of decorum. If they didn't want some villains or Salazars or some other great clan that was protecting the local government to come pay them a personal visit. The plain truth was that each clan needed a large herd of followers to drive. The modern civilized world provided many opportunities to do that on a massive scale. Who is responsible for the ungifted clan servants? I asked my last question. Linda answered, legally, they belong to the clan and are fully under its authority. Their membership needs to be registered with the civil services. Here she looked at Lara, who nodded confirmation. All the employees remain subject to the regular government, and their rights are supposedly protected. What an interesting situation, Lara butted in. The clan servants make more money and have much better working conditions, but no rights. Employees often live at poverty level, but government officials are actively defending their interests. Including labor conditions inspectors? I asked. That's the most interesting part of all, and the most unpleasant, Linda said, furrowing her brow. As I've mentioned, strong clans don't give a damn about the law, but they love to support any initiatives that make life more difficult for the others. I thought for a minute. I didn't want to attract too much attention before I had gotten all of my strength back. The status quo was fine with me, with the Richters sort of remaining in the shadows. I could use that time to calmly and systematically grow the clan's power and resources, build stuff, and amass wealth. In essence, even the recent clan wars hadn't made us much more famous. We still were nowhere near the level where any serious players would be interested in us. So wars with city officials were definitely not in our plans for now. What's the problem? Lara asked lightheartedly. So the inspector came to see you? So he talked to your servants? They're not slaves, right? All three of us must have given her a dirty and complicated look, because the smirk faded very quickly from her pretty little face. They have papers, right? She asked hopefully. Again, the only answer she received was a loaded silence. I think I'm beginning to see why you needed to see me so urgently, she said. So you'll take care of everything? I asked. We'll allocate you a budget. She hesitated. It's not really my line of work, but I have some contacts. So yes, I'll help you, but I will need financial support. Lara even licked her lips with the tip of her tongue, either from trepidation or from greed. Then it's settled, I smiled at her. She melted. Always glad to help you, but you'll need to get some things ready for me. Photos, names, and copies of signatures. Maybe some other stuff I'm not remembering right now. I'll send Olga a full list. No problem, I said. One more thing. Linda has already registered my car as clan property, but I need a driver's license. Since we had started going legit, we needed to go all the way. I couldn't very well take pictures of all my wraiths and send them in for paperwork as is. I didn't need to study modern law to appreciate that there were probably a lot of people who knew my servants. Maybe someone was even searching for some of them, and maybe even with the help of the police. Olga agreed that was a risk. She said there were big databases now, and if someone who is being searched for is photographed by one of the great many surveillance cameras around the city, the system could automatically compare their faces to those of the missing persons. And then, good luck proving they're not the same person, especially when they have the same face, but dead. So we decided to fix up their faces a little. Olga said that was called plastic surgery, and that a lot of living people got it done just for purposes of fashion and beauty. Not a bad idea, I agreed. Some of them look like they had not just monkeys in their family, but focus monsters, and not distant relatives either. Why not make them look a little more suitable to be servants of the Richters? Pick out some examples of nice faces, and we'll begin. Olga took this task seriously. She even went to the shopping center and came back with a whole stack of magazines with strange names like Secrets of the Stars or The Secret Lives of Celebrities. She also got Alina involved, and now they were both selecting photos of the best-looking guys in those magazines. The limited number of patients to be operated on sometimes led them to passionately contest each other's proposals, and I was concerned they might start pulling each other's hair over which actor from a popular TV series was more crush-worthy, whatever that meant. At last, they put 14 photos before me of pretty boys and brutal masculine types. Looking at the floor shyly, the girls inquired just how much the wraiths would look like these models after the surgery. "You'll see for yourselves," I said. I made them assist again. This time, they almost had even more enthusiasm than when we had been growing ivy. "Whoa," Olga would say, opening her eyes wide as she watched me work. "You're so good at that." I showed them the metamorphosis spell under the influence of which flesh becomes as soft and pliable as plasticine. "Are you a sculptor too?" Alina was equally surprised as she watched the movements of my hands. "Of course not," I answered, "but I have a little experience. When I was a teenager, I liked to prank my family and friends using wraiths who looked exactly like their close relatives or enemies. Sometimes this led to some very amusing situations. That's when I learned to sculpt faces. But I lost interest in it quickly. You could say it was a phase. Who could have known I would find the skill useful over a millennium later? It was painstaking work. Even if I hadn't been trying to make them look like the photos, it would have taken almost as long. The metamorphosis spell was too powerful, and the slightest wrong move could lead to the features being distorted, or the face looking like some sort of abstract mess altogether. It took us a day and a half. Then, the girls led the construction brigade of male models to get their pictures taken. "Make up names for them," I said, "and send everything to Laura." "Sure," they readily agreed with sly looks on their faces. I learned why that was in the evening, when Laura called Olga back and literally demanded to talk to me over speakerphone. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Did the girls not send you enough material?" "No, that's not the problem," Laura said with some sort of strange snort. Then, she made some more mysterious sounds into the phone, from which I couldn't tell if she was laughing, crying, or just sick, or maybe even dying and we were listening to her death rattle. Finally, she got a hold of herself and started asking one question after another. "Benedict Cumberbatch? Seriously? Ryan Reynolds? Keanu Reeves? That's what you want me to write? And these photos? Have you all lost your minds over there, or what?" She started snorting and wheezing again, and I answered, "I'm not going to change anything at this point. Let your colleagues choose whatever names they want when they fill everything out." "Wait," Laura asked when she caught her breath. "Are you telling me that's really what they look like?" "Naturally," I confirmed. "If the committee comes again and starts comparing their faces with the IDs, they'll see exactly what's on the photos. You can see it for yourself, too, if you'd like to come over and take a look. We'll be home this evening." "Wow," Laura answered, now without a hint of laughter. "I don't even want to know how you did that." "All right, I guess it sounds like you're serious. I'll take care of it." When she hung up, it was Olga's turn to crack up. "The prank worked perfectly," she said. "That was exactly the reaction I was hoping for." "Thank you for that, Max. Now, let's just hope we don't get crowds of fans and paparazzi outside the house," I joked. "Never," Olga said. "Those guys will only be for my and Alina's eyes only. We've already discussed this with Ignatius. They won't go outside without goggles and masks." "We can't afford to lose time now," Arnold Zeppold concluded. First thing in the morning, he had burst into Prochor's office and started shaking his phone in front of Prochor's nose. There were several news stories today about the Dickenses and Mallet. It had been officially confirmed that the two brothers had died in some sort of totally senseless firefight with the Zhao clan. That clan had in turn also recently ceased to exist, so now it was impossible to determine who was guilty. The decapitated Dickens empire started suffering losses. They didn't say that in so many words in the news, but you could read between the lines that all their deputies, the junior executives of cleansing firms in different cities, had instantly realized a crisis was afoot, the likes of which they had never known in their entire financial history. Everyone did the only thing that made sense, tried to squeeze as much benefit as possible out of the situation. Not for the company, of course, but for themselves. Literally a couple of days later, practically all of the Dickens' companies, including the holding, filed for bankruptcy. Mallet was one of them. "We need to buy up whatever they have left of any value," Arnie feverishly coaxed Prochor, "even if we have to take out loans to do it." "Of course we're going to take part in the tender," said Prochor, "but don't go crazy." "You don't understand," the CFO protested passionately. "I'm sorry, but I think I know better than you do what kind of equipment they got delivered there." "Right. What do I know?" Prochor scowled. "Don't even remind me of your dirty dealings." "I admit it. I was wrong. But now, my knowledge belongs exclusively to Purgatory, so you'd be best advised to listen to what I'm telling you. The tender is in 3 days. I'll talk to Max, and we'll decide what to buy and how much." "You should convince him," Arnie pleaded, "and tell him it's my idea too, and that I'll get the full list of lots in advance." "Uh-huh," Prochor dropped. Then he asked his former friend, "When's the next Focus auction?" "That's the other good news," Arnold smiled. "Since Mallet has basically been disbanded, all their contracts are null and void." He sang the last part. "And?" Prochor rushed him. "All their licenses are revoked, and the foci they hadn't finished clearing are back at auction. Nobody's interested in wasting time. Today we can already buy the rights to that same gamma and to some of the lots that are still relevant." "Today? What are you talking to me about Mallet for then? What time does the auction start?" "We have a whole 2 hours to get ready," Arnie answered calmly. "We'll make it. It's not far." "You are such a goddamn idiot," Prochor yelled and reached for his smartphone. "I have to warn Max. What if he's busy doing something?" The sound of Max's name usually made Arnold go pale and tremble. "So you'll tell him everything, yeah? I think I'll go now." He made for the door. Prochor just nodded coldly. Then he smiled as he dialed Olga's number. At last, Purgatory had work again. Chapter 21. This time, the auction house was full of people. Having heard that the Dickenses were bankrupt, the reps of cleansing firms from neighboring cities were here too. The small foci were hotly contested. Luckily, after 2.5 successful wars, we were doing well financially, so we even grabbed one of the alphas that was up for grabs. "I thought we didn't need those," Prochor said. "It's for my own personal purposes," I explained. "Now, let's wait for the gamma." Just like last time, the gamma was the headlining act of tonight's program. But there were a lot fewer people wanting to buy it this time. Many of the buyers had left the auction when bidding on the gamma started. The rumors that this focus had been the beginning of the end for the Dickenses had spread far and wide. Everyone thought it was bad luck. The Mallet soldiers who had survived that skirmish poured gasoline on the fire by exaggerating the danger and the number of casualties when they recounted the story. To listen to them, they would have lost half of their army in there. In actual fact, only their commanders and their equipment had suffered. People are a lot less interested in the truth than they are in a well-told dramatic story. The fact that the Dickenses' empire collapsed in a moment, literally right after that battle, amplified all the rumors about the cursed gamma and gave them a special eeriness, which suited us fine. Besides us, only one other firm bid just once on the lot. When they saw we were serious, their rep decided not to fight. We ended up buying the gamma at just above the starting price. Prochor was wringing his hands in anticipation and eagerness. "What day shall we do the clearing?" Today, but not the gamma, I said. Prepare the air purifying and trophy processing equipment. I'll need it in 2 or 3 hours. All right, Prochor said, a little deflated. I had a much more interesting task to do today. Olga didn't come with us to the auction. She and Aline had set up chaise longues in the backyard of the stable, with the optimal view of the construction site, where the visual clones of their favorite singers and movie stars toiled. When she saw me, Olga set her cocktail to one side and gleefully waved. "How did the auction go?" she asked when I approached. "All good, but you'll have to take a break here," I said. "We have to walk the dogs." "What do you mean? Archie?" Olga asked, confused. Her pet was lying near the chaise lounge and behaved exactly like a normal dog. "All the dogs," I smiled. "So get your stuff together and let's go." Even Alina was taken aback by this. Before this, she had not participated in our conversation other than to say hello. But now she couldn't resist asking, "They need to be walked?" "Of course," I said, all seriousness. "But not the kind of walk most dogs go on. We're going to go clear of focus." "Oh, I get it," Alina answered, and then sort of turned into a quiet little mouse. I could tell by her gaze that she very much hoped I wouldn't want to take her with me too. I have always been of the opinion that if a person is not where they belong, they will be of little use there. So I saw no sense in trying to turn Alina into a warrior. Olga was a different matter. When she heard the word focus, she immediately came alive. "Wait," she didn't quite believe it at first. "Does that mean you're taking me right in there, and I'll be able to go inside? Or am I just going to sit in the car as always?" "You will fight," I assured her. Hearing that, her eyes became clear and resolute. "Great, I just need a second. Let me just put on something comfortable. I think I had a tracksuit somewhere. I usually don't wear them." "Go already," I rushed her and went back in the house. Knowing how long it usually took Olga to get ready, I expected to have time for at least 3 cups of coffee. Maybe Fred would even have time to make me lunch. As Olga tried things on upstairs, then rejected all of them, I ate what Fred had cooked. Then, the watchbirds and the Shadow Scout showed me at least 2 delivery vans arriving at the house from 2 different shopping centers. I had expected this to happen, so I had factored in a lot of extra time. We could work on discipline later. For now, let her enjoy her first battle. You have to get fun out of things. Otherwise, what's the point? My granddaughter met me downstairs, wearing black cargo pants with a lot of pockets, a short gray jacket, and heavy-duty combat boots. She headed for the Lamborghini as always, but I stopped her. "We're taking different cars," I told her once we were outside. In the Jow garage, we found a fantastic pickup truck with a roomy trailer in the back. "I think it's perfect for you and our dogs." At first, Olga doubted I meant what I was saying, but as soon as she saw it, her skepticism disappeared without a trace. "It's armored," she exclaimed happily as she walked all around it. "It looks really dangerous, really stylish, and the matte black is very distinguished. I've always wanted a car exactly this color. And look at those headlights and the hubcaps." As Olga continued to appreciate the vehicle, I said, "You haven't even said the interior yet." "Right, can I?" Her eyes lit up, almost like that time she realized she had succeeded in saving Archie. I nodded. "Of course, it's your car now." "Max!" She flew to embrace me in a fit of emotion. "Thank you, thank you." I messed up her hair, smiled, and gave her the keys. "You were right. The interior is like a miracle," she said as she returned to inspecting her new ride. "It's so brutalistic." I agreed with her. I suspected this car used to belong to one of the higher-up Jow execs, and the leather upholstery with the chrome inlays was custom-made. In any case, it was perfect for our purposes. "Today, Phobos and Deimos are also fully your dogs," I told Olga when she was finally done checking out the car. "So get them into the trailer." "Sure," she replied with readiness. A couple of minutes later, the hounds were cozily set up inside the trailer, and Archie proudly sat in the front seat next to his owner. "Let's go," I ordered, and got into the Chimera mobile. I had had to extend its interior once again because I had decided to bring along a couple of Reapers just in case. The Alpha Focus wasn't far from the city and close to our side of it, so we got there in just a few minutes. Assessing it from afar, I concluded that it was probably really new. It might have even been a brand new lot, not one that had previously been sold to Mallet. I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't even any fatties in there, just jumpers. That would be a shame, but fine for my purposes. Olga was rearing to go. She jumped out of the pickup's cab and opened the doors of the trailer, letting out the hounds. Now listen to me carefully, I began to instruct her. This focus is entirely yours. If I have to intervene, consider yourself to have failed today's test. I am confident you will succeed if you can drive the fear and doubt from your mind. Olga stood surrounded by the 3 dogs, 2 of which were bigger than she was, and listened with a very grave look on her face. The dogs, too, seemed to be concentrating on my words. I continued, "It's important that you remember 3 things. The basic local monsters are jumpers. They are called that for a reason. They can easily jump higher than your head and several yards in length." Olga got a little tense, but nodded. Number 2, when they die, they explode. The explosion is powerful enough to injure you before you've learned how to use defensive spells. At this point, Olga's resolve was somewhat dampened. She asked, "Max, how difficult is it to learn the shield?" "It's not difficult, but it does take a long time. Soon you'll start practicing the Shadow Dome daily, just like you're practicing relaxation now. But this time, you'll have to go without, which is totally doable if you control the hounds right. Unlike you, they're durable enough to withstand any jumper explosion and cover you. But there is a catch." "What's that?" "You already know that any creation of a necromancer can follow simple commands on its own. We don't need to watch their every step in action. But there are sometimes situations where you need, so to say, more subtle fine-tuning." "I think I understand," Olga said. "When I was fighting those thugs, I was purposely holding Archie back so he didn't accidentally kill them. Or that time with the bikers, I wasn't just ordering him to attack, but where precisely. The throat, for example, as you taught me." "Exactly," I nodded. "Now you understand that if you just let the hounds and Archie fight however they want to here, then you'll probably not do a very good job protecting yourself. Of course, Archie is literally created for the sole purpose of protecting you and will always be nearby. But just him alone may not be enough." "So I'll need to be constantly controlling all 3 of them?" she asked. "That's right. So be careful. Don't run right for the center. The deeper inside the focus you are, the more enemies there are, and the stronger they are. The most important thing for you right now is to learn to multitask. The dogs have to become an extension of you. You have to control them as easily as your own arms and legs, without thinking." "That sounds complicated." "Yes. Be prepared that it may not work right away, but practice makes perfect." Olga laughed. "I've noticed that you like to just throw your students into the sea and watch them try to swim. That's how it was with Archie, when I had to learn to create revenants right on the spot." "What do you suggest?" I decided to hear her opinion. "Well, for example, I could start by learning to control several dogs at once at home, outside of battle. I could play with them and so on." "Waste of time," I burst her bubble. "That kind of training is useful only when you've already been through baptism by fire. Otherwise, your training will last forever. It's in extreme situations that all the systems of the organism kick into high gear. Under pressure, you have to access all your resources at once and concentrate them like never before. That's what gives the proper push for mastering any type of art or science in a short period." "You're right," she said. "What about the 3rd thing I have to remember?" "Oh yeah, never forget about the trees and the grass. They're not our ivy, but they'll devour you if you're not vigilant." "Got it," Olga nodded. "Shall I?" "Charge!" I encouraged her. My granddaughter stepped onto the poisoned land and immediately froze in place, expecting someone to jump on her. After standing there for a little and gathering some nerve, she took a few more steps trying to make it so Phobos covered her from the front and Deimos and Archie flanked her. Here was the first jumper. At great speed, it flew right at Olga, with 3 others just like it following close behind. She gave a start, but didn't move a single step. Phobos did that for her. He lunged forward toward the jumper and caught it in mid-flight like a frisbee. But Olga was concentrating on the one hound, so she barely had a chance to give the other one a command. The only thing that saved her was that her connection with Archie was already so strong that she didn't need to focus on him, too. The small, but very strong and toothy revenant intercepted one of the jumpers just a second before it got too close to Olga. Deimos and Phobos, meanwhile, made short work of 2 more. Olga 4, focus 0. She didn't go further, though. Just the opposite. She quickly strode back out of the focus and exhaled loudly. I need to catch my breath, she explained, and continued very emotionally. They really do explode. I mean, I heard you, but to see it with your own eyes and so close by, it's really awful. But you got through it, I encouraged her. Yeah, but those were only the first ones. What if there are more? Of course there will be, but that shouldn't frighten you. Be more confident. Okay, she said, and walked back into the focus. The next gaggle consisted of 8 jumpers. This time, Olga didn't wait for them to get close. She intuited that the dogs wouldn't have time that way to deal with all of them. So only Archie remained by her side, while Phobos and Deimos lunged forward, pushing the jumpers away from her and disemboweling them like stuffed toys. Sometimes they didn't even let them explode, but rather tore them to tiny bits with their teeth. I think it was then that Olga really realized how strong they were, which gave her more confidence too. Max, she yelled to me gleefully from inside the focus. The hounds don't even feel them. You didn't throw me into the sea to sink or swim after all. There's a lifeboat here. Focus, I answered, smiling. From that point on, the clearing went very differently. Olga had understood that with dogs like those, she could make mistakes, which is why she almost completely stopped making them. Instead, she got really caught up in the thrill of the hunt, and each time she chose bigger and bigger gaggles of jumpers to attack. It's even easier this way, she commented as she worked. Phobos and Deimos are so strong and sturdy that when they burst into a crowd, it scatters in all directions. By the way, why aren't the monsters touching you? It had suddenly dawned on her that my reapers and I were walking a few steps away, but remained entirely invisible to the monsters. It's another secret of necromancy. You'll find out later, I promised her. All right, she agreed easily as she charged another gaggle of jumpers. Just as I had thought, there were no fatties in this focus yet. With the hounds, they would have been even easier to destroy than the jumpers. Next time, I'd have to find Olga a focus with flyers, too. Meanwhile, Olga reached the center of the focus, annihilated the largest jumper gaggle there, and ran joyfully toward the crystal. Silly girl. Let that be a lesson to her. I didn't warn her, and a mutant tree near the focus's main gemstone extended its tentacle branches toward her, knocked her off her feet, and even started wrapping her in its leafy cocoon. Olga screamed, at first not knowing what to do, but in a couple of seconds' time, the dogs had chewed the branches to a pulp, and she disentangled herself. You forgot about the trees, I remarked. Yes, she guiltily hung her head. It won't happen again. But Max, apart from that, everything went amazingly, no? Don't forget, this was the weakest focus, and your servants are extraordinarily strong. There's a lot more training ahead. I had rained on her parade a little bit out of pedagogical concerns. After that, I praised her after all. This time, you've done a great job. Almost. The wound you got from the tree, you're going to heal that yourself. No problem, I understand. Then call Procore and the technicians. It's time for us to go home. I smiled. I was happy with the result of today's outing. Right now, just Olga and Archie by themselves were already quite a force to be reckoned with for many of our enemies, even though by standard conventions, her level was still no higher than Magister. Soon, though, she would become a truly powerful warrior that could even take on a Destructor. There needed to be another warrior in the clan besides me. Isabella Velasco awoke at 2 in the afternoon, stretched sweetly in her huge, downy bed in the best suite of a five-star hotel, and continued to make herself cozy. They had tried to talk her into staying at the clan residence, but truth be told, she had never liked her clan's local castle. The service and comfort level of this hotel was unmatched by anyone else, even if it did belong to the competition. At last, Bella got out from under the blanket, slipped her feet into a pair of soft, furry slippers, and pressed a button on the remote by the nightstand. A minute later, she was brought a hot, amazing-smelling breakfast. What mattered that it was already lunchtime? Say what you want, but life was beautiful. What a shame she didn't get out to the capital more often, since most of the clan's business was in the south. How lucky that Max? Doesn't matter. That he turned up at just the right time to give Bella an excuse for an unplanned business trip. She had resolved the whole issue in one day and spent the rest of the time on herself. Restaurants, meetings, social calls with all kinds of nice people. Bella returned to the hotel long after midnight every night, tired but happy. Before she leaves, though, she would have to find out whatever happened to that blonde Richter guy. Maybe she should send a wreath with a note of condolence, or even attend the funeral if it wasn't too late, just to teach the other brazen fellows out there a lesson. As she thought about this, Isabella smiled absently, sipping coffee and texting her secretary. 10 minutes later, he was standing before her, as straight as an arrow. Besides their professional qualities, Bella put a lot of importance in her employee's appearance. He looked like he had just come off the cover of a glitzy magazine. This beautiful secretary, with a very grave look on his face, was now delivering extremely bad news. Max Richter was alive. While she had been entertaining herself and spending money on restaurants and boutiques, he had registered his clan, won 3 clan wars, raised the membership of his clan from 4 to 30, registered 2 new companies, and increased the charter capital of his clan by 52 times. And then, as if that wasn't enough, the secretary delivered the punchline. His property damage claim, which is 16 pages long, is on your desk in your office, awaiting your signature. Chapter 22. Say that again, Isabella said in an icy voice. A chill ran up the secretary's spine. He knew that voice very well. Chances were high that someone was going to die today, and it would be nice not to be that person. In the office, property damage claim was all he could muster. But Bella the Destroyer was no longer listening. She leapt out of her chair and was now pacing around the suite like a lioness that's been bit in the behind, muttering to herself, "I'll just declare war on him and wipe him off the face of the earth. Yes, no, or just kill him without a war." Her gaze landed on the secretary again, and she demanded, "What are you standing there for? Get the hell out." It was exactly what he'd been waiting for, and now he bolted for the door. After leaving her suite, it took him quite a while to gather himself. He'd gotten off very easy. As for Isabella, she was now muttering obscenities about how you just can't find good help. After venting to herself about that for a few minutes, she suddenly stopped talking, slowly sat down in an armchair, and got lost in thought. Her poison had never failed before. Well, maybe once or twice at most, when she'd overestimated her own strength and tried it on extremely strong magicians. Like her uncle, who realized what was up very quickly and developed an antidote. Bella liked to see things through to the end, though, and he didn't live much longer after that anyway. As for the one other time her poison hadn't worked, she didn't even want to think about that. Due to her recklessness and overconfidence, she had come very close to getting on her granddad's bad side. Her lack of judgment had almost caused a war to break out that would not have ended favorably for the Velascos. Who knew the Villans were so good they could push the poison out of their system without an antidote? Luckily, Bella was very young when this happened, and she put a lot of effort into preventing anyone from hearing about it ever again. But there's no way Richter should have been as strong or as gifted. People like him were called healers, but their abilities were limited to manipulating energy. They couldn't control their own body, even if his hereditary gift had awoken. Without books and teachers, he could only raise his level by means of his own experiments. Like all advanced magicians, she could assess the energy potential of people. Richter's was barely higher than a magister's. To declare war on him would mean to be exposed as a failure before the clan. This problem needed to be solved quickly and cleanly. That's why she was here. But what if things went wrong? He had defeated 3 clans somehow, and some Velascos had suffered at his hands too. There could be no more losses. It was one thing when the local leadership took the hit, but she couldn't afford to be in this position. What would her grandfather say if someone from the clan died even after she had come to town? And how happy her rivals in career ladder races and clan intrigue would be. They would spin this in favor of themselves and destroy her. This could not be allowed to happen. Isabella grabbed her phone, feverishly unlocked it, and found her secret chat app. It had been developed exclusively for her and her most loyal people in whom she had every confidence. The inner circle, the entourage, the team. If the information that was communicated here ever got leaked, the whole clan would be in jeopardy. So, you could only access the chat using biometric data. The encryption was cutting edge. Bella had personally made sure of that. She found 2 names in the contacts list and sent identical messages to both. "I'm in the capital. Come urgently." The only trophy building I had kept for now was the Jiao HQ. Those few programmers and hackers who had decided to come work for me worked there, with Li Feng at the helm. I thought of this as a temporary solution. The architect Chang was developing a plan for new structures to be built on the plot adjacent to the stable. More accurately, where the Richter Castle had always been, along with all the clan companies, reliably protected by a stone wall, chimera guards, and living necromancers. As an old-fashioned magician, I preferred to keep my valuable possessions and personnel where my enemies would break their teeth attempting to get into. Olga did try to object at first. "Are you sure this construction is our first priority? We still need so many things. The lab still needs to be expanded. Why rush with a new office when we already have one?" When the property is dispersed throughout the city, it gives the owner more responsibility and additional financial as well as human resources expenses. "But we didn't move Purgatory," she kept doubting. "We'll get to that. But Purgatory is practically a military base. It's much easier to defend than a regular building full of hackers, even if it has a defensive dome. A couple of good hits, and it's over." All right, Olga threw up her hands. "Looks like you're right as always." "Don't worry about the lab," I comforted her. "We won't delay that construction either. It's not for nothing I told Linda to register a construction company. We'll get more workers for Ignatius, and we'll be able to do it all." "You think Ignatius can handle it?" she worried on. "Oh, believe me, ever since Shang has appeared on the scene, Ignatius is eager to prove himself. I think he's jealous. Maybe he's just worried you'll replace him. Soon, he'll realize they're partners, not rivals. Besides, Ignatius is the director of the new construction company. He's already proven himself to be a reliable person who can be counted on." "What about the registration for all your workers?" The annoying official who had been questioning the wraiths outside the stable, and whose name was Samuel Murphy, persisted. He had come to the offices of the newly created company, Richter Construction, and was pestering Ignatius with all kinds of trick questions and demanding to read all the documentation available. This was a planned visit. An appointment had been made when he wasn't allowed to enter our residence the first time. Here, he had to deal with Linda. She was the primary line of defense against the bureaucrat. Ignatius was peeved at having to waste his time here, in the former offices of the Jiao clan, where the legal address of the construction company was, instead of doing something useful at his construction site. Linda, though, was like a fish in water. Ignatius watched his wife with awe and gratitude as she dodged every possible curveball from the government representative. Samuel saw this too, and knew she was slipping out of his hands, which made him really mad. "Of course all our workers are officially registered and reside in this city. Linda confirmed. She triumphantly extended another folder full of paperwork to him, which he set about carefully examining in the hopes of finding something to latch onto. Finally, he said, "Very strange. They've all suddenly registered just a few days ago, the same day your company was created." "Is that against the law?" Linda asked innocently. "The company needed laborers, so they came and registered." "No, but if we find proof that you backdated the documents, your company will be audited more deeply, and potentially heavy fines will be levied," he threatened gravely. "And if the court finds that you're extorting us, then it is you who will be audited," Linda smiled sweetly in reply. "Are you sure you'll pass? Considering there have been a dozen complaints filed against you just in the last year, and you've been investigated for accepting bribes in 2 separate cases. Sure, you were only a witness this time, but who knows? A witness today, a suspect tomorrow, perhaps." Lara turned out to have surprisingly far-reaching connections, and Li Feng was a young woman of truly extraordinary talent. She was able to completely cover all her tracks after accessing the city databases. Illegally, of course, but who cared? When the official finally left, Ignatius said in passing, "I didn't know you was such an actress." "Dear," Linda smiled, "you've just forgotten. I was sick for so long, I've almost forgotten who I was too." "I like you any old way," he answered. But he was concerned. "You're not going to have any trouble with the law because of this, are you?" "No more than you," she laughed. "You're the director of a company consisting of undead workers, and our daughter is making chimeras under the tutelage of a real necromancer. Are you sure hacking the databases is our biggest worry?" Ignatius could do nothing but agree with her. "Unfortunately, these formalities have increased our expenses," Linda reported to me after yet another visit from Murphy. I was at home and we were talking in the dining room as we waited for Fred to serve us 2 mugs of excellent coffee. I had allocated some of the money from the wars to replacing Olga's coffee machine. She used to have a cheap model, which was nothing special. Now Fred could make coffee that was as good as it was in elite restaurants. And since he never made mistakes, but only constantly improved, the coffee was better and better each time. "Precaution? You mean them moving in?" I asked. "Yes, I knew these government piranhas would look into every detail, which is what they're doing. So I officially rented rooms for the workers and registered them as residing there." "You did the right thing," I approved. "The only thing is..." "What?" "There's a real chance they'll want to see the workers' living conditions. According to the documentation, Richter Construction is providing the lodgings." "And where are they residing, according to this documentation?" "Right here, across the street," she snickered, nodding at the exit. "I found enough rooms for rent in those boarding houses, and below market price, too. But the conditions there, well, they leave a lot to be desired." Fred brought our coffee on a tray, and its aroma filled the room. Linda thanked the wraith and took a sip. Sometimes, I thought most of our guests, even Olga, perceived Fred as a living butler. People were always thanking him and smiling at him. No one was ever taken aback by the fact that he was mute. On the contrary, they kind of saw it as a good thing, as a character trait or an expression of professionalism. Though I must say, as he descended to higher levels, his gaze had taken on a certain depth and meaning. At times, it seemed he really did understand everything that was going on. Linda spoke again. "In most of the rooms I got, there aren't even any beds. Some others are in ruins and haven't been cleaned in a year. Any inspection will either clearly show that no one actually lives there, or else they're sure to initiate proceedings against us for violating the workers' human rights." "You're right," I answered. "Remind me again, does the land the boarding house is on also belong to the Velascos?" "Well, I'll be damned," said Barney, and spit on the ground. He was one of the senior denizens of the boarding house. The new tenants were unloading their furniture. Most people escaped this place as soon as humanly possible, but Barney had lived here for almost 10 years, and for some reason, he was proud of that. There were 6 newbies in all, but the boarding house next door also had a similar scene happening outside it. "Where'd they all come from?" Barney's friend Ted agreed with him. They'll take all the local girls, he mumbled. Even though the two friends could only see the newbies' eyes because the rest of their faces were covered with masks as though they were afraid of an epidemic, they seemed far too neat. We'll have a talk with them yet, don't you worry, Barney huffed. We'll do a little corrective pugilism on their faces. He wasn't eager to jump into a fight while they were 2 against 6, but he had every intention of catching each one of them separately and explaining the local customs to them. That was imperative. If they all got together and came back for vengeance, Barney had his guys too. Some of them even attend the boxing school nearby, and Barney himself used to throw a few punches once upon a time. The sound of a slamming door in the entrance awoke him from his reverie. The new tenants had unloaded a whole truck full of furniture in literally a couple of minutes. They were as organized and efficient as robots, as though they had done this all their lives. Barney revised his plan to have a talk with each one of them individually, and be sure to outnumber them 3-1 when he did it. Just a couple of hours later, he got his chance. One of these soft shoes had taken up residence on his floor, in a room where the boarding house's owners hadn't even installed a lock. Barney got 2 other guys, and the 3 of them just walked into the new neighbor's room in the middle of the night to see him standing silently by the window. He didn't even notice that someone had come into the room. "Hey there, buddy," Barney nevertheless spoke. "The way you moved in here wasn't right. Any decent person would have introduced himself to the neighbors, gotten to know the locals. It's important to respect the old-timers, no?" In spite of his passionate speech, the new guy continued to completely ignore him. He didn't bat an eye. Barney began to boil over. "Hey man, answer when I'm speaking to you." Silence. "You're a fucked up asshole, you know that?" the aging thug exploded on his new neighbor. Seeing that even that hadn't gotten through to the strange guy, Barney knew he had only one argument left: their fists. The 3 of them attacked the new guy, and that's when he finally began to react. He picked up one of the thugs and simply threw him out the window, from the 3rd floor. He then crushed the second one's skull with his bare hands, blood and brains flying everywhere. The 3rd one was Barney, who, being no fool, immediately ran out of that damned apartment, ran into his room, locked all the locks, and even barricaded himself in, where he spent all night shaking in fear, especially after he realized he'd left his phone somewhere and can't call the police. When he did call them in the morning, they didn't find either of his 2 dead friends. There was no evidence whatsoever of the violence that had happened in the boarding house last night. No bodies, no blood, nothing. "But how?" Barney couldn't believe it. "Check the cameras. The neighbor just got rid of the bodies somehow." "We've checked them," the policeman said, suppressing a yawn. "They didn't capture anything suspicious or unusual." "But—" "I recommend you don't call us for no reason again," one of the cops interrupted him. "I'm sure your friends are just resting somewhere, or they're busy. Maybe you should rest. But don't overdo it." He sincerely hinted that Barney may have been on drugs. Barney had to take it. Furthermore, he knew he couldn't spend another minute in this boarding house. Luckily, all his weird neighbors had left the building in the morning. He quickly gathered his possessions and moved to the cheapest hostel. A few days later, he heard from some other friends of his that similar things had happened to a couple of other people. Dark rumors were swirling around at the speed of light. The boarding house was rapidly being vacated. Hiring Li Feng had brought some unexpected bonuses. For example, I learned that you don't have to barbarically destroy cameras, that there was another way. So when my Wraith construction workers had caused an upheaval in the boarding house and it got onto numerous street cameras, Li Feng hacked them and cleaned up the information so the police wouldn't have the slightest suspicion that the old tenants' complaints were in any way founded. According to her, the city database was made by losers and consisted of holes, bubblegum, and shit. My wily teenage-looking employee was having her way with their system like Fred did with the coffee machine. At some point, of course, the police would have to admit that some people had disappeared without a trace from these boarding houses. But that would be later, and they wouldn't be able to prove anything. The beauty of the situation was that my wraiths had scared the locals so much that they had started abandoning their rooms and dispersing, which meant the boarding house business had suddenly taken a turn for the worse for its owners. As a party interested in acquiring that land from the Velascos, or possibly receiving it as compensation, was glad of that fact. But I would have to wait for that outcome. For now, I made my way to the city archive. Linda had found something on the Richter clan, which really did turn out to still be registered, but didn't have a single member. Something I encountered along the way seemed strange to me. Several times I spotted a black car with tinted windows behind me. It would get farther away, but then it would catch up to me again. Another person might not even have noticed it. I have excellent control of my nervous system, as I do the rest of my body. I don't forget anything I don't want to forget. When I turned into the underground parking garage and was slightly delayed at the entrance, I saw that my tail had ducked in there after me. And as soon as I exited the Chimera Mobile, I was hit with a lot of energy. Chapter 23. That's weird. I don't feel any power in him. He barely has more energy than a magister, the bewildered Santiago shared with his brother. You're totally right, said Gustavo. But what if he's masking his power? Remember that eruptor we did at the beach in Tulare? It was very easy to surveil Richter. His car stood out on the road, and he had absolutely no idea he was being followed. Or, if he did nothing about it. The Carrera brothers had not considered this possibility. They were pros with a lot of experience and knew a lot about how to lose a tail, as well as about how to follow an unsuspecting victim. Even battle magicians specialize. Some of them are enforcers who guard clan property and cause its enemies unpleasantness. And then there are soldiers who spend their lives honing their warcraft in preparation for clan warfare. The two brothers had a pretty rare specialization. They were assassins. And their victims were most often gifted, no weaker than a destructor. Sometimes they even killed eruptors. They themselves were destructors at the peak of their powers. Plus, they had always worked together for over 150 years, so their cooperation was very highly developed. In battle, they were totally telepathic and understood each other without even signaling. If he'd been masking it, Isabella would have sussed that out right away, Santiago argued. She called him weak. Well, this weakling somehow survived her poison. You think the mistress is losing her grip? Don't even joke about that, his brother said seriously. The fact that we grew up with her doesn't give us the right to say disrespectful things about her. The Carrera brothers had never forgotten how kind Miss Velasco had been to them. When she was just a teenager herself, she visited the orphanage for the gifted they were in, got them out of there, and got them adopted by the clan. Thanks to her generosity, they had been raised just like the other Velasco children and enjoyed all the advantages the clan could provide. Under normal circumstances, children in their position would not have had any such opportunities. Of course, many clans took those children in, but most often it was just to raise them into cannon fodder for their wars. No one treated them as equals. But the Carrera brothers could not complain of that. Thanks to their faithful service and Isabella's advocacy, they had attained quite impressive positions within the clan. They were respected and even feared. But at the same time, they were also given a lot of the most difficult assignments, which the Carreras always accepted, of course, but their real allegiance lay with their mistress. They were prepared to come running at the drop of a hat to do her bidding. In any case, if this Richter was no threat at all, she wouldn't have made us come all the way out here. So we should take care of him as fast as possible and not give him a chance to do one more rotten trick. Naturally, I had activated the Shadow Dome before exiting the Chimera Mobile, so it received the first blow. It was a very strong hit, I must say. The shield cracked. This meant my opponents were not regular thugs or some other kind of weaklings I had fought before. Their energy field, too, left no doubt. The two men who had been following me in the car turned out to be battle magicians of a high caliber. Probably not eruptors, but definitely confident destructors. The highest level I had fought since my awakening had been executors, and that was mostly on my own terms, with my servants near me, and where I chose the time and place of the skirmish. I had driven into this parking garage on purpose this time too, so no one would interfere with us, but I had not planned that in advance. I had to improvise. Aside from the Chimera Mobile, I didn't have any other chimeras with me either. Another necromancer in this situation would have been dead within minutes. Those who have our gift were too fond of relying on their pets, but I never limited myself to that, as I never thought you could have too many battle skills. I still had a pretty good chance. As I was entering the parking garage, I had quickly scanned the space inside. It was a big garage, and judging by the entrance leading downward, probably on multiple levels. Nor was there any lack of cars. Just on this floor alone, at least 30 cars had filled 2 rows of spaces completely. Only the space was so huge that it still looked a little empty. I could not feel the presence of any other people, other than those who had followed me, which, on one hand, gave me carte blanche, but on the other, didn't give me a chance to use them. I had never yet in all my life been in a situation where I could have taken advantage of this. Besides, I preferred to avoid involving outsiders in my fights. In the final analysis, it was good that nobody else was down here. Knowing they would not stop at just the one energy attack, I dove behind the Chimera Mobile and concentrated, trying to choose the best place to teleport to. Leaping out behind these 2 men's backs would be pure suicide. First, I needed to distract them somehow. Luckily, I had something they would find surprising. Just when they had taken a few steps toward me, the hood of my Lamba opened and a swarm of necroflies flew out. My Chimera Mobile could not only take, but give too. The flies went right for one of the 2 assassins, but the brothers decided not to take any chances. Just as the insects approached them, one of them set the swarm on fire with a fire cone spell. That was unpleasant, but now I knew more about their fighting style. Some of my insects survived and reached one of the 2 men to explode right near his face with a loud bang. Unfortunately, his shield absorbed all the force of those explosions. But now, a second swarm was already flying toward them. I didn't expect them to do any real damage the second time, any more than they had the first time, but they made a great diversionary maneuver. Under cover of a whole cloud of flies, my Lamba started moving, to reach almost its maximum speed in only a couple of seconds. A second later, it plowed right into my enemies. There's no way they could have expected that, as they didn't know I had a special car. It took them totally by surprise. But only one of them was injured. He swayed from the impact, and his shield burst like a soap bubble. Just then, I transported myself to behind his back and sliced his back with my shadow blade. He had already partly restored his shield, so the cut wasn't very deep, though it was long, the length of his entire back. They instantly turned around to face me, but I was already in another part of the parking garage. If I hadn't been, I would have caught fire like the tip of a match. A wide and powerful pillar of fire was now where I had just stood. This no longer surprised me. I wondered what the second assassin had up his sleeve. Most likely, he was the one who had hit me with that energy when he had first gotten out of the car. Only an extremely talented magician with a lot of energy reserves can use pure energy for battle, without having to turn it into some form or another, like one of the elements, for example. The fact that he wasn't in a rush to demonstrate what he could do was not very encouraging, as it meant he realized the element of surprise was on his side and was awaiting the right moment. Luckily, my Shadow Scout was with me, so even hiding between the cars, I could see them very clearly. I had a chance to get a good look at them too. They were tall, slim, dark-skinned men who looked about 30. Obviously, they were actually about 100 years older than they looked. They looked like each other, like brothers. Maybe that's what they were. The shape and color of their eyes were exactly the same, as were their thin lips and the shapes of their clean-shaven faces. The easiest way to tell them apart was by their clothes. At least in that, they had different taste. The fire magician was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, while the second one wore an old-fashioned pinstripe suit and hat. Old-fashioned from a modern point of view, I mean. I had seen suits like that on TV when Olga had been watching a series about gangsters. They were standing at a 45-degree angle to each other to get the optimal view, but they weren't going to allow me to hide for long, so they separated and went in different directions to comb through the parking spaces. This style of battle didn't suit me, but I didn't quite know yet who I was dealing with, so caution wouldn't hurt. I got even farther away from them, all the way to where the turn toward the lower floor of the parking garage started. There, I hid behind a wall, and not a moment too soon as the gangster decided to make his move. All the cars began to levitate, one by one. Only my Lambo was still on the ground because it was busily entertaining the fire mage. He kept trying to set it on fire as it wildly swerved around the parking garage, taking every opportunity to try to run one of them over again. Once again, I noted the gangster's monstrous strength. I now understood that his specialization was telekinesis. He wasn't even surprised not to find me between any of the cars. He knew where else I might be, and he threw a car in my direction. The fact that it wasn't a direct path was no hindrance. Bam! The crashing of steel was deafening. Had I been a little less quick, I would have been crushed by several tons of metal. The telekinetic carefully put all the other cars back in their places, but I wasn't fooled. He could start juggling them again any time he felt like it. But I also noted one other thing. He couldn't do anything to my Chimera mobile, just like he couldn't do anything to me. His power didn't work on biological systems. So there was that. It was a shame I couldn't bring at least a few of my chimeras in a suitable time frame. Of course, if I ordered the hounds to find me, it would take them no more than 15 minutes to get here. But then they would have to run through the streets, and it would be on the news. I had to come up with another plan. Keep hiding and wait for them to exhaust their energy reserves? It could work, but it wasn't my style. Besides, their reserves were much bigger than mine. Fight them in the open? With all that energy, they would crush me alive. Confuse and outsmart them? Could work. Shadow spell techniques, which I had total mastery over, had many different applications. Suddenly, my contours became murky and dark, and it became almost impossible to tell me from a shadow. Additionally, I created a dozen more shadows like that one and dispersed them around the garage walls. For a second, I had an urge to call out, "Shadow cloning technique," and make a cryptic sign with my fingers like a clan killer warrior from Ippon. It passed quickly, and I concentrated on fighting. Along with my other shadows, I would come out of the wall here and there, then become part of it again. All in order to make my enemies nervous so they would shoot off spells in every direction. That's what the fire mage was doing. He was shooting his magic fireballs off as fast as a living machine gun, which was pointless against my shadows, and I dodged well. Some of the shadows were now regularly getting to the enemies and getting in hits, which was draining their shields. But, as I had expected, the gangster made another move. He started hitting me with pure energy again, against which shadow magic has no defense, and my shadows began to disappear one by one. The walls shook, and cracks and craters appeared where his shots had hit. Sooner or later, he would find the real me. It was too bad, but I couldn't afford to save energy at this moment. I took advantage of the fact that my opponents were not looking upward and created about 20 more shadows up there. They then swooped down on the enemy all together like monster flyers. A massive attack like that couldn't help but break through even the most powerful of shields, so I was able to injure both of them. In the process, my shadows were destroyed again, but it had given me the opportunity to get close to my opponents while they were defenseless. Clean magic energy poured into me, which I greedily sucked in for a few seconds. After that, they restored their shields, and I teleported again to another area of the garage. The Chimera mobile, in which they had lost interest when the shadows had appeared, accelerated again and crashed right into the two brothers, knocking out their shields again and giving a new shadow battalion to get to them. Now that I had taken some of their energy, I could spend more of it. But my opponents were neither weaklings nor idiots, so I again almost instantly lost all my newly created shadows. Also, the Chimera mobile did catch fire when the fire mage concentrated fully on it for a few seconds. I guess its career was over. The enemy directed such a stream of fire at the Lamba that it would be impossible to put out the flames under these conditions. Besides, I couldn't miss the chance to do what I did next. Kaboom! The Chimera mobile exploded into hundreds of burning pieces as a new battalion of shadows swooped down onto the enemy's heads. This last onslaught had exhausted both me and my enemies. This time, I had really done them some damage. Each of them now had several open wounds on their bodies, which were gushing blood. But they had no intention of giving up yet. While I thought about how to get to them again and take more of their energy, the telekinetic got his wiles together and fired off energy shots at all the remaining shadows at once, including me. My dome absorbed the blow, but my cover was blown. Right away, a new volley of energy missiles and fireballs were fired at me. They broke through my shield, and a telekinetic fist punched me in the stomach, literally flattening my insides. It happened so fast, I didn't even have a chance to dodge it. The enemy were going for broke with this attack. While I healed myself and brought my internal organs back into functioning order, the gangster lifted one of the nearby cars into the air. I could see how hard he had to work right now to hold it up. The veins on his temples were pulsing, and he turned crimson from the tension. But he didn't back down from his idea of finishing me off this way. He could see that after his last hit, I was unable to move quickly anymore, so his plan should work. If not for my ability to self-regenerate, which I had cultivated for years. While the fireball guy was trying to catch his breath and the gangster was beginning his final onslaught, I had almost completely restored my mobility. But rather than dodge the car flying at me, I decided to direct all the energy that remained in me into the same kind of hit. As I've mentioned, this trick was available not only to telekinetics, but to any sufficiently strong and talented magician. It was pure brute force and didn't require formatting into any specific spell. Right now, my energy fist was very weak, much weaker than the other assholes. But he, too, had spent most of his energy. Besides, I wasn't going to use that fist to punch him directly. Once he threw the car at me, I was going to use the punch to put pressure on a specific point on the car. And here it comes. A little push, and the telekinetic could no longer hold back his own spell. The car crashed down right on top of them, crushing them both like a couple of flies. I finally got to exhale. I was completely exhausted, but satisfied. It had been a long time since I'd had a chance to really fight. But it wasn't time to rest. First, I had to extract the gemstones from these assholes' bodies. If anyone else thought of attacking me, I could use them as sources of reserve energy. Happily, I was already fortified enough with energy to push the car off of their mangled corpses. Next thing, I had their crystals in hand. They were purple, which corresponded to Delta-level monsters. Nor was I going to leave the corpses. I needed a new car. I considered the carcasses of these predators my trophies, but before getting out of here, I had to do one more thing. So far, I had two powerful enemies, the Velascos and the Villans. Since these assassins had not used the standard Velasco weapon, poison, I deduced they must have been sent by the Villans. So they were on to me too. Knowing Catherine, though, I was sure she didn't give a shit about investigating me, which left only the charming reptilian Isabella. When I found the killer's car, my theory was confirmed. Their license plate didn't belong to a clan, but it also wasn't from the capital. It had been issued in the south, where the Velascos were most powerful. Now, all that was left was to send her my regards, but in such a way that only she would receive them. Chapter 24. Don't worry, mistress. We'll have him cornered soon. Isabella had been hypnotized by that last message from Santiago for half an hour. There was no reason to worry, but she had a bad feeling anyway. She checked her phone every minute, waiting for news, which kept not coming. She didn't want to appear a panicker to her best assassins, so she waited patiently. But when the appointed time came and she didn't hear from them, she texted, The message wasn't only not answered, it wasn't even delivered, which did nothing to allay Isabella's anxiety. Luckily, her secret app included phone and car tracking of anybody who was using it. Just in case, they had all voluntarily installed trackers in their devices. She had too. It was a precaution that was meant to prevent the need to search for someone in an emergency. Only, all the signals were gone. Bella stared in horror at the map on her screen and couldn't understand how this was possible. The tracking devices could not be switched off. You'd need professionals of the highest order even to find them within the vehicles. And then, in case of any attempt to remove it, the tracker was supposed to send an alarm. That damned Richter. How had he survived her poison anyway? Isabella breathed deeply in an effort to calm down and collect herself. Then, she opened Santiago's contact in the app again. The last time his tracker had sent any signal was about half an hour ago. It was supposed to send one every 15 minutes. There was no more time to waste. Bella leapt out of her chair, and 3 minutes later she was behind the wheel of her sports car, speeding to that place where the two assassins had last been tracked. As she drove, she was trying to call Santiago or Gustav again, but it kept going straight to voicemail. She stopped not far from the city archive and conducted a quick reconnaissance mission that led her to conclude everything had gone down in the parking garage. She drove in. Noticing almost right away the Carrera brothers' car right by the entrance, she jumped out of her car and ran to it, taking in her surroundings as she went. There were no police. The parking garage looked totally empty. Right in the center, she saw the mangled car with a lot of ash under it, as though something large had just been burned here. That was encouraging. Gustav was a powerful fire mage after all. But neither Gustav, nor his brother, nor Richter were anywhere to be seen. The garage was a multi-level though, which gave Bella a strand of hope. Of course, they were just fighting down on a lower level. That's why their trackers weren't working. Without bothering to inspect their car any more closely, she ran for the ramp. Right after the turn, she saw another mangled car. Santiago was a powerful telekinetic, so this was not the least bit surprising. But as she ran on, she could discover no more evidence of any fighting. The garage was immaculate, no ash, all the cars in their place. Isabella reached the lowest level, only to confirm that her hopes had been in vain. All the battle areas had disappeared, and considering all the circumstances, the fracas had most likely not ended in the Carrera's favor. Bella shuddered from the thought. How could it be? She couldn't wrap her mind around it. Did this Richter have influential patrons? One of the great clans, maybe. The Velascos never had succeeded in taking their place among those. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. She sighed and returned with a quick step to the brothers' car. Once there, she became even more upset. A paper cup of coffee sat on the dashboard, as though to taunt her. She heard Richter's voice in her head. One condition, that they have good coffee. Damn it! Ever since she'd met him, her self-control had been tested, and now, again, she wanted to smash everything in sight, including this damned parking garage and her assassin's car. But that would help nothing, and her people, who had never let her down, were most likely dead. Coffee, she hissed. He had the audacity to leave me a goddamn coffee. Under the circumstances, what she really needed was a stiff drink. Hearing police sirens in the distance, Bella knew it was time to leave. She didn't give a damn about the authorities who governed the ungifted, but she didn't need the publicity. There was no one else she could trust with this. She would have to take care of it personally. But first, her thoughts turned again to that stiff drink. I didn't stop at just sending my regards to the reptilian. As always, I had also made sure nothing extra would fall into the enemy's hands. I broke all the smartphones of the magicians who had attacked me, as well as their automobile. I also checked the garage itself, as well as the surrounding streets for video cameras, and sent that information to Li Feng. It only took her a few minutes to erase everything that could have indicated participation of the Richter clan in the skirmish at the parking garage. As I've said, I wasn't about to go to war with the authorities, but that didn't mean I was prepared to pay all kinds of fines for damaging private or government property. Naturally, I didn't go to the archive. It could wait. There were other, more important issues to resolve. For example, I couldn't afford not to have a car. There were too many things to do, all of them in different parts of the city, and some of them outside of it. There were many options even without the Chimera Mobile, of course. For a second, I imagined myself proudly mounting a bonehound, but I worried the descendants weren't ready for that. I knew I'd have to spend time building a new Lamborghini. I already had an idea. The previous sports model had not proven too convenient for transporting anything, or anyone, other than myself. I was forever having to expand it, then put it back the way it was. This time, I decided to base my design on the same manufacturer, but a different model, the Tor, named after the giant battle bulls the car creator's peninsula was known for. The car looked less showy, but more imposing. Also, this model solved all my space problems. In the future, it would be preferable to have several Chimera mobiles at my disposal, each with its own function. But I didn't have enough expendable material for that yet, nor the time. Although last time it had taken me all night to build a car, this time I expected to be finished in a fraction of the time. I already had experience, and also planned to get my assistants involved this time. At first, Olga had been horrified at the thought that the Chimera Mobile was made from the corpses of my enemies, but now she saw that as natural and helped enthusiastically. As for Alina, she once again impressed me with her attentiveness to detail. She took on the most difficult part, realistically recreating the dashboard so that the odometer and tachometer displayed at numbers that at least approximated something reasonable. When the new Chimera Mobile was ready for exploitation, aside from one more detail, she talked me into giving her a little more time. A couple of hours later, she glowed proudly as she presented the fruits of her labors. "Hey, that's really cool," Olga said. "Just like the real thing. I knew I could do it if I really tried. You can do this through behavior patterns too, just like with a regular chimera." Alina started chattering, explaining to my granddaughter how she had arrived at such a good result. I already knew how she'd done it, but didn't consider this information critical enough to spend time discussing it now. I probably would have just adjusted the meters as needed. Alina had figured out how to do it right in just a couple of hours. She really did have a gift for building and tuning chimeras. I was going to have to try something with her that was much more difficult than anything we'd done until now. I wondered how fast she would master truly serious tasks. But for now, it was time to test my new car. Purgatory was supposed to have left for that infamous gamma that had brought about the downfall of Mallet 40 minutes ago. They had probably already cleared the city and were on the open road, approaching the focus. I planned to catch up to them in about 20 minutes. "Can I come?" Olga asked when she heard where I was going. "If you want," I shrugged. "But we're leaving the hounds at home. You can only take Archie. If you want to fight, keep that in mind." "I'm coming," my granddaughter said decisively and ran upstairs to get dressed. "You have 5 minutes," I yelled after her. I wasn't going to wait even 30 minutes this time. I had already lost a lot of time because of the attack and then making the new car. When we arrived at the focus, Prochor and his inner circle of 3 guys with clan seals were already there. We planned to clear the focus completely with just us first, then call the others. His other soldiers, the ones who had stayed at Purgatory, had gotten bored in the absence of work, even though they had already received their first salary. But I couldn't trust anyone else with this focus. It had to be us. At the next auction, it would be a good idea to buy a few good betas and leave them just for Purgatory to do. They could take it without us getting involved, especially since there was a good chance we would have some new blood coming in now that Mallet had been laid waste. I had also decided to leave all the recruiting to Prochor and his people. They personally knew many of those who were now unemployed, and they weren't going to hire the bad ones. But for now, we had other business. "Nice ride," Prochor said when Olga and I arrived. "Looks even better than the last one. And roomier, too," he said as he looked over at the 2 Reapers getting out of the back seat. "Well," I said, changing the subject, "everyone's here. Let's go." With that, we all stepped into the focus. Harry was here the whole time too, and had been waiting for us, but no one else. While the guys and Olga were looking around, trying to see at least one enemy, I was thinking that this time the giant worm had overdone it, and now all the monsters, frightened by him, would all be waiting for us at the center of the focus together, which meant I would again have to spend energy on a dome so no one got hurt. I warned the others not to be fooled by the apparent calm. Harry had not been tasked with destroying the creatures, so they were here. But, besides Dickens's people, the worm had somehow also frightened the monsters, forcing them to huddle together around the main crystal. That turned out to be exactly the case. In a large clearing deep in the forest, there were so many monsters that they were literally one solid mass. Rather than charge that mass myself, I sent the one who was responsible for it. Harry flung himself into the sea of enemies like an ice-breaking vessel, crushing and throwing the jumpers and tossing the flyers. Despite the fact that he was dead and monsters should not have been reacting to him, they could not ignore his open aggression and danger to the crystal. After a while, I stopped seeing the worm altogether as he disappeared in the thick of them. "Let's help Harry," I ordered, and sent all the Reapers forward. Olga followed my example and ordered Archie to go after them, but to be more careful than them. The Purgatory guys just opened fire. Naturally, the monsters reacted immediately, and some of them lunged right at us. The Reapers and the small but very strong Revenant started intercepting them. Even Harry managed to shake off most of the enemies, some of which he'd already destroyed. After that, the worm started wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks again. Unfortunately, as I had expected, the monsters did manage to get too close to us a couple of times, so I did have to hide my whole team under a shadow dome. There were also a few very large fatties in the crowd. They too found it uncomfortable fighting in such tight quarters, so they only became active once the jumpers were considerably depleted. One of the fatties stood out especially, as he was about 3 times the size of the others. If this focus were allowed to get to Delta level, I wouldn't have been surprised if this guy didn't end up becoming the boss. He looked like a cross between a bear and a moose, especially due to his gigantic, powerful antlers. But even he didn't want to get involved with Harry. Then he got a running start and charged right at us. He crashed into my dome with such force that it cracked in several places. The guys swore and Olga screamed, but nothing truly dangerous had actually happened. I even decided to leave the dome, though I maintained it over Olga and the others. I found it most convenient to take on this monster one-on-one. I knew he would just run from Harry, and he could run so fast that the clearing would take too long. I'd have to kill him myself. Besides speed, he didn't really have any tricks up his sleeve. His behavior was pretty predictable. Like a bull in a bullfight, he kept trying to gain speed and gore his victim with his horns. All I had to do was keep provoking him and getting out of the line of attack at the last moment, over and over. I did that until I was able to catch him near a broad tree. Crashing into the trunk with his antlers, the monster got stuck. I jumped on his back and quickly finished him with several slices of my shadow blade on his neck. With that, the clearing of this focus was nearly complete. All that remained was to finish off a couple more gaggles who were late to the jumper party. I guess they had been hiding in a nearby clearing that whole time. Within a few minutes, the main gemstone of the focus was in our possession. "You can call the technicians," I said to Prochor. "We'll finish by the time they get here." Prochor nodded. A pale Olga picked up Archie into her arms and said, "I was almost sorry I came here. This was very different than last time." "But," I smiled, "but it was awesome. Now I understand that I would have been sorry not to have seen it with my own eyes. Harry is amazing. And that moose, it was so strong. But you killed it. I want to be able to do that too." The Purgatory soldiers gave her a weird look. They hadn't understood at first what this girl was doing here with her dog, but when they saw what Archie was capable of, they had no further objections. I noticed that Prochor had gone from looking at Olga with a worshipful look in his eyes. His expression when he saw her now was more serious, pensive, and maybe even a little afraid. Meanwhile, Harry had started dragging the equipment out of his cave that we had hidden there. The guys watched in amazement as manticores and even a phoenix all lined up before them in a neat row. "When you said you'd been able to salvage some things, I didn't think it would be such expensive weapons and that there would be so much," Prochor commented. I smiled contentedly and clapped him on the shoulder. "I expect you'll find a place for it all," I said. "It'll be tricky," he answered honestly. "Our small arms warehouse isn't intended for such a large volume, but I'll do my best." That evening, with the day behind us, I was once again reading magazines with a mug of coffee. Sometimes I would get distracted by thoughts. For example, I thought about when the Velascos would finally answer my property damage claim. I naturally did not consider what had happened earlier that day a reply. If anything, it was grounds to add a few more items to my claim. They'd totaled my car after all. Speak of the devil. A courier pulled up to our house. When I opened the door, he handed me an envelope, sealed with the Velasco seal. Incredible respect for tradition. Inside, there was a plastic card that read, "The Pyramid Club," and a note that said, in careful calligraphic writing, "Tomorrow, 8 p.m. Chapter 25. When the courier appeared again, Olga was in her room. She had been using all her free time recently to practice the Shadow Dome spell. She had already learned to create the dome, but it would pop the moment her concentration wavered, which pissed her off no end, and gave her incentive to keep working at it. The doorbell got her to come out to the staircase. From there, she watched me with curiosity as I broke the seal and read the missive. "What is this Pyramid Club?" I asked her. "Wow, they've invited you there?" she brilliantly deduced, running down the staircase to study the invitation up close. "It's a very swanky club for aristocrats," she explained. "Very exclusive, and a membership costs an astronomical amount of money. You can only enter if you're a member, or by special invitation from one." "Like this?" I extended the card to her. Olga grabbed it greedily and studied it. "Yeah, I guess that's what this is," she said, turning the invitation over in her hands. "Wow, so who's the invitation from?" She was bursting with curiosity, but I wasn't in a hurry to show her my down card. "It's a business meeting," I said, taking the invitation back. "So what about the club? Is that everything you know about it?" Olga looked me up and down with a hurt look on her face. But I have to hand it to her. She never tried to force information out of me that I didn't volunteer. She was a very tactful relative in that way, and I valued that in her. In my long life, there had been too many of those who believed our shared blood gave them the right to know all my dealings and secrets. I had had to explain in ways they would understand that curiosity can kill more than just cats. "Well, not everything," she said, extending her vowels. "You could say it's a whole town outside the city. They've got hotels, standalone cottages, and a bunch of entertainment. I've heard a lot of rumors, but only those who have been there know what exactly they get up to. I mean, they have all the standard stuff. Pools, a spa, restaurants, dance clubs, a casino, a concert venue. They even have celebrities play there. It's a real rich people's resort." There was a hint of irony in her voice, but I could see she wouldn't mind going there herself. "Who owns it?" I asked. "The Great Desmond clan. Thanks to their patronage, the Pyramid Club is often used for negotiations, even during clan wars, because the Desmonds have a zero-tolerance policy against violence on their property, and they have the power to punish anybody who violates it." Interesting. In my time, the Desmonds were one of the most warlike clans. Their battle potential was truly impressive. Warriors from that clan were among the few who could do harm to my clan. And now they were playing peacemaker? It strained credulity. But I didn't care about that right now. By inviting me there, the Velasco reptilian was guaranteeing my safety. I got the hint. I was being promised peace talks, and a neutral area was being proffered for that purpose. They must have thought I was an idiot. I knew perfectly well how her poison worked. She didn't need to attack me to use it on me. In any case, there was no point turning down the invitation. My list of grievances against the Velascos had expanded, and I intended to claim every last penny of what I was owed. Since they were brewing up trouble there for me, how could I not oblige them? Besides, there was still plenty of time until tomorrow night. The first thing I did was contact Li Feng. As usual, for now, I used Olga's phone on speaker. I knew I needed to take care of the problem of not being able to use a phone by myself very soon. Find out everything I can about the Pyramid Club, the hacker said. Do I understand correctly that you want to know the stuff the owners don't advertise? Exactly. But the main thing I'm interested in is the layout and what their security situation is. Got it. I'll have it by morning, Li Feng said readily. Remember, we don't need any risks. Make sure it's totally safe. The Desmonds can't suspect anything. Okay, she said, a little disappointed. If there's the slightest doubt, I won't go in there. That's the right attitude, I praised her. In this matter, safety is more important than information. I didn't want to be too conspicuous, as it wasn't yet the time to draw the Desmonds' attention. You're preparing as if for a war, Olga remarked. I answered seriously. You know, war. War never changes, and it never ends. Anyone who thinks otherwise is doomed. Always be prepared to parry an attack. Now, go back upstairs and keep practicing. She made a face, but went. I had another all-nighter in the lab ahead of me, one that would probably extend into part of tomorrow as well. As I walked past the construction site, where Ignatius was working late as usual, I asked him to ask Alina to come down here. I wanted her to work with me until around midnight, then spend the night in the guest bedroom on the second floor, and rejoin me in the lab in the morning. Naturally, my clan servants worked day and night. All the Astors received a good salary that far exceeded their previous earnings. So, half an hour later, Alina was here, ready to be briefed. Today, I began, we have before us a very difficult and extremely painstaking task. It is on a different level than what you're used to. Before, we were creating chimeras that didn't really have any particularly special capabilities, besides physical strength and durability. Now, we're going to have to give them more features. So that's really possible? Alina said. Just recently I was wondering whether you could teach a chimera spells. You can. But to create such a creature, you need the highest of qualifications. Even small spells embedded in the behavior of the chimera require painstaking effort. And the chimeras will take the energy to create and maintain the spells from their creator? Exactly, I confirmed. That's one of the reasons weak magicians don't even attempt these things. But I'm a weak magician, she said, unsure of herself. You think I'll be able to help you with something so difficult? You will, I said firmly. Yes, your powers are not massive yet, but you have the ability to perform any task with jeweler-like precision. Her cheeks blushed from the praise. I added, don't worry about the energy. Most of the chimeras will feed off of me. You'll just have a couple, for training. You mean I'm going to have my own chimeras? She exclaimed. I nodded. It's time for you to get some pets, too. But unlike Archie, for example, yours won't specialize just in battle skills. I saw mixed feelings on Alina's face. So, you also think I'm useless as a warrior? Also, I furrowed my brow. Who else said that? She nodded nervously, then got up the nerve to speak. I've thought a lot about it lately. When Olga started to really fight, to be honest, I was scared I would prove to be of no use. I owe you my life, but there's nothing I can do to pay you back. Alina, I put my hand on her shoulder. Just think, do you see your parents fighting in the foci with me like Olga does? No, but... Exactly. They're doing their work, and you're doing yours. You may not have a predisposition for battle, but that doesn't mean you're of no use to the clan. On the contrary, I have big plans for you, which is why you're here with me right now, not Olga. I understand. I'll do my best, she concluded. Fantastic, I smiled. Now let's get back to work. We're going to make a lot of chimeras tonight. Very small ones. Give me your hand. She extended her hand and I continued. Think about the size of your hand, give or take half an inch. What shape? That's up to you and your imagination. Just remember, these chimeras' main objective will be stealth and reconnaissance, and each one has to be able to defend itself. Even if they have only one weapon each, it needs to be deadly. A sharp beak or a tail needle, or just long claws. Alina listened attentively, then asked, Does the maximum size include the tail? If it doesn't stand out too much, then no. Cool, she responded with a lot of gusto. Should I start? I said yes, and we got to work. As far as I was concerned, the assignment was a kind of test, even if the young woman didn't realize it. It's one thing when a master creates a chimera based on an existing template or under the supervision of a mentor, and quite another when they make them to order, based on their own particular needs. I purposely didn't give Alina a specific shape, but only explained the purpose of these creatures. Alina had to come up with the ideas herself. We weren't in any hurry to bring the creatures to life right away. Our plan was to create at least 15 little monsters first, then put them in control of the rest. I worked alone and let Alina use Fred as an assistant. She sometimes still had trouble working with bones and other biomaterials, and the Wraith would help her out. After a little while, they were working together like a well-oiled machine and were almost keeping up with me. Alina got so into it that she decided not to go to bed. I'm on a roll, she explained, and since I've been practicing relaxation, I feel much more energetic throughout the day and don't need as much sleep. That's also due to the clan seal, I said. The combined effect is great. Do you no longer rest at all? She asked. I do. That's the point. My spell has reached the level where I don't need to sleep anymore. Is it possible I'll reach that level one day? It's not out of the question, I smiled. All right, let's see what you've got here. She was a little shy, but she moved over so I could stand next to her over the table where she was working. She had 4 little chimeras made, and they were all very different from each other. One of them looked like a little kitten, which was unsurprising. Beginner masters always base them on what they know from real life. It had sharp claws and teeth, but it was very much in Alina's style. When creating the next one, it was as if she wanted to do something very different, the opposite of cute. It was a disgusting little toothy ball that stood on thin paws with suction cups for fingers. The other 2 monsters were somewhere in the middle between cute and horrifying. One of them did have a long, thin tail. I thought, she began explaining shyly, a tail like that can be used as a lasso if you need to retrieve something that's difficult to reach, or a noose for strangling. She turned red with embarrassment. Alina had advanced quite a bit in her understanding of the fact that bastards and enemies deserve no pity, but she still found it difficult to talk so openly about killing. You're doing a great job, I said. Keep going. We got back to work. My approval gave Alina wings, and she got even more creative. By morning, we had 16 very diverse and effective-looking chimeras. Then, I explained to my assistant what we were going to do next. The spell we're going to embed in their essence is a shadow veil, camouflage in other words. When it's activated, our chimeras will be exactly like regular shadows, and they can be detected only by means of special spells. But how can I teach them that if I don't know how to do it myself? Just repeat the sewing pattern after me, and I'll charge it with energy, I said. I still had to spend about an hour explaining and giving examples, which wasn't much time for such a complex topic. By dinner, all our mini chimeras were ready. As I had promised, 2 of them were Alina's. She had chosen the one she had created first, the kitten and the toothy ball. I charged the others with my own energy and tossed them in the trunk of the Lamba. I still had a few hours before my appointment with the reptilian, and I intended to use them well. First, I stopped by the computer people's office, just to find out how things were going and learn in person what Li Feng had managed to dig up. Unfortunately, she shrugged, as we agreed, I was very risk-averse, so didn't find too much. Their security is tight. One night isn't enough to hack it. I'm not even sure a month would be enough. I couldn't even connect to the camera outside. Breaking into the mainframe is out of the question. Is that all? I'm sure you've come up with more than that. Well, just what's out in the open. Ads, banners, photos reposted for there by celebrities. That's better than nothing. Show me. Li Feng now had her own office with all the necessary equipment. She even had a big presentation screen, which she displayed the materials on. I didn't learn much that was new from that. It looked like the height of opulence. The atmosphere inside was that of a paradise island with a large lake in the center that was magically made to look like a small sea. They created artificial waves and even a subaquatic ecosystem with coral reefs and sea life. I wasn't surprised when, after all the photos, a schematic blueprint appeared on the screen that attested the lake itself was artificial. Those are the construction plans, Li Feng said. I was able to access it through the city database. This is a rough draft, the very first one. It might have changed a lot before they started building. I agreed, but decided to study the blueprint anyway. At least it gave me a sense of the scale. The number of buildings they planned was very impressive indeed. The Pyramid Club seemed to be a whole mini-city, the size of a good chunk of the capital. Naturally, they had an actual pyramid there too, at least as big as the ones that have stood for many centuries amid the sands of Egypt. It rose proudly above the mini-sea and apparently served as one of the hotels on the premises. Why would they need so much living space in such an exclusive place where only a handful of the chosen can get in? That was one of their main selling points. It was for those who were tired of the hustle and bustle of the city and of the usual overcrowded resorts. This was practically an uninhabited island with all the benefits and social connections of civilization just steps away. All of that without leaving the pyramid, plus security of the highest level. They even had clients who lived there all year, putting a lot of money in the Desmonds' pockets. I praised Li Feng for fulfilling my assignment so precisely. I no longer doubted her competence, but I was still unsure of her character. The order to refrain from digging further in case of the slightest danger had been a kind of test, which she had passed with flying colors. I was very happy with my underlings today. The last thing to do before leaving for the club was the appointment at the archive. Last time, I had been intercepted on the way there. I still needed to find out what my legal advisor had dug up. Linda had been expecting me there the last time, but this time, on my instructions, she was busy with construction company business. She had agreed with the employees that they would share the necessary papers with me. It was as empty as a desert at the archive, which didn't dissuade the women working there from guarding the dusty rows of folders and files like dragons. The first disappointment was that all the information was on a computer terminal. I approached one of the archive employees, a pretty young girl with huge blue eyes and a very tired look, and asked her to print them out for me. "Sorry, we don't offer that service," she said in a mechanical monotone. I put up my hand to nip the learned speeches in the bud and put a gold coin in front of her. Her tone changed. "I'll see what I can do." "Please do," I said, adding another coin. "I can't read from a screen. It's a rare eye disease, hereditary." "Oh," she jumped up. "You'll have to wait 5 or 10 minutes. Would you like tea or coffee while you wait?" "Coffee, please." I saw no point in refusing. She did the coffee and the printouts in under 5 minutes. I thought about how if the municipal authorities paid their employees better, they could really start working. Then I started looking through the papers. I absorbed all the information in them in the space of time it took me to finish 1 cup. I learned that the last Richters recorded in the archive were the owners of the stable who bequeathed it to Olga. Their names meant nothing to me, so they must have been born after I had descended into my slumber. But the most interesting part was at the very bottom, copies of a deed to another building that had belonged to the last Richters. As I drove home, I wondered why no one had told Olga she had also inherited another property.